Hey, party people. My bad, y'all. Damn, we're already getting going. My bad, y'all. I am going to get this show on the road. I know you guys are waiting. It's been a long ass day, week, month, year. Let's get into it. Let's chop it up, guys. Let's get it going.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, y'all. How are y'all doing? How is lifing y'all at the minute? Sorry, guys. It took me a minute to get in here. It's been, like I said, a long week, long month, long year. Life is picking up the place. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I had to. You should see what's going on in here. The bun has to be bunning, girl. Yeah, it was a little bit tricky when I woke up this morning. I was like, damn. Well, that was a night. Hey, so amazing. Hey, Smeradina. Hey, Nina. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you. I'm doing good. I am exhausted. We're going back into education. I'm actually doing a course at the minute because I told you guys I got to go and get these people's piece of paper so that they can put some respect on my name. So I'm like going a little bit further on the journey with the counseling stuff. I'm certified as a coach. I've got like NLP, EFT, all that certification, but I'm actually going to go and get my counseling degree because God has a big opportunity, I guess, and I need that piece of paper to position myself. So your girl's exhausted. I'm even having to like tap back into that space. I'm doing a course at the minute to prep for the uni course intake for 2024. So I'm just aligning with God's plans, people. That's how your girl's doing, aligning with God's plans. And I keep I keep having these conversations with God where I'm like, please, can we lower the bar? Because it's a whole lot. I'm just like, look, that's just not gonna work for me. But yeah, so your girl had to take a 2-hour nap today because I was running on like 4 hours sleep. Barely 4 hours, but I was running on 4 hours sleep. So my body wasn't able to sort of like maintain rhythm throughout the day. So I had to do that. But I am here. I'm ready to get a new hairstyle. I want some long straight weave, not too long, maybe lace front or something. And the color would just be black. Okay, girl, I see you, mama. Okay. Yeah. I mean, closing out summer, we didn't really get much summer, but yeah, it's cool. I hung out with family as well. It was my nephew's third birthday. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but you'd think he's 4, or in his 40s. He's a Leo. But that was epic. He's always quite the animated entertainment. So that was dope. Love that. We did the whole family staycation thing. That was cool. I had to work then too. So your girl's just navigating through the optimizations, guys. It's exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. Software updates is a lot. How are you guys doing though? Thank you, beautiful. I'll definitely let him know. The only parts, right? You guys are funny. Right, let's have a little look at the list, guys, and see where we are because the list is already closed. I didn't even put anything out on the community tab. Thank God y'all are with it because your girl is lagging and lacking in places. So bear with me. I'm gonna get better, okay? But we move nonetheless. So tonight's list, for the free list, we've got Love Ma, we've got Ari, Smara, we've got Rika, Mina, Ash 13, Anisha, Ethereal Baddie, Kay, Sammy, and So Amazing. So we're gonna go and chop it up and work our way through the list, y'all. I'm gonna try my best. No. It was my nephew's birthday, so it was my nephew's third birthday. Not sick, but I don't know. I'm just exhausted. I'm just exhausted. And that's the only thing I'm sick with. I'm sick with exhaustion. I don't know if anybody else can feel the precipitation in the air, but it's definitely that kind of climate, y'all. So yeah, Love Ma, are you in the building? Because you are first on the list. I saw that you were here 3 minutes ago. You still with us? Yeah. Let me know, put your question out there so that we can go ahead and unpack that for you. We're gonna Oh, damn. I guess you are still here, Love Mar. He was with it. Okay. Right. Let's get into your question. Well, thank you. So amazing. Yeah, listen, he's giving that full on Leo energy. He was feeling the abundance. He was letting everybody know it's his birthday. Okay. He was jumping on the sofa. And his mom was like, "You can't do that." He was like, "Yes, I can. It's my birthday." He's 3. But he's been here a few times, you can tell. Just the way that he navigates life and stuff, like he knows how to play the game. He knows how to test his boundaries, and he knows like he's tested his boundaries with me before, and I've like responded too quickly, and he's like, "Too soon, Auntie Kima." Not ready yet. So yeah, he's that guy, okay? Big Leo energy. And he's so daring and we love it. It's just a case of, you know, helping him manage that Leo energy, but he's always a joy. Every time you go live, I'm always indecisive on what to ask that paragraph. I can only imagine because I'm like a constant question swirling around in my head. So I can only imagine for you guys because usually a question pops up and I'm like, guys. Everything is allowed on the birthdays after all. Listen, that part, okay? He let it be known it's my birthday. I came here especially to do this. So, it was definitely a joy. I had all 3 of my nephews. I'm going to have them next weekend as well. So we're going to have to figure out how we navigate the space. I think I'm going to be live on Friday next week as well. So yeah, because I'm going to have them for the bank holidays, this coming weekend. No, it's not this. Yeah. Next weekend coming. That will be the bank holiday. So I'm going to be live on the Friday because I'm organizing my schedule, guys. So you guys know when to look out for these because clearly, as y'all see, I don't know if I'm going to get into the community tab to be able to let y'all know your girl's going to be live, but I'm going to get better at that. Okay. Leos for the go. Cheers to your nephew. Yeah, that part. He's dope. Mina's son is a Leo. I love that. He's the most perfect, sweetest child one could ever have. I love that. I love that. Well, my nephew, he's rambunctious. He is definitely sort of like testing. He loves to sort of like see how far he can take things. And he's so confident in it. He's just like, I dare you. So ever so loving, ever so loving. He's always really like, you know, expressive with his emotions. I think that's the thing. He's just expressive with his emotions, period. I don't like August Leos. Girl, you gonna love my nephew. And I hear you, and I know why. I totally get it because there are a lot of energy, which is why I say obviously we're assisting him in managing that Leo sort of like archetype because it can be a lot. It can be a lot. They're very confident people. So it's just one of those things. They soak up the environment that they're in. It's just the way it is, man. But yes, guys. So Love Ma's question, Love Ma, 10 minutes in, we're gonna get there. Okay. This is fairly quick in comparison to some of the starts we've had. So I hope you're still there. Okay. Yeah, listen, I it's interesting the set of like humans that God's manifesting on these current timelines. Like these children are on another level. Oh, but we'll dive into Love Ma. Okay, Love Ma's still here. Love Ma said, hello, I'd like to know how is Ian feeling about me and if he comes back to me. Thank you. Okay, Love Ma. So we're gonna start with the first part of the question first. I love how you kind of like couple that. There's like two questions where we're gonna like unpack both areas of it because I would have dived into that too because you know when the stuff starts coming out it's like you want to get all the tea, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, and how's this going to be playing out? So don't worry, girl, I got you. Okay, so oh wow, listen, so amazing. My little Leo nephew, it's interesting because his mom like meditated a lot during her pregnancy with him, but he chooses what he wants to listen to. I mean, if he's not with what it is that you're saying, he's just gonna let you know, like, no, that's not working for me. He's very good at negotiating. And he's very forward. Obedient, that is subjective. He can be. He can be. That's subjective. You've got to incentivize him. I'd have to check out his rising sign because I'm sure that has a lot to do as well with that rambunctious nature. But yeah, it's definitely good people, love Leos. They're always the life of the party. Very good negotiator. Okay, so we're going to start with the feelings, right? We want to know how Ian's feeling about Love Ma. And then we're going to actually dive into some of the thought patterns that are sort of manifesting as a result, right? Because we want to grasp that and put it into context. So, okay, thank you. Okay. Well, this is you guys are navigating through a pretty big transit right now. We've got two major arcanas here. We've got the Strength card at the bottom of the deck, which lets me know that that's the undertone of the dynamics that you guys are navigating through at the minute. It's Leo energy again. It seems like we also have the 4 in reverse as well. And we've got like the 6 of Pentacles here. Looking at the dynamics of what's taking place in terms of his feelings for you on the situation, he's a little bit withdrawn. He's kind of reevaluating just kind of how things are going to be moving ahead with you guys. Are you guys in communication? Okay, no, you said if he comes back to you. Okay, we're going to unpack that. Yeah, okay. Understandably why we've got these cards at the minute in that case. He's obviously recourse in terms of that dynamic. He's no longer sort of on that journey with you, and he's kind of finding his strength in himself to be able to kind of pursue that and continue down that path. So that's kind of his focus. We're going to have a look at the thought process as he's kind of navigating this path because he seems to be on a bit of a quest. So we want to have a look and see. Right, guys, help me. Okay. Help me understand what's his thought process towards Love Ma. Okay, thank you. Oh, guys, come on. I've got like a whole quarter of the deck here. So I'm gonna have to. I can't put that out on the table because that's just gonna be too much for me to kind of like create space for. I've been telling you guys I need a bigger table. I'm gonna have to though because it seems like it's the whole story here. Again, we have another major arcana in the mix of things. We've got the Hermit. So yeah, I'm gonna lay the cards out. Just bear with me. Let me see the thought process. Clearly, he's thinking a lot. Hence, we've got the Hermit at the bottom of the deck because that's the undertone of his thought process. He's kind of like finding um like his confidence, with the situation, with kind of where you guys are at the minute. um Bear with me, I'm just trying to put this all into context. Okay, not bad. We had 13 cards. Okay, interesting. Okay, his thought process, let me just take it all in, and then I'll be able to sort of feed it back to you. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, it was a whole story, girl. I'm glad that they did do this for me, actually. Look at me being, ungrateful for like your blessings, because obviously the more insight they can provide me, the better I can, relate back to. Because I think we did need like all of these cards to really be able to put it into context, because it seems like there's a lot going on, like on the mental plane for him with this situation. I think he's made an emotional decision, right? I think he made an emotional decision in terms of uh, just kind of like getting to a place of accepting that things were becoming increasingly challenging for him being in this space. There were things that he wasn't necessarily he wasn't able to think clearly. Better than nothing. Okay. That's so random. Sorry. Have a nice chill out weekend. They ask I'm chilling out like Corrine in a pool. Okay. Thanks for sharing. That's so random. Okay. Hi, Alina. Nice to have you here with us, beautiful. The free list is actually closed, to be fair. The free list is closed. Let's have a look and see. Let me just check into this space. Yeah, the free list is closed. Two options. You can stick around. My readings are generally quite long because I go off on many tangents. I'm a Pisces. It's my nature. Aquarius cusp, so I intellectualize everything. Your two options. You can either tune in next Friday and try and make it here quick and early as soon as I sort of put the memo out that I'm going to go live, to do the reading, so you can get to somewhere within the list, because it gets packed really quickly. I didn't even have to put, the details on the community tab, and the list was already packed by the time I got in here. So that's kind of how it is in this space. Alternatively, you can donate for a reading. Okay, and then you jump the queue. That's how the donation process works. All proceeds go to the project in Uganda. So that's where we are in this space. Okay. But yeah, you can also hang around just in case anybody isn't here who's on the free list and they missed their opportunity. That's your window. Okay. That's how that works. So back to you, love. Literally, love more. Looking at the dynamics of the situation, so there was a lot going on when things kind of started to unfold. Obviously, I've got two tarot decks that I've utilized. We use a tarot to be able to sort of understand where he is in terms of the emotional realm, and I also used another tarot to clarify the thought process. Both of those have the undertone of strength. We've got the strength in reverse, however, in his mental plane. So emotionally, he's trying to be strong. Mentally, he's not so strong. Mentally, he's got doubts. Mentally, he's kind of struggling with the decision, I guess, of where you guys are. I think he felt like the emotional volatility of the relationship was a lot for him to navigate at the time, but I think also being out of it, he became how can I put it? It was a familiar environment basically. How long were you guys sort of getting to know each other for? Let me ask you that question, because I think that's what his hesitancy is about. He's kind of got one foot out the door, but kind of really not necessarily ready all the way to let go type thing. And I think that that's probably why you guys are still in communication, because he's kind of like struggling. Okay. Yeah, he's kind of struggling to be able to fully navigate that transition, right? All right, we're going to go and dive into will he sort of come back? Because I think on a mental level, he's questioning whether or not like he's made the right decision. But I think on an emotional level, he's trying his best basically to be like stern, pretty much. He's kind of going through a little bit of indecision at the minute. He's definitely in that Two of Swords vibes where he can't really quite make a decision. Oh, good for you. If that's how you feel, this is the time to really be able to put certain things out there. Okay, okay. That's good to know. Okay, good feedback, Love Ma. Okay, so how do you see things playing out with Love Ma and Ian moving forward then, guys? Because we want to know how Ian's going to be playing this out. Okay. How do you see things playing out for Love Ma and Ian? Okay, thank you. Okay. Ah, that's nice. Okay, so obviously, woman holding the coin would be yourself. You mentioned that you presented an opportunity yesterday, as far as you guys being able to reconcile. So he is actually going to be meeting you halfway with that. And he's going to be willing to kind of like re-engage. It's going to be a slow moving process. I'm going to say this. I think he does have some hesitancy, and you do need to take this into consideration. He struggles a little bit with some emotional immaturity. He's just a little bit immature in ways, which is why the relationship and being like in it can feel a little bit daunting and overwhelming for him at times. And I think that that was one of the things that he struggled with, like maybe some of the responsibilities that comes along with that connection and kind of like having that commitment. And I think that he's still figuring out how to navigate through conflict resolution. Um, hmm. Sorry, I'm picking up on something else. He is fully immature, yeah. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like, this is why. Did you guys have do you know if he's speaking to anybody else on a romantic front? Let me ask you that situation, because they're saying to me something about competition as well that needs to be taken into consideration. So do you know if he is speaking to anyone else romantically as well? He's open to the idea of you guys being able to kind of like reconcile them. It's going to be a slow moving process. I want to dive. Okay. This is why it's going to be a slow moving process. Okay. This is why they were putting my attention to the fact that there is competition, which is why there's going to be a slow moving process with the situation. I think with the dynamics of things with him, where he is in the situation that he's in at the minute, do you know, because I feel like it's casual situation. I don't necessarily get the sense. I think it's exclusive, don't get me wrong, but I don't get the sense that it is fully committed. I do feel like it's still quite casual in terms of that other connection that he has. So how long have they been engaging? Like, do you know how long they've been sort of like trying to figure their little situation out? Because this situation's hella complicated with that dynamic. So that's why I have to ask a lot of these questions to really be able to put put this into context for you and actually like give you a proper synopsis, of the dynamics that you guys are up against. Yeah, with the other girl, like, do you know how long they have been engaging with each other? The reason why I'm asking is because, again, it's going to be like a Knight of Pentacles sort of momentum with this situation. The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight. So it's somebody that wants something, that has an intention, that has a desire to execute, but their action has to be very methodical. They have to be very strategical. He told me about it 3 months ago. Okay. Okay, so you guys are basically slowly. This is the slowly. You're literally in the process of that journey that I spoke about in terms of slowly engaging. I think the situation with you is that he does miss you. And I think that that's why he continues to sort of like look back, right? Yeah. I think that that's why he continues to look back. I do think that it's interesting because I think with that situation, and I had to ask about it because even though it's over, it's still kind of like, when something kind of much like you can see with your situation with the lovely Ian, once something ends and officially being disconnected, it's two completely different things, right? There's a disconnect that's kind of like taking place in terms of like their agreement, right? So that agreement has been dissolved. And they're kind of like navigating through the process. I think the behavior that he's exhibited with yourself is kind of behavior that he generally has when he navigates from one relationship moving into another. So yes, it's over, but it's one of those things where it's kind of like a lingering thing that is kind of not quite complete just yet. Right. But I think with the situation with you being in that space for him actually gave him an opportunity, if anything, to reevaluate this space with you, because I think that he probably realized in comparison, like some of the things that he was concerned about in the space with you. Sorry. I'm laughing because what's kind of like shifting this decision in your favor is his ability to tolerate you. I think the other person that he found himself with, there was chemistry and he was attracted to her, but there was a yeah, he just found her like intolerable sometimes. He found her intolerable sometimes. He couldn't stand her sometimes, and I think that that was ultimately one of the things that played its demise in their relationship, because there was like, when you have like physical sexual chemistry, but outside of that, like every other aspect of the chemistry is just not giving. It's kind of like one of those types of situations, right? So, and this is why I say sometimes it is important to actually, date outside of your relationship to really make sure that your partner is actually the person that you want to be with. Because I think sometimes when we get sick with the grass is greener syndrome, we think that, oh, I've got this issue in this relationship, I bet I won't have it out there. And then you go out there and then you get a whole host of other issues. So I think it was one of those situations where he actually got a new appreciation for some of your own qualities, which is why he's kind of like continued to keep himself, licking, looking back into that space and kind of like seeing what possibilities and opportunities may be there. Hey, Amrita. Unfortunately, the free list is closed. Donation list is open, or you can stick around to see if anybody on the free list does miss their window of opportunity. Hey, Ali from Basingstoke. That's what's up. Lovely to have you here. Yeah, love mom. Um, let's see. Let's see. Will he? I'm gonna sort of like ultimately put it into context, right? Yeah. I think he kind of regrets the decision that he made after actually going out there. I think he really did. Um, and when I say that, I think this particular person was a great lesson for him. I think it was a great lesson because now he comes back a little bit more appreciative, which means that he's a little bit like it's almost like he's less likely to take you for granted for like at least the first 5 to 7 months, because then people kind of get fleeting once they learn and they get back into a rhythm. Sometimes we get a little bit lackadaisical and complacent to do things, but yeah, that appreciation would actually still be there for like the first few months at least, right? Well, yeah, okay, interesting. So do you see him coming back? Okay, thank you. Oh, I hope that you can see this, right? You deserve love. So he's going to shoot his shot. And I'll tell you why. Because the separation is going to be behind you guys. So he is going to be meeting you halfway. Man holding the coin is going to be meeting woman holding the coin, right? You guys are going to come together on this decision. I think, like I said, I think, if anything, it was a much needed break for him to be able to go out there. And I think also some of the things that he was a little bit immature with, he actually got an opportunity to mature really quickly in some of those areas. He's still going to need some work around the edges. I'm not going to lie to you, because he still has a lack of motivation in places to kind of like basically do certain things. You know, you might have to give him certain cues, and this is where you do this and this is where you do that. So some of those things that you would think is common sense, this is what gets me a lot of the times, because like sometimes we don't always vocalize our expectations and we think that certain things are common sense, and then we realize that those senses are not so common. Okay. And we need to find some sort of median to communicate where we need to be able to sort of come together on certain situations. So I think you're going to have to be clear with communicating your expectations on certain things as you guys come back into the space, because even though he's matured, he's still figuring out how to actually execute on this maturity. Like, what do I do in these instances? You know what I mean? So he's going to miss a few cues, but I guess as long as you're there to be like, and scene, he'll get into the groove. Okay. I guess he just kind of needs to know what to do. And like I said, the first 5 to 7 months is where he'll be at his best in coming back into the space. After that, you'll start to see that he's a little bit overwhelmed basically by being back into the space, because you guys, and I'll tell you why this is as well, okay? Because you guys dated initially for about 6 months. So you guys are now in this second take two, right? We're going back in the ring. Ding, ding, ding. Take two. Now that you guys are going back onto the battlefield to kind of fight for this relationship, you guys weren't able to get past a 6 months timeline previously. Now you guys are facing the battlefield again, and this time you guys are trying to recourse the relationship to survive post 6 months, right? And be strengthened. So I think that's why you guys are actually sort of like navigating through the challenge between month 5 and 7. But once you're able to get past that, you guys get into a better rhythm of actually sort of like seeing how you guys can actually really integrate into each other's lives. And that's when you guys actually start to speak about like future plans and stuff, maybe after 9, 10 months. So he is going to come back. It's going to be better this time. And this time he can put some respect on your name. Okay. I think that girl really annoyed him. I think so. What had happened was He manifested someone who was just as immature as him, and that made him a little bit more appreciative of your levels of maturity. So now he wants to meet that because he realizes that vibrating beneath that may actually be even more burdensome. So, yeah. Guidance for our girl. What do you guys advise our girl to do? Moving forward, they're saying that this dynamic that you guys have been navigating through is a perfect timing situation, right? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, they're saying don't stop. Okay, don't stop communicating very clearly because that, like I just said to you, is going to be the crucial component to how well you guys are able to sit like round two, basically. Because those were some of the aspects that you guys failed on in round one. Okay. Good luck with it, girl. Let us know how that goes. Thank you, Mama. So let's go ahead and dive into it. We've got Ari next on the list. Ari, I know you said that you were sort of like prepping your questions, so hopefully you've got some insight on what you want to ask. Dang, girl, I guess you do. Okay, hold on. Oh, love Ma. Thank you so much, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you because it seems like, yeah, you guys are gonna get an opportunity to do a do-over, and I love a good do-over. You know, you learn something every time you go round and round and round. So, good luck to you guys. I'll put a prayer out there for you guys. Okay, guys. Right. So, let's go and dive into. I'm just gonna clear the energy on the cards as well, just so I can go into the space as well for the rest of our time, guys. Yes. Okay, I can see some energy already being freed up. Okay, something sexy, period. Okay, girl, I feel you. Let's try. No, okay, let's do these as well. Okay, let's get Ari's question up so that you guys can see what our girls out here putting out there. Okay, because we're gonna unpack it. We're gonna unpack it. Right. Okay. So Ari says, should I go to the sporting goods store near my job to get me a man, or am I better off going to Home Depot? How would it be if I try approaching guys at these places while looking dolled up? Oh, cute. Like. Oh, spiritual journey tarot. Hey, mama. Oh, the free list is closed. Beautiful. Stick around and see if anybody's kind of like missing their opportunity. I don't know who's kind of in this space at the minute, but yeah. Okay. Right. And having makeup on, my hair looking nice, everything. Okay. Yeah. Spiritual journey. It happened real quick. I didn't even put the memo out on the community tabs. That's my bad. You girls getting I'm getting under the pressure actually. To be fair, I'm kind of like almost navigating through some of that like Seven of Wands energy where it's like, whoa, I'm like rooting all of these things. Yeah, someone might miss their go. You're right there, Mina. We don't know who's in the room at the minute as well. Okay. Sorry, I'm having conversation with the team. We're deliberating. Spiritual, your guides have just put in a request to my guides if you can get the extra slot that we speak about. Like it's in the description. I speak about like an extra slot as well. There's like a plus. So your guides have basically just requested if you could get that slot, so we can add you last on the list. You're our extra guest tonight on the list. Okay, sorry, I had to deliberate with the team. But yes, beautiful. If you are still here, we'll get you added onto the list. You'll be last though, but you might want to come out and come back in a few times because it might be a long one. Yes, they just put in a request, girl. So I guess y'all have a conversation to be had. So we'll try and get that done. It's always so interesting, actually, because like I'm talking to you guys and then they're talking to me. Like, obviously, you guys can't see the thoughts and stuff, but it's always interesting. But yeah, there's like a whole thing that goes on back there. They have like their own little world. And I'm just sat out here like, huh? With my nosy self. That really is just what it is. I really am just nosy for the most part. That's kind of why all of these things kind of are what they are. I don't know if you guys can see, but my ears is like super red because they're out here like talking. They are firing off. It's interesting. But yeah. I went to the sporting goods store not too long ago, but it was so awkward going there by myself and I wasn't looking my best either. I was scared to approach the guys there, but I approached one guy and he was gay. I didn't know that he's gay, but after approaching him, he told me he was gay. Okay. Yeah. And do you know why I can gather that? It's because you like a certain type of guy, where they are just a certain degree of metrosexual, right? And it's a very thin spectrum when it comes to like crossing over into being gay. So I think that that's why you landed on that. So your gaydar has to be like on point, girl, because you might come across a lot of these dynamics because of the aesthetics that you're attracted to. So I'm going to put that out there for you. And I backed off because of that. Yeah, I should think so. Yes, I'm connected as well. I need it. Love it. Oh, that's good. That's good. Beautiful. Listen, it is funny. It's funny because they're literally out there just having like their own little world and conversations. And I'm just like, huh? What you say? Sometimes they'll just come and talk to me even when I'm sleeping, and then I have to sort of like pass on certain messages as well. They'll tell me about certain things that some of you guys as guides have actually let them know that I need to do certain work for you as well. So it's a whole thing out here, bro. Like, I want to come in to be like nosy because I'm curious, but then it's like once you get in, there's a price. Like, you can't just be curious for the sake of being curious. You got to do something. So I'm navigating that. I want to try doing that again, but I have to learn how to be better at approaching guys. Okay. This story, no, not at all, beautiful. I'm like talking about the dynamics with the guides and stuff. It's spiritual journey tarot. Like, there's a little bit of symmetry in terms of just the navigation, because I'm assuming you do tarot as well, so you get it. Like, the guys are just out here constantly talking, right? People think I'm talking to myself half of the time. Yeah. Do you know what was so funny? My 3-year-old, same Leo nephew, was actually there, and he was there talking to himself. My mum, which is his nan, said, "What did you say, Corey?" He's like, "Nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm talking to myself." Listen, these kids today. But we're going to go and dive into it. I agree with you there, Ari. So what I said about like just making sure that your gaydar's on because you like metrosexual type looking men that actually sort of take care of themselves to a certain capacity. So that's something to be mindful of when you go back into the space as well. I'm going to obviously unpack it with the cards for you. Second thing as well, when you do Because I get the sense you're going to go back. It's not even should you go back, you are going to go back. Let's look at how it would play out when you go back. Let's do that. Because it sounds like you're actually gearing up to basically like go for round two. You learned what you learned from round one. Can I just say, BTW Ari, I love the fact that you are like proactively like seeking out, you know, like your date, because it's sometimes like I hear people talk about, oh, I want a partner, but they do nothing. They don't even leave their house, you know, but you're actively like seeking a partner. So kudos to you for that, girl. And I'm sure your manifesting is coming to you. It is on the way. Okay. Okay. I know you're out here. I was actually having a conversation with you and your guides, with my team, sorry, and your guides recently, just about certain things. I think, okay, interesting. So I'm going to go back into the space about the conversation that I had with your guide. Well, I was privy to a conversation that my guides were having with your guides, because I guess your guides came and were speaking to my guides about, some of the things that you want and them kind of like assisting you in manifesting it. And I think I was then pleading your case and saying, you know, generally she feels like she does like quite a lot in terms of being able to be patient, be obedient where she needs to, be strategical where she has to. Like I was proper pleading your case, right? Because they're like, I think they were saying, I think one of the things that they came back saying at the time was about being patient, and this was particularly about the romance side of things. They were saying being patient, and I think I don't know, I felt your frustration, right? And I then started to speak on your behalf about like, oh, well, she does this and she does that and she does this. Like, it was so interesting because I didn't even necessarily prior to that, I didn't even necessarily know half of these things that I was like putting back towards your guides as like feedback. But these were some of the things that I was sort of like putting across to them just in terms of like your attributes and stuff like that. And they did say that it is sort of manifesting itself, and it is coming. And I think what it is as well is like it's building you. When we finished the conversation, they were just sort of like saying to my guides, like, it's building you for the type of partner that you're going to have, because you're going to be sort of like in the process, you're kind of like shedding a lot of these layers of your fears. So like navigating through like rejection, it's helping you to be able to be more receptive, because a person that is going to be able to kind of like come in and make future plans with you, hubby, basically, like hubby for lifey. Once he kind of gets into the space, your dynamic, it's almost like they're kind of protecting you. That's the best way that I can put it, because that's how they were putting it and feeding it back to me. They were like, look, we're protecting her for her own good. At least this way, she doesn't necessarily have to get too much scarring from some of these guys. Like a lot of the guys that she picks, basically doesn't have your best interest at heart, doesn't necessarily have like the highest regard for you and stuff like that. So they're like, they've protected you from some of the options that had presented itself to you. And it's almost like that's going to pay off. They were like, rest assured, like, let her know, because I think that that was one of the things that they were saying. They were like, look, just let her know that it is going to pay off. Like, all of these things is just about finding the right choices, right? Like, just because you get an option doesn't mean that you have to choose said options, is what they were sort of like putting across. And I think they were also saying like those options were just there to be able to present themselves, to be able to again strengthen your ability to be able to be receptive of a healthy type of love, because a partner that comes into this space definitely pours into you. You know, like, you're the type of female, right, that likes like a man that's like doting over her. Like, you want him to be like real deep into you, almost obsessive. And I think that the type of partner that you do get is that way, and they are that appreciative, and it's almost like they see your value. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think that, hey, Ash, I think that the guides are kind of making sure that you're not too badly damaged by the time you get to that relationship, basically, because unfortunately, if you go through a lot of some of the guys that you were willing to sort of like navigate through this romantic classes with, they could have scarred you pretty badly in preparation for that relationship. And what I mean by that is they could have forced you to build even more walls. You know, right now you are kind of like navigating through the process of, you know, just learning how to move through your walls regardless, because you're not necessarily in an environment where you're having to be like conditioned by that person and how you're experiencing them in that romantic relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? They're like, they give you little bats of the situation, just enough for you to be able to be prepared for this person. But as it is, you know, you are able to kind of, yeah, you're able to kind of meet your wandering eye syndrome as well, which is another reason why they can't let it be a situation where the guy comes too soon as well, because you do have a wandering eye, they said. So that was a few things that we did discuss. And it was interesting because I wasn't actually going to mention anything per se, because sometimes I have conversations with people's guides. I plead lots of trials for you guys. You guys don't even know half the conversations that I have with people's guides behind the scenes, and sort of like plead your cases and stuff like that. And they give feedback. And sometimes I don't necessarily share the feedback unless it's warranted type thing. And yeah, it was, I wasn't sure if I was going to share that with you until I came into the space to see what our engagement was going to be like today. I kind of want to see for myself if they are worthy or not. And I hear you on that, because that was my point to them as well. I'm like, well, how can you guys rob her of that decision? Like, it's her choice to make. Like, why can't she just have the opportunity to make that decision? And apparently, Ari, you've had a past life where you've been particularly careless when it comes to romance. And because of that, that has governed the degree of carelessness that you can afford in this lifetime. So basically, you're all banked out on carelessness when it comes to some of these dynamics and relationships. You've had like a pretty, yeah, there was one past life that was like pretty significant, which is the past life that has like built a little bit of a protective mechanism in this life, neurologically speaking. So even though you're kind of like meeting a lot of those same sort of like potential spirits, right? Some of those kindred souls that aligns with you, you're not engaging with them because you overindulged in that lifetime. You kind of like stuck around in a particular relationship. I don't want to give too much away because it's a pretty tragic ending. But because of that, you don't necessarily have the karmic bank balance to kind of like do a lot of these relationships in this lifetime. But however, that does mean because you paid your due diligence there, that's how they ended the conversation. They were like, look, just let her know that because of this, because she's paid her due diligence on that lifetime with being with that person who was very toxic. They were actually mentally ill. They had like schizophrenia. They had a lot of emotional imbalances, like riddled with like deep contracts with the spirit of narcissism. It was a very, very tragic ending for you in that life. And because of that situation, being in this space, you obviously get your Mr. Right, right? You get to experience that as a result of that, right? And I'm even getting emotional, even sort of like thinking about it, because it kind of hit home for me when they did have that discussion. I was like, okay, cool. I'll relay the information, right? But yeah, the dynamic that you're navigating through now, because I know you wanted to know about this situation and everything like that, but we already had a conversation about what you needed to know, I guess. The dynamic with the situation is going to pay off. It's all just about timing. And right now, you're navigating through the work that has to be done on an emotional level, because you still have the emotional residue of some of the remnants of who you were in that timeline, like some of the factors that made you choose this type of person that you ended up with. A lot of the guys that you sort of have found yourself naturally being attracted to has been as a result of that timeline, basically. And you're kind of sifting through a lot of the healing from that timeline by them being able to cause you to be kind of like in a state of protection. Basically, you're in a protective bubble, realistically speaking. And yeah, it is ultimately to be able to give you an opportunity to experience a different type of dynamic this life. Okay, when it comes to the romance side of things. Hey, Sammy. Now we're going to go into your question and unpack it in terms of um, you are going to go to a sporting goods store. Maybe I went for the same kind of guys in a past life and they hurt me deeply. That's exactly what happened, beautiful. You ended up dead, for lack of a better way of putting it. It was a very bad domestic relationship. When you met him, he was fine. He was just dealing with a lot of demons that he himself didn't necessarily know how to fight. He didn't know how to battle them. You grew a very obsessive type of love with this person. You grew a very, because they were quite narcissistic as well, there was a lot of gaslighting. So you would basically want to sort of stick around for the sake of them being able, like they would basically make you feel like you're the only person that can make them feel better in the world. And you stuck around in the relationship for a lot longer than you should have done. And things just got really, really bad. At one point, their jealousy was it. Yeah, yeah. I, that's why I said that I got emotional even sort of like thinking about it when I said to you that it was tragic, because I didn't really want to sort of like dive all the way into the details of it. But honestly, I think it's important for you to know these things, because the only reason why the information is being brought to me clearly is because it needs to be presented so that there's a full scope of the understanding, right? There's a reason why I don't like jealous men. Yeah, because you're traumatized like by it from a previous life. His jealousy, you weren't, because you were actually so fearful, you weren't unfaithful. It really was more a case of the schizophrenia, because they were bipolar. They also had schizophrenia. They were another level narcissist. They had small indications of sociopathic tendencies as well. The person that you got with in that previous life looked on the outside aesthetically beautiful, fucked up mentally. Pardon my French. And because of all of that dynamic, and I'm getting emotional even going back into the space because it made me emotional then. And even as I have to kind of like relive it, obviously I have to relive the trauma to get into the now timeline. But if that guy that hurt me badly was a total jock or very athletic, I should probably stop going for guys that are super athletic. Definitely was an athletic type. Yeah, definitely was an athletic type because he wasn't an athlete. I think that he had something to do with being in the spotlight and being some sort of performer. Because I think that that's what basically ultimately drove him crazy. That's why he continued to kind of like develop a lot of these tendencies. I think what became the schizophrenia for him was basically navigating through the expectations of other people. Hey, Sarah, not ignoring you, beautiful, but I'm trying to hold this channel that I've got going with Ari. Maybe not, yeah, maybe not a famous guy. I want to say that they were known to some degree. They were known to some degree, at least nationally to some degree, right? But what transpired with that situation is that in that life, you learned that not everything that glitters is gold. And I think in this life, you're having to apply that. And you're having to basically, if you like what you like, that's cool. You like a certain look, right? You are very clear coming into this life that you're still attracted basically to a certain type of physical aesthetics. And I think that, that was like, okay, that's fine. But there's a particular person in the bunch that will be able to meet the expectations of what it is that you're looking for. And he's out there. It's just a case of timing is everything. You're still doing a lot of work on your own tendencies as well. He doesn't have to be attractive to others, but I want to be really physically attracted to a guy if I'm not to be with him for a very long time. No, and I get you on that. I get you on that. I get you on that. I think yeah, the physical aspect of something was very important to you even before you came into this life. That was one of your negotiations. Like you was like, right, okay, did that life, I get it, he was really attractive and all of these factors, and not everything that glitters is gold, get it, but I still want to make sure that if I'm going into this life, they gonna need to be attractive, right? So you were definitely very much that was a non-negotiable for you coming into this life. So yeah, I think in navigating through some of like the trauma basically from the previous life, and I think that this is also one of the things as well, where as much as like you want to be able to get into a relationship, there's an emotional if you can, and I know that this sounds and may sound weird to you, um, but if you can, I would actually recommend grieving that relationship. I know you're in this lifetime and you're on this timeline, but you died. You died on that timeline, so you didn't necessarily get to heal after the facts. I think obviously you did definitely, obviously, observe life behind the scenes, because that's what happens when you transition out of your physical body. You observe life behind the scenes, and you've got all the inside scope. So you were able to see life play out, but you weren't able to actually sort of like breathe in a physical body. And I believe that some of that residue potentially from that relationship, and the disappointment of the trauma of how that relationship ended may also be causing a little bit of disturbance to your now experiences, which may be one of the things that is kind of like weighing down on your ability to manifest a love in this current timeline, right? So if you can take some time for yourself to really think about what that experience would have been like for you, just so that you can basically process it on an emotional level, so that you can get rid of the emotional residue that may still be sort of like sat anywhere in your body. Because for me, there was a past life that was still affecting my womb, and I had to obviously navigate through the process of grieving that child, even though that didn't happen in this life, it happened on another timeline, right? Um, yeah, yeah. Well, he wasn't at the time. He wasn't at the time when you got with him. When you got with him, he was just like starting to experience fame. Um, to some degree, right? But the projections of everybody else's demons and expectations became too much. That's ultimately what triggered his psychotic episodes. He would have just like schizophrenic episodes where other people's demons would come and basically talk to him, and eventually they got access to his mind, a lot more of his mind than he had access to. I'd say they had like 60 to 65% of his mind. So it became a challenge for him to basically maintain himself within the relationship. He also started to abuse different drugs to be able to cope. So you lost him in the process, basically. You guys were together for a long time. You guys did share children as well. You actually did leave two children and one, like two biological children and one like surrogate child, and like it's like somebody, a cousin basically, that you looked after as like a child of yours, because their dynamic was so chaotic. So yeah, babe, it's a lot, but I think if you can obviously process some of these things, because it's still kind of being a little bit of a, how can I put it? Like you want to move forward mentally, right? And emotionally, you feel like you're already overall, but subconsciously, some of these fears that are in your unconscious mind, obviously, I'm bringing it now to the conscious mind. I'm bringing it now to your awareness, because we're having that conversation about it. You'll be able to, like, if you're able to process it consciously, and release it, at least it will no longer be in the unconscious as a part of your, like, marinating as a part of your manifesting process with this, with some of these things, right? But yeah, we're going to go ahead and dive into it and see. Yeah, like, I shouldn't go for guys that will let fame get to their head or are famous. Partially, because I think ultimately, you're actually going to get with somebody that is known for stuff, because that's just their assignment. They're not going to be famous. It's not going to be a famous situation like that, but they are going to be known for their good character, and a lot of people will be blessed by them, and they take pride in how they present themselves. So, and this is hubby I'm speaking about, obviously the person that you actually end up with here. But yeah, let's go and dive into the actual question very quickly and unpack that and take it to bed. Okay, so interesting. We've got the bottom of the deck, death, which is exactly where we were with the previous situation. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate you, Sarah. I'm glad that I don't look like what I've been going through. God is good. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into how do you see things playing out? Okay. 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 Look. Look at where we are. Right? Oh, thank you, my love. Right. So I'd already sort of like, again, mouth moves a lot slower than mind because a thought basically formulates in a thought bubble and it's all there already. You just have to read it. So had the thought on, okay, how do you see things playing out? Should you go back to the sporting goods store and attempt round 2 of this? I'm going to attract my Mr. right now. And they are showing me, interesting. You're still going to sort of like navigate through some resistances with the situation. So you're still going to meet some situations where you're not too sure whether or not you want to approach that person. But there is going to be a breakthrough. There is going to be a breakthrough. Talk to me about the breakthrough. Should she go back to the store? How do you see the breakthrough sort of looking? Do we catch a fish? Do we catch a fish, guys? If Ari goes back to the... Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Put this into context for me then. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things, right? Clarify. Thank you. Okay. You do meet someone. Going back there, you do meet someone, but it doesn't necessarily sort of like, again, it fizzles before it actually even like properly becomes something. There's like breakdown in communication, so the communication's kind of halted. You guys do exchange contact info, but it's kind of short-lived. Basically, it's very brief in terms of the communication, a matter of days, not even. Yeah, it's a matter of days. That's how that situation would play out to you. How would it be if try approaching guys at these places while looking dolled up? Yeah, that was definitely a part of the questioning. You would get, I want to say, 1 or 2 connections out of it. Yeah, no, you do. You approach more than just one guy. Trust me, girl. You approach at least 2 or 3, mama. And you ponder on approaching others in the process as well. But I think that there's one that continues for a few days, and it's, I don't know, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. They just don't really seem to be communicative. Yeah, they don't really necessarily seem to be communicative after a while. So it's a lot of effort on your part, and I think that's where you start to sort of like question certain things as well. And there's probably a lack of closure with the situation because it doesn't actually manifest itself in the way that you hoped. So what's the advice for our girl Ari then in navigating through the situation? Oh, thank you. What's the advice for Ari? Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're saying, what about a Home Depot? A sporting goods store. Guys where I live, they don't approach me, so I just approach them. Yeah. We're living in a sort of dynamic at the minute as well, where guys are actually now becoming a lot like that as well, where the females are having to do a lot of the pursuing. Actually, it's a shame how there are so many good looking guys, yet I try to have a connection with some of them and it doesn't work out. It is a shame. It's actually sort of like saying their advice for you is that you kind of like recover from the situation within the next few weeks. Well, not necessarily just within the next few weeks. You're kind of, it's an ongoing recovery process because you're constantly sort of putting yourself out there. And I commend you for doing that, beautiful, because sometimes people might go through one disappointment and then they kind of like quit, they get disheartened and they recourse completely, but you continue to just kind of, pursue what it is that you want for yourself, which is like a healthy, thriving relationship. If it's not going to be a relationship, you at least want relations at this point. Because you've expressed that to me too. And I commend you for actually sort of like being proactive and going out there and trying to find it. But I think with this dynamic, it seems as though you might catch a fish. But I don't know. It's kind of like how giving the situation is after the fact, because you guys struggle to be able to kind of like really, really make it something after the facts. So that's what I'd say with that situation. Beautiful. I hope that all of that was useful for you though, because we went into a lot there, to be fair. There was quite a bit because we already had some other information. But I think this is what I was saying to you. I think that, oh, that's the hubby hollering me. 2 secs, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Tis the hubby. But it could work out. Maybe there will be obstacles, but it could work out. Not with that person. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And I hate to be like a doom and gloom, but I have to keep it honest with you guys. That's what I come here to do. Um, it does like give you every time you get a little bit further and further and further with someone, it like gives you an opportunity to present a different part of yourself and get to share a different part of yourself and indulge in a different part of yourself each time. And I think that's like the benefit of these like very like short-term classes that you seem to be navigating with these individuals. But I really hope I don't end up with another guy like the guy in my past life, but I know I won't, because my guides are very protective over me. 100%, 100%. Like and more importantly as well, because I think your guides on that life timeline was also protective, but I think you were fixated and blinded by what was perceived to be, like deep love in that space. I think in this lifetime, you're a little bit more receptive to the feedback, from the universe, and kind of aligning with, some of the recommendations of your guides and stuff. So I think it's because sometimes it's not even just about the guides protecting us. Sometimes we are so careless with ourselves, unfortunately. I can't tell you how many times I've like gone to like God and my guides and they show me, I'm like, why would you do this, or why would you do that, or why would you let this, or why would you let that? They're like, girl, blah, 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 blah. And then they take me back to the moment where I made the decision that was a catalyst for that outcome. So yeah, a lot of the times, some of our own poor decisions can be the reason to our demise. So Yeah, you're definitely not going back for those types of guys. That's not a thing, because I think in this life, one of the things that was contingent on you sort of like coming back in and kind of like doing the whole pretty boy thing that you like again was that you're going to listen to your guides this time, right? And they were going to sort of like align you with the right person, who had the right resources to be able to think. And I think as well, like that person was also yeah, that person just had their own issues. But I'm really wanting a relationship right now. I'm clearly not happy with being single. I know I love myself, but being single is just not fun to me. And I get you on that, beautiful. I wish those guys could be more for me, though. I hate how they have to be toxic. Yeah, and I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I I feel like we're navigating through a little bit of clearing when it comes to the toxicity softwares that the divine masculine has. I do think that the divine feminine's also going through our own updates with our levels of toxicity as well. And unfortunately, it's a collective thing. Like we're not all on the same page collectively, because some people really enjoy toxicity, unfortunately. So it's a slow moving process because we haven't all collectively decided on it. And some people like they love a bit of drama, so the toxicity thrives like in their space. So yeah, like we'll get there someday though. I hope we do anyways, but yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. I know that Smaradinia did put out her question as well, so I'm going to go back to that. Thank you, Mama, for putting your question out there, because we did start a little bit late tonight, so your girl's going to try and get through. I'm gonna try and be as quick as I can, but you know how it is. Y'all know how it is. Like eventually I'm gonna have to start taking breaks and stuff, like because I've done like two readings already, and we are literally an hour in already. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for coming in and sharing your stuff and being so open as always. I appreciate you. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. So, Smaradinia wants to know, honey, I will apply for job. So my question is, which one God wants me to choose in order to be happy and stable? I have these options: airplane check, law service, firefighter, and police service. Oh, girl, I can imagine. I can imagine, like, trust me, this Saturn retrograde is doing the most for these questions. Like, Saturn is doing the most on these questions, and it and Neptune is like properly, because basically with Neptune sort of like being retrograde in Pisces as well, they're both saying like, okay, these are some of the things that you've been pondering on subconsciously. These are some of the options that you've basically been taking into consideration. Now with Neptune in retrograde, it's like, okay, realistically, which one of these do you see yourself doing long-term career-wise? And that's really ultimately like where there's the confusion, right? Especially like I'm all about abundance mindset, right? So I'm like, oh, I can do everything. And it's like, no, you can't. That's the whole point of the Neptune retrograde. Neptune's dialing it back to be like, nah, mama, that's not gonna work. Okay. Let's figure out how we're going to navigate through the process of this. First thing that's really ultimately sort of coming through to me is the law service, but I'm gonna go and dive into it with the cards, and see options 1, 2, 3, and 4, because we've got 4 options there. Exactly that, girl. Exactly. Exactly that. So we're living in a very crucial time, because what we set up right now ultimately is actually going to be sort of like the timeline that we sort of serve, for the next, for some of us, depending on how we make the decision, this in this particular area of our life and career, um, we could potentially set ourselves up for a career that could very easily span for the next 7 to 9 years. For others of us, if we make the decision based on where we are now versus who we are as an individual and our passions, we might just sort of like get like 18 minutes, hear me, 18 minutes, 18 months 18 months to 3 years basically, would probably be how long this timeline is serving for you in terms of the creation. So I screwed up in my past, girl, you and me both. We're twinning, girl. Listen, yeah, you and me both. Like, I'm literally having to like build for 40 because I was too busy enjoying 20. So I was like, what? I would do exactly the same thing again though. So I have no regrets. I'm like, that's what my 20s are for. At least I could like say that I was young and dumb then. And it's been nice to like look back at that girl and be like, look at the woman I'm becoming. Shit, touche. But Smaradinia, I feel you. Okay. It seems like we are, yeah, we're definitely on the same sort of like quest when it comes to that. But the law service thing is the one area that's properly standing out to me as far as what I just said to you about that Saturn Neptune dynamic that's taking place right now. So yeah, let's let's go ahead and check out door number one, door number two, and three, and four, and see what we've got. Okay, because not all doors actually have a room. Some doors are actually just a brick wall behind it, right? Okay, you have a law degree. There you go. Oh, girl, that's the option. Forget all the other options, girl. I'm telling you, like, because you asked me, right? You asked me which one God wants you to choose. And I had to basically like put it across to you. And I'll tell you why the law degree. Because it's not just about you being able to maintain your stability, but God will be able to continue to supply your needs sufficiently because there are assignments that you would have. There are people that would need you in order to be able to move from one position in life to the next position that God is trying to get them to. And God can use you in that space. Don't get me wrong, He can use you in all the other spaces as well, but clearly He's already trained you for this one. You see what I'm saying? You already have a law degree. This is a path that you were already on. You just forgot. Because I did the same thing, girl. I did the same thing. Hence why I said I'm going back to finish up my counseling degree. I've got certifications and diplomas and everything like that, but for a particular job that God has lined up for me, I need that piece of paper. But the truth is, the law service is ultimately where God is really going to be able to utilize you the best. It's where He's going to be able to bless others through you. And it's where He's going to be able to maintain your stability effortlessly as well. And I have to say effortlessly because you'll be able to position yourself. Why did you? Sorry, because they're asking me, why have you not? Girl, you being held accountable. Okay, I'm holding you accountable, girl. Because they're proper out here. They're like, well, why hasn't she done anything recently with that degree? Like, why haven't you utilized it in recent times? Speak to me about that because I think that's really the thing as to why you're not practicing right now and you're going through this perceived indecision, which is not real. Actually, the indecision isn't real. Everything else, like all the other variables, were ideologies. I don't want to be I don't want to be a lawyer. I don't think that you have to be a lawyer per se. So there are passion projects that you can basically I waited to find a job relative with law, okay, but no lawyer. Oh, you mean you wanted to? Yeah, you wanted to. I think I get what you mean there. You wanted to find a job relative with law, but no lawyer. And you will, actually, you will. Um, there are jobs basically that will give you an opportunity to yeah, no, I figured beautiful. There's jobs that will be able to give you the opportunity to give voice to people that basically have no voice. Where you need to be looking, okay, so where you need to be looking for your next job, okay, is anything that has to do with the I can't say the justice system, guys. Put it more into context. Come on. That's so like general. Sorry, guys. Sidebar. That's so general. When you say like anything to do with the legal system, duh, she's in law. What do you mean? Okay. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I had to sidebar there because I had to some like I really do plead you guys' case. So I told you guys when I get back up there, like out of this body, I'm gonna be like a humanitarian, like a human right activist up there. I'm like, y'all don't get what it's like being human. But what they said just now is like exactly where you thought that you wanted to sort of like be looking as far as like you wanted to find a job relative with law. That's absolutely it. Because I think that that's why I had to ask the question to understand why you haven't necessarily done anything with that just yet. There is something where it is connected to the justice system, but you don't necessarily have to do law. And it is something that will give you an opportunity to actually create your own future projects from it as well. It's a starting point. Have you looked at charities? Have you looked at charities, my love? Like legal aid, providing legal aid to charities. And I had to ask the question because it seems like it's some sort of humanitarian project that you'll be serving in a legal capacity. Yeah. Look into stuff to do with charities, philanthropy work. Obviously, you're not looking to do philanthropy work, but that's basically the area that you're going to find the right fit for you in terms of a job. You actually have 2 to 3 options when you start looking. You'll have at least 2 or 3 options that you feel really quite promising with and about that you really seed intentionally. But you have to be sure on at least like the one that stands out for you, that really tugs on your heartstring, the one that you feel like you can actually pursue long term, basically, and you could see yourself growing in it. Because you'll be there for a good little while, for like 4 to 5 years before you venture on to really understanding where you can present your own project as well, in a similar area, but not quite in the same field. Right. And I think that version of you grows in the environment. You kind of shape it and mold it by being in the environment of that job. So yeah, the law service is the one. The law service is the one. Do you still want me to check on the other stuff? I mean, I can, girl, but I mean, God's already, he's already had you training for it. Um, there's a purpose that God had for you prior to coming here, and you're still on the journey towards fulfilling that. And the law service and finding the right sort of job in the right area, in the right field, you'll get a job that pays like a very decent amount for you. To be able to come in and provide, and it gives you the opportunity to get like the experience of like being able to make a change within like being able to make a change in somebody else's life with the knowledge that you've been able to gain with, you know, acquiring your law degree. But yeah, it's yeah. Sorry, they're speaking too fast. I'm just like, whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, that's the best path for you, my love. You've already been training for it. You're already prepared for it. It's just a case of getting you aligned to it. Okay. Charity work, philanthropy stuff, anything that is in that area of humanitarian stuff. That's where you'll kind of like find your position, because you won't have to do exactly what the lawyers do. Why don't you sort of like want to be a lawyer? Help me understand that. Is it the paperwork aspect of stuff? Because I mean, that will put anybody off. I'd like to be in fire service. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the fire service situation, guys. Okay. Oh, sorry, beautiful. Sorry. Hey, K-Cat. Okay. Okay, Smeridinia. Thanks for sharing, beautiful. Free list is closed, donation list is open. Yeah, you can stick around if somebody misses their slot on the free list. Okay, so interesting where we are. Okay. Sorry, I'm like looking at the context of it because we've got the tower in reverse. Thank you, K-Cat. We've got the tower in reverse at the bottom of the deck here. So it's talking about avoiding disaster, but there's a little bit of a fear of changing stuff and being open to that fear of changing stuff. You're actually a little bit more, you know, willing to kind of like challenge yourself in certain areas. How would it play out though? Should she sort of like go down that path? I think that's ultimately what we want to know, guys. How would it be going down that path? Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. Again, major arcana at the bottom of the deck. This is the undertone. We've got the judgment card in reverse. So there's clearly some refusal to sort of do self-analysis, which is the undertone. Okay, of how it would play out. Okay. Oh, hey, Rika. Good to know that you're here. So, what I'm seeing with that one is that in terms of how this dynamic would play out for you, it's good to know that you're here as well, Ethereal Baddie. I'm gonna check the list actually. I don't think I starred the list. Let me star the list now from where we are. Okay. Did we add what was her name? that came in, and the guides sort of did a little bit of a deliberation for her to be on there. Something just spiritual journey tarot. Can we get spiritual journey tarot at the end of the list after So Amazing? She's the extra guest for tonight on the list. We did that a while ago when the guides like made that request. Her guides kind of like put that request in to see if they could get it. Yes, please. Thank you so much, beautiful. I don't know if she's still here, but yeah, sort of like just putting that on there because I see everybody's kind of putting it out there. But yes, Meridinia, going down that path, it seems as though you'll be met with a few doubts as to whether or not like this is directly what you thought it was going to be, firstly. So you're definitely going to obviously find your own challenges with the situation. And that's to be expected. Obviously, we have challenges with most things that we sort of come across in life. But I think you kind of just go through a process of reevaluating. Once you actually sort of get in there, it's kind of like having to think to yourself, okay, is this kind of what I had thought that it was going to be? So again, because we're dealing with that Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde energy, we've also got Pluto retrograde as well. So it really is kind of like bringing up all the stuff that we need to kind of navigate through. I would say have a look at the suggestion that I made about the legal service side of things. Because these two, the law thing was the highest probability, right? The firefighter thing had a smaller probability because those two were the other two didn't necessarily stand out to me as much. I'm not going to lie to you. These two were the two that stood out to me the most. I would say have a look into the recommendations that I mentioned about the humanitarian projects. See what the resources and finances are like there and how giving they are in terms of like what you're looking for in terms of career progression, financial, I guess, compensation for the work that you'd be doing, and understanding the environment that you would be expected to work in. And then you can compare it to the firefighting thing. I think that if you can find something in the law service space that's actually fitting to what it is that you're looking for, I don't think that you'd miss the firefighting thing as much. But I do think that if you did the firefighting thing, and I think that that's a very low probability because I don't necessarily see that like being a long-term sort of like situation. I'm not going to lie, maybe what, 3-4 years, that's probably the most that timeline could sort of like go to, just in terms of like what you're looking for in life and stuff like that. I do think that you love a good adrenaline rush, but I think that yeah, it just won't necessarily be what you anticipated, and I think that those are some of the challenges that you navigate through. So what's the advice then, guys, for our girl in moving forward? Okay, perfect timing. Okay, what's the advice? Thank you. Okay, this is a perfect timing situation. They're sort of saying that it's all about improving the health of the situation. Put this into context for me. Thank you. Okay. 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 Yeah, I already have some problems with the fire service job. Delays indeed. Yeah. Um, what I would say, um, have a look at what I said about the legal service stuff. What they're saying is that that dynamic with the fire service situation, I don't know how well that will play out in your favor. I'm not gonna lie, the probability on that one's it's not really giving. Generally speaking, when something is possible, it's usually at a probability of 64% and above, basically, which makes it highly probable, which means that it's more than likely possible, right? So yeah. Hey, I Jazz. um, I yeah, they're saying with the situation, it's about taking action, and what I mentioned to you is probably the best course of action that I'd say to take with the situation. Your intuition's kind of like flaring up at the minute to kind of recourse you again. It's naturally navigating through the energies of the retrogrades that we've got going on at the minute. So, um, take that resistance as a sign that you're being guided to a path of least resistance, right? This area is still a little bit gray. The what I saw with the firefighting situation, I'm not gonna lie, it's like between 27 and 47%. It's a pretty low probability. It's not even up to like the 50 percentile. So yeah, I think that you stand a better chance with the law service dynamic, to be fair. Okay, just probability speaking, right? Universal maths is important, especially when we're manifesting onto timelines. It's kind of like how we navigate um to the path of least resistance. Sometimes we go onto paths that are very low in probability, so there's lots of resistances, but those risks that we take where the odds aren't necessarily in our favor yields greater rewards, right? So it's like a big payoff. But with this situation, I don't know that the payoff is actually even worth the risk of how low the probability is. Exactly. I know that you do. I know that you do. And I don't think that you would feel like, I don't think that you would feel like that long term with the fire service situation. Um, I think that you'll actually find yourself if you can go into the exactly that. I think that if you can go into the humanitarian area and look at legal service jobs within that area, you'll find the thing for you. You'll find the thing for you because there are souls that you're assigned to in that space that already needs you. And those are some of like the most fulfilling jobs to do where it's not even just about like the physical sort of like tangible pay that you get. That's kind of just like the bonus of being able to do the job. So yeah, that's what I'd say with that. That's where you'd actually find. That's why I'm speaking to you about the law service one, because I think that that one's a lot longer timeline. Whereas the fire service thing, maybe 3 years. You try to get to the fourth, but I don't think you do. I'm being honest. Because the timeline's just not giving. Like, this isn't the environment for that particular type of decision. If we were in a different type of climate, astrologically speaking, I would like recommend, trialing it for the sake of it. But because of where you're at, being sure about what you want and where you want to go, yeah, the law service is the one. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. Thank you for actually bringing that because it just lets me know that we're all in the same classes, y'all. It lets me know, like, we're all universally like feeling these same energies. So it's always nice. This is why I come into the space and check in with you guys to see, like, when I say, like, what's going on in your world, like, that's what I mean. I'm like, I've had to reevaluate so many things in these last 2 weeks with these types of climate. I'm sure there's a Mercury retrograde or something as well. If it's not already in effect, it's due to be. I'm sure. I need to check that out. But yes, thank you, my love, for sharing in the space. Who do we have next on the list? Let me get onto the list. We've got Rika. Okay, yes, Rika was saying hi not too long ago. Okay, so this is the list, y'all. This is where we are with the list. We've got Rika, Mina, Ash, Anisha, Ethereal Baddie, Kay, Sammy, So Amazing. And we also have on the new and up-to-date list, we actually have Spiritual Tarot as well. Right, so that's what the new list is looking like presently. We're going to go and dive into Rika's reading now, and then yeah, we're just going to go and chop it up, guys. Okay, beautiful. Okay, let me just have a little check and see. I haven't started Rika's question just yet, but are you okay for me to dive into Rika's question and come back? Because Rika's based in, I think it's Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken, right, Rika? Okay. Okay, I did get your donation. Yeah. Sorry. Is there somebody else also donated today? No? Oh no, did you donate for 2 questions? Hold on, sorry, I'm getting confused. Okay, you donated for 2 questions. Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you, beautiful. We appreciate you for that. Because yeah, it's for, see, that's what I'm saying. Thank you. Okay, Rika, I'm gonna go through your question quickly and then I will get into it. I've been waiting for so long. I know, girl. I know. That's why I thought to ask. Don't worry, you're good, beautiful. Because we were just about to get to your question, and I thought it was so funny how that opportunity sort of presented itself just before your turn, which I thought, oh, the universe is playing a cruel little trick on poor little Rika. So I thought to ask. All good. But yes, let's dive into it. Okay, you're from India. There we go. That part I wasn't too sure as well. Okay. Let's go. So Rika says, ma'am, there's a guy named Ajitesh Chiba. He's my cousin's sister-in-law's sister-in-law's cousin. Okay, gotcha. I met him in her wedding. He was sending me hints that he likes me. Was that a fling or he really had feelings for me? Oh, okay. Let's go and dive into it. Ajitesh, guys. Let's dive into that. What were their feelings towards Rika? Like when they were interacting around the wedding? What were their feelings towards Mina? Hear me, Rika. I literally just thought I'm gonna have to, after Ajaz, before you're reading Mina, I'm gonna have to sort of take a quick break if you don't mind as well. I'm sorry, beautiful. I have to go and sort something out quickly. That's what's up. Look at that small world. Look at that. Do my spirit guides want me to marry him? Damn, we're moving, we're diving into stuff. Okay, let me roll my sleeves up for this. This is real serious questions here, Rika. Right, guys. Okay, so Rika wants to know. No. Leave my blood alone. Thank you. Sorry, that was a fly, I think. I need some sugar too. It ain't just them. Okay. Okay, so guys. Ajitesh, talk to me. What was his feelings towards Rika when he was engaging at the wedding? Oh, thank you. Oh, here we go. Okay. We got a whole bunch of cards here, sis. So bear with me. You're gonna have to let me unpack those for a second. We've got 8 cards. It's the whole thing, clearly. Okay, so right. What I can see in terms of like his feelings on the situation when he was kind of speaking to you, I don't think that he was all the way looking for anything at the time. I think he wasn't, not that he wasn't looking for anything, I think he wasn't expecting to get anything, but I think that meeting you kind of like got him excited. I think when he did meet you, he felt like now that was like a lost opportunity. Yeah, I think he feels like it was a lost opportunity. I think he feels like he was really hesitant basically on being able to kind of like bring his desire forward. Like I don't think he was direct basically. I think he's kind of got maybe some regrets on the fact that he wasn't as direct as he would have hoped to be in this space. So I think he kind of kicked himself about that for a little bit. From what I can see about the situation as well, I think it was probably because he was like a little bit all over the place and he wasn't wanting to step on anybody's toes. So he was being respectful of the environment that he yeah, that was pretty much it. He was like trying to be respectful of the environment that he was in, trying not to trying not to overdo it, basically. Trying not to overdo it. He wanted to be a lot more direct because obviously you left it thinking, okay, well, what will the situation sort of like be? There was some self-doubt. There was some self-doubt because I think that there were unfulfilled promises. Is that right? I think you guys maybe discuss, did you guys discuss about meeting up and stuff? Hi, you missed a call. The free list is closed, my love. Yes, due to his climatic issues, heavy snowfall, government closes. Okay. Okay. No. Oh, okay. I think you guys, yeah, I think, okay. Yeah. I think the no man was for me. I think the no man was for me. Okay. Let's have a little look and see like the potential of this being. We were just talking with the eyes. Okay. Yeah. Because family was there. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think that that's why he was just trying to be respectful of the space that he was in terms of the environment. He feels like it was a missed opportunity, but he definitely has an attraction to you and he's curious. He still feels like it was like undelivered promises. I think that he wanted to basically do more. I think whatever conversations you guys had with the eyes, you know, right? I think he kind of like felt like he wanted to basically be able to do more. So I'm going to dive into it and see, in terms of the romantic connections, could this potentially be hubby? Well, that's precisely it. Like, because he wasn't direct, I think he's just kind of like, um, yeah, it was just, to be fair, it actually was probably the right place, just wrong timing. Definitely, definitely, weddings always probably the best place to be able to make these types of connections, right? Because people are like, oh, they're all giddy from like the love that's in the atmosphere and all that good stuff. But because of the timing of everything, it was like really challenging for both of you guys to actually even get a minute, um, like on certain situations to be able to discuss certain things. So yeah, I think yeah, I think with the situation, yeah. I think with the situation, they wanted to basically do more. Let's see. How do you see things playing out for them moving forward then? Do you guys did you guys exchange numbers? Can you guys like slide in the DMs at least to kind of like maybe get into conversation with each other? Thank you. Okay. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. So, can you get access to his information? Like, do you know anybody? Because I think the path that you guys are crossing is definite. So this is a card that I pulled. Funny enough. This is the card that I pulled, beautiful, and it's all about like sort of the relationship ascending into a different level. But it's a path. It wasn't upright or thing. Okay. Right, that part. I know you're laughing at the card, right? Because of the question that you had after the facts. That's why I chose this deck to ask that question. That's why when you guys see me like come to like the table and I'm like ready for this like reading battlefield and I got a bunch of decks out, I know what deck I'm going to be using for what types of questions. So that's why. Okay. At the bottom of the deck as well, this is what we got, girl. Okay. So I definitely think that you guys will be able to kind of like, you know, build upon something. I do think that you guys are at the path. You guys, like, this is a meeting point. The story is now begun, right? And you guys are going to continue to sort of like attempt to sort of like fight against the odds to basically like fight for the possibility of what this love interest could be. I do see that you guys, it's a strong possibility. It's a strong possibility because I'll tell you what the cards are saying in terms of the romance guides and how things are playing out for you guys. You guys are sort of like crossing a path towards engagement, which means that the undertone right now is reconciliation, you guys being able to meet after the facts of what had transpired previously. And it's not necessarily about loving yourself when you guys do sort of come back into that space, or being too sort of like restricted by your environment or your circumstances. It's really ultimately the next question that you actually had. So this is the other card that we had. It's really about like figuring out whether the situation actually does get to marriage. But ma'am, he knows I'm on social media. He never tried to initiate that part. Why is that, guys? Because sometimes they tend to be like so lackadaisical to do things. Okay. 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 So I think why he hasn't necessarily he's got a lot going on at the minute as well, and I don't know that it's almost like he questions whether or not he has too much going on, to the point he questions whether or not he has the capacity to be able to kind of like start something new with you, but he does have an attraction to you. Okay, guys, my next question to you guys then, seeing as he has all of these sorry seeing as he has all of these aspects to the situation that he's navigating through internally with his internal dialogue with himself, talk to me then about, like, how will this occur and take place? Like, will there be a reconciliation that takes place? And then we want to go to like how that gets initiated, basically. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yes, there'll definitely be a reconciliation, right? There'll definitely. We also have the Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck, so um he is not initiating. I feel like he might not be meant for me. That's why my spirit guides are stopping him. Should I just move on or wait? So the thing with his situation is that he's got a lot going on. I just don't think that he has a capacity really for a relationship, to be honest with you. As much as like, I'm not going to say he's too busy, but I think you have to make time for the things that you want, and I don't think that he wants a relationship enough to be able to make the type of time that he needs to kind of like make a relationship work. So I think that those are some of the variables with the situation. Okay, guys, so what do you guys advise our girl does? Because you guys are going to be reunited. There is going to be a reconciliation there. I think it's all a matter of timing on that situation. I think it will come at an unexpected moment as well. Probably something to do with that Uranus vibes. But yes, guys, show me then. What do you guys advise Rika does when it comes to the situation? Okay. Give me more. Put it into context for me. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm like literally just navigating through the process. Okay. Okay, ma'am, I'm fine with that. It's just that I don't want to stay in my la la delusion. No, and I hear you on that. I think what I will say with the situation, because I was like looking into the process to sort of like see how things may potentially unfold. I wouldn't say stick around and sort of like wait, particularly for this person. I'd say just keep it in the back of your mind that they may crop up at an unexpected time, when presumably when you're actually trying to get to know somebody else. And I think that that's kind of where you have to navigate revisiting the space again. How long has it been since you guys sort of had the wedding? In comparison to them not necessarily following up since the wedding. Talk me through the dynamics there and those two different timelines. Yeah. So when did you guys have the wedding? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It's on the cards, like on both decks of stuff. It kind of like put it across as well. Hi, Jackie. 2 years ago. Oh, wow, that was a while ago. That was a while back. Okay. And there hasn't really necessarily been any follow-up since. Yeah. Sorry, Jackie. Free list is closed, my love. Donation list is open, or you can stick around for somebody else to miss their window of opportunity on the free list, or you can tune in next Friday when we'll be live again. Up to you, my love. Okay. Well, it's something that's definitely sort of like lurking out there in the atmosphere, because clearly mum saw even sort of like thinking, yeah, he's a nice guy, and I get it. I do see like the qualities that you guys see. I see that he's a charmer. He generally seems like he's got his stuff together. Why my spirit guides aren't helping me to come forward? I'm tired now. Oh, girl. Okay. Okay, well, his situation might be a little bit more complicated than I presumed then. His situation may be a little bit more complicated. That's why I asked you about the timeline, to get an understanding of where he no, I gathered what you were saying, beautiful. I kind of like grasped a little bit of an understanding. I think with the situation, when it comes to this architect, I think it's something that's not necessarily, you're probably going to have to make some reconsiderations. Like I said, it feels like it's something that crops up unexpectedly, as far as like him kind of basically showing up in the space type thing, I guess, or you guys being able to kind of like have some sort of opportunity to reconcile again. Yeah, I think that situation, I wouldn't necessarily say wait on it, just keep it there in the back of your subconscious, because they're saying you're probably going to have to do a few reconsiderations with the situation. Yes, there'll be a reconciliation, and the question is like that quest or that path of, oh, is this going to like ascend into engagement? But it's a very, very slow moving process. Again, we're dealing with Knight of Pentacles energy. Even if he don't show up, are you sure there's marriage in the cards? Well, on the cards, right, it's definitely showing. I'll show you, beautiful, right? Reconciliation. It's not necessarily about the unicorn being cooped up in that mode of figuring out how to love oneself, right? It's in reverse. And then we've got wedding, right? You're kind of like navigating through that process, actually. The moment where the unicorn is actually coming out of the box, if you will, coming out of the box. I think it's definitely something. I think what they're saying as well is that there's an undertone of this talk of marriage as well when it comes to yourself. I don't necessarily, and the reason why I asked about the timeline on the situation was because I saw something about 2 years, 9 months. So it was between the 2 to 3 year timeline, which is why, which is why I wanted to get an understanding of when you guys actually met and where you guys are in the process of that timeline, because I think that there may be another situation that gives you guys an opportunity to basically be in the same space again. And I think that the next time when he is okay. Yeah, I think that the next time when he's able to kind of like be in your presence, he won't necessarily fumble that opportunity again. I think the next time he's going to be sure to make sure that he takes that opportunity on board. Okay. But yeah, I think there's still some time where it's going to show up. I think you guys have got like maybe another like 9 months basically, before there's some opportunity for you guys to reconcile and sort of be in the same space again. And this time it feels like conversation flows differently and the dynamics is a little bit different, because he'd already learned from the previous experience where he didn't take that opportunity, how that may play out. And I think as far as the social media thing, I think that he doesn't want to seem intrusive, and I think he doesn't want to seem too eager as well, and he doesn't want to seem too creepy as well. So I think those are some of the variables with the situation. Ma'am, his mother was quite clingy with me. What was the reason? That's my last question. Well, that's she likes you as well. Like she likes you as a person. She thinks that you're an attractive young lady, you're polite, you've got things going for you. And she quite liked you for him as well. She did quite like you for him as well. I think I think she felt like he liked you. And I think it's one of those things like a mother knows, right? I think she felt like he liked you and she liked you as well. And I think she wanted to like give him that assurance that she liked you as well so that he could pursue it, but he didn't really do anything in the moment whilst he had it type thing. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate. But I think that there's another opportunity coming for you guys to basically share space, and he'll use what he's learned from the first opportunity, God, to actually like move things in a different direction or move things along. Just continue doing life, girl. Don't worry about it. She was actually stopping him to not come closer to me. Yeah. I think it's one of those things as well, though. It's almost like she could tell that he was into you. She could tell that he was into you. And I think it's like, oh, sorry, my nose is like my clear sentient. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that she could tell that he likes you, but she also felt like he wasn't ready, you know. She also felt like he wasn't ready. And I think those are some of the things that she questioned as well. She does think that you're you're a good lady, I guess, for whoever ends up with you. And I think it was one of the things that she was thinking at the time. I think she was just trying to think whether or not her son was actually ready for the job, if you will. Really nice lady, but you know, can my son do the job? I'm not too sure he's all the way there just yet. You know, clearly he even struggled with his ability to communicate. I also don't know if he himself actually had potentially someone else as well that he was also weighing up or was being presented to him as an option. So I want to say that because she was talking about his younger sibling, I felt she wants that younger sibling to marry me, not Ajitesh, okay? Because this is what I was just going to say to you with the situation. With Ajitesh, she this is what I was saying about I don't know if he's already got something on his side. Like I don't know if they were already basically planning someone that they felt that he would basically be a match with, somebody that they felt that he would be suited to. Mum's very controlling, ain't she? Sorry, Mum's all about organizing the puzzle pieces how she sees fit, way, which is funny. But yeah, I think Mum saw that Agitech liked you, and she kind of had somebody, not necessarily somebody else in mind. Yeah, I can tell. Um, but I think they already started to discuss someone potentially for him, and I think that may have been a factor. I think she likes you. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell, girl. Um, I think she likes you, but I think it was one of those things where she felt like potentially, and this is funny, she felt like potentially you may be not necessarily too good for Ajitesh, but obviously her speaking about the younger sibling, I think that that's because she probably had somebody else in mind, potentially for him, which she was going to be pushing, clearly pushing that agenda. So I think that that really played a significant part in the process of all of that. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you because it seemed like a little bit all over the place. But that opportunity is going to present itself again. I think that you guys will all share space again, and there'll be an opportunity to get some clarity on it a little bit. Sorry, I'm just sort of looking into the cards. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just one of those situations. Just let it flow, I guess. Let time sort of like play out as it needs to with this one. Because you guys will be at, I want to say, another event where there will be a continuum of a conversation, not necessarily to the same degree or capacity as your first conversation, but it's a conversation that kind of like it allows for you guys to be able to get clarity on the situation in terms of how you guys want to move forward. I don't know as well. I want to put this across. Like, I don't know as well where he will be on his process as well. Because, like I said, it seems like mum had somebody else in mind for him. But she liked you. She liked you in general, overall. She felt like you were quite polite as well and well mannered and all that kind of stuff. And she liked how soft spoken you are as well. So, yeah. Interesting. Oh, this one's going to take a while to play out, though, beautiful. It's going to take a while to play out. Like I was seeing like another 8 to 9 months potentially. And it seems like it's like an event that brings you guys together again and conversations get had yet again type thing. Yeah. It's just a waiting game. But I hope that that was useful for you. I guess she liked me for that younger sibling. She liked you. She realized that he liked you. She wants you for the younger sibling because she already has someone in mind for him. Basically. But she does like you, I guess. Yeah. She wants you to be a part of the family, just not that son. That's so funny. Hi, Nagar. I don't think you're on the list. He is of no use, stupid. And I get you on that, girl. I totally hear you on that. That's too funny. That is too funny. Yeah, list is closed. Sorry, free list is closed, donation list is open. You can either stick around if someone misses their opportunity, you can get added to the free list. Alternatively, you might want to just tune in next week. Okay. Thank you, Rika. Thank you for stopping into the space and sharing with us, girl. And go to bed now. Okay, it's like after 5 in the morning. Enjoy. Okay, right. Let's go ahead and get your question out of the way as well. Let's go to the list. Where is the list? Hey, Jazz is on the donation list. So thank you, Rika. So she should be next. So Ajaz, if you're here, do you want to put your question out there? And also, can I get like a me in the chat so I know who's here as well, please? Because this is the last list that Mina put across. So I think Mina's kind of dozed off a bit. Don't judge her, okay, y'all? She's gonna come back in here when she's able to like get back up. She just needs to rest her eyes for a second. Okay, so this is the current list. We've got we just did Rika. We actually have Ajaz. Then we've got which is on the donation list. Then we've got Mina, Ash13, Anisha, Ethereal Baddie, Kay, Sammy, So Amazing, and Spiritual Tarot. Okay. We still got quite a few people left. Damn. Damn. Okay. There's like 8 people left. Yes, Ajaz. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff. Beautiful. Okay. Do you want to drop your message in the chat for me, beautiful? Please and thank you. Whilst Ajaz is typing her message in the chat, guys, we literally, I didn't even check in with you guys on this, but we had the Leo new moon as well. Like, how's that energy treating you guys? Talk to me about that. I think it was on, when was it? I think it was on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, the Leo new moon. Let me know in the chat how the energies have been treating you guys. This is like a new time for us to be able to sort of like plant some seeds of intentions around our creative. See, like how we were talking about like the career changes and stuff like that. Some of those things, basically, it's that time, it's that window for us to get some clarity on that. So yeah, how's those prompts been going for you within the collective? Let me know that part. And then after this, I'm going to take a quick little break. Okay. Because your girl needs a minute to just, you know, by under UK law, over 3 hours of I literally had a conversation with my guides about this. I'm like, well, guides, I need to start taking a break or something. I need like a 10-minute, just come down. I need to get like something to entertain you guys for like the time that I'm going to be away, basically. But for the most part, it's one of those situations. Thank you for question number 2 as well, Gora. I'm going to start that so that I can pop that in there. I am going to literally see about. Okay, thank you for the heads up, because that's going to help me with understanding how to navigate through the process in that case. If the chat is delayed, it's going to give me a good indication on how to navigate everything. So we'll start with the first question, and then we will kind of go on to question number 2. Obviously, I'll bear in mind that the chat is delayed for you whilst I kind of like wait for your responses. But yeah, I got that with like Sammy a few times as well. So yeah, at least I've got the heads up. Right. So Ajaz wants to know, did Nay, Sagittarius, tell her friends about the night after her and I spent together? Oh, about the night her and I spent together. I don't know where the after came from. It's so funny how words just like randomly just find themselves in places, right? Where you're like, no, bro, you don't fit there. Get your own room. Okay. Anywho, so we want to know, wrong cards. Let me go to these cards. Did Nay tell her friends about the night that she spent with Ajaz? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm like gathering all the details. Okay, so I wouldn't say friends per se, but I think she spoke to one person that she trusts, who generally sort of like, I put my own words, listen, that part, okay? They just randomly, and you like, you catch yourself and you're like, get in the bin, control or delete. You weren't supposed to be there. But yeah, so I think that she was trying to basically like she spoke to one friend. She's spoken to one friend in particular that she trusts, who's like a confidant. That's a person that she kind of like goes to when she wants to be able to get perspective on certain things. So she had confided in that friend just to kind of like get that friend's feedback on what they think about the situation, because they're like, oh, like, should I go for it? What do you think? um I'm still navigating through whether or not I should trust my judgment on this situation. So they were having their own conversation about the situation in that way. um so that was a pretty direct question. So that one was, I mean, it's over already. That's the thing sometimes about a direct question. Obviously, even then, I still am able to kind of like go and put it into context, because it's not friends plural, it's friend singular, who's probably kind of like brought another person into the mix as well. So there's like three of them altogether. There's only two friends, but then there's Nay as well, because Nay was struggling with, really kind of like figuring out what she wanted to do with the situation, and what directive she's going to be making moving forward. So I think it's one of those things where she's kind of got her little, yeah, actually, well, I guess you can say friends plural because now it's two people. So you're right there. She's got two people in particular that she's speaking to about the situation so that she can, I guess, almost get some feedback if she's making the right decisions on certain things when it comes to you guys, because I think she's still getting comfortable. Um, I wonder if it was a good conversation. Listen, the conversation was what it was now, girl. Yeah, I think the conversation was a little bit tricky to navigate through, because I think that, like I said, the conversation was really them leaning on their friend for support in terms of like, am I making the right decision? Is this the right thing for me to be doing right now? Do I have the emotional capacity to kind of like navigate through this? Because I think like these are just some of the things that they're pondering, right? Because they're navigating through their own trust issues as well. So as they're doing that, they're kind of like having to evaluate whether or not they're in a sound place to be able to receive what it is that you're going to be giving, right? But yeah, I think that they've got two people that they're engaging with in conversation. Are you okay for me to move on to question number 2? Is that unpacked enough for you? Let me ask you that, because that was a direct question. I'm surprised that they were able to sort of like put it into context so direct, because sometimes they talk around in riddles all the way around the question, in fact. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I've moved on to your question number 2. Oh, hey, Corey. How are you doing, beautiful? Shanae. The list is closed, unfortunately. The free list is closed, donation list is open, but there may be people on the free list who may miss their opportunity. I'm about to take a little 10-minute recess whilst we have intermission. I'm going to figure out what's going to be here. I'm actually going to go and grab some stuff as well. I need to like just unplug for a second and come back into the space, but you can always tune in. Yeah, good, Corey. You can always tune in next Friday. So those are the options. You can either Tune in next Friday. Stick around and wait for somebody to miss their opportunity on the free list, which sounds very opportunistic, but hey, opportunities are here to be culled. Or you can sort of donate for the donation list and skip the free list queue. Okay, that's how we work around here. Yeah, that's fine, Law. And I'm surprised too. Listen, you and me both. I think it was one of those things where they I think they were like struggling. They were struggling if they made. I don't. It's almost like they question whether or not they made the right decision. And I think it's one of those things where they told one friend, and that one friend, who's usually their confidant, was just like, no help. And that's the best way that I can put it. They didn't really have anything that they could give to the situation. They weren't really saying much. So then they ended up having to share with another friend as well, as far as the story, because they were just looking for, support to figure out what way to go with everything. So that part, girl. Let's move on to question number 2. Okay, question number 2. Let's get it out here. Is, what are Ebony's Leo's intentions or feelings with me? Okay, let's do both. Firstly, let's start with the feelings. What are Ebony's feelings towards our girl Ajaz? Okay. Oh, interesting. What are Ebony's feelings towards Ajaz? Is Ebony with somebody? I'm going to wait for you to answer that question, Ajaz. Is Ebony with somebody? Let me know firstly. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to clarify that as well. Please clarify. And also, if people who are in the room that are on the list can start just putting out a wave or something in the chat so I know that you're around, waiting for your reading, that would be good. Please clarify, guys. Put it into, thank you. Because I'm not sure who's still here. And I know that Mina's sort of like popped off, so I want to be able to maintain an understanding of the free list, the last list that Mina had put together. So Mina's not here. I'm aware of that. Do we have Ash, Anisha, Ethereal Baddie, Kay, Sammy, So Amazing, Spiritual Tarot? Those are all the guys. Okay, so your answer is yes, they do have someone. Okay. That's why I had to ask the question, right? Because it's like they think that you're a nice person. They think that you're a kind person. You're generous. They do feel like, you're somebody who they can call on, if you will. But I think for the most part as well, because of their dynamic, there's definitely like a deep contemplation on the situation when it comes to you guys. Are you guys pursuing something on the side? Are we doing like a little side menu? I have to ask the question, obviously, because then I can, I can advise basically accordingly. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, y'all. Waiting for Ajaz to confirm to me. What was the question? Are you guys trying to create a little side story? That was it. Sidebar moment, right? Sorry, my eyes. I have to ask the question so that I know how I'm proceeding moving forward with the cards. But what it is showing me, putting everything into context for you, there's a closure on the situation. There's a closure on the situation. I don't think that she is looking too deeply romantically. I'm asking the question so that I can understand. Because there isn't likely to be anything. She doesn't want to take this seriously. So the reason that's why I asked if this side menu is gonna be like continuing to be a thing, because I think it's going to just be that, a side menu. I think that she's basically just trying to juggle. And that's kind of how she is willing to keep it. We've been seeing one another a lot, yeah, and she wants to be able to that's manifested itself due to like undelivered promises in her own relationship, is what they're saying to me. Because after you said that, they kind of like brought that to my attention. Yeah, you guys have been spending a lot more time together because of undelivered promises. And her home situation, as much as she's trying to have this be a side menu, she might like want to start preparing herself for this to be a little bit more main, if she's not careful, because she, yeah, may find herself in a situation. Basically, at the minute, she's not necessarily managing as well as she needs to with all of her other responsibilities, I guess. And because of that, it's actually going to cause a little bit of a flare up for her. I don't know if she's already had one of those, but there might be a flare up within the next 8 to 10 weeks within our household dynamics, which may impact the amount of time that you guys are able to spend together for a little while. And that's why I asked about that as well. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a finding out situation that happens. I don't know if that's what they're talking about, but I do think that something sort of like comes up. Hold on. I want to see Mercury retrograde dates, because I think we're supposed to be navigating through some stuff. Okay, Mercury retrograde is happening from the 23rd of August until the 14th of September. So I think that it's like just after the Mercury retrograde. I think that there's going to be a lot of stuff basically being on Earth during the Mercury retrograde for you guys. And after the Mercury retrograde come down, well, the universe is going to be setting y'all up during the Mercury retrograde. So be mindful, be very vigilant. If obviously she wants to sort of like have, that be her main situation, whilst this is like her side menu, the consequences might be quite drastic with the climate that we're under, astrologically speaking. So she has to be super, super vigilant, make sure that she's on top of things with her management on everything, because there may otherwise be a confrontation within the next 6 to 7 weeks. Like, yeah. Oh God, lol. Yep, I'm exiting mission. Okay, 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 okay. There's some stuff about to be unearthed about that situation. Some stuff's gonna come out. Is going to, she's gonna get found out basically. So good job for you exiting before shit hits the fan. At least once, it does get messy, you won't necessarily be around having to pick up the pieces. But it's about to get messy in like the next 6 to 8 weeks. I want to give like a full on 6 to 10 weeks window. Like it starts to kind of like trickle in week 6 and it lasts for like a good month window. So yeah, there's like a whole situation playing out. Thanks to Mercury retrograde. How nice. Okay, so what is the overall guidance then? Oh no, we weren't even there yet. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm having a whole conversation. Sorry, guys, if it seems like I'm off on many tangent. Good for you. Because I think now is the best time for you to get out. Because I think I already like touched in on her intentions. Her intentions basically to have this as a side situation. There's not really any intention to kind of like make it a main dynamic type thing. So I'm gonna close out with guidance on what you need to do. What's the overall guidance then, Spirit, for our guy? Hey, Jazz, come on, guys. What do you guys advise Jazz to do with this situation? Make it very clear, please. Oh, hey, Mina, beautiful. You're back from your nap. Just in time. Okay. They're saying, look, there's no opportunity here. It's not necessarily a situation. Oh, you missed Rika's reading, girl. You was out for a little bit. But we are on to Jazz's donation reading now, and then we're going to come to you. Okay. We haven't slept together yet, but I feel like I shouldn't. Yeah, I know you did. Girl. Like literally, it was funny because I noticed that there wasn't any sort of like updates, and then the guys were like, "Yeah, she's napping. Just let her have some downtime." I even said to the guys, "Look, don't judge her. Don't. She just needs this time to like rest her eyes for a minute. She'll be back." And here you are, girl. So thank you for showing back up. It's so funny, but you did need it. The guys are like, yeah, just let her have it. So you're good. Don't worry. You weren't needed like during that space, It's cool. Oh god, they probably like did give me a visual of you like doing your sleeping again this time as well. So it's all good. You're good, beautiful. But yeah, Ajaz, they said that this is the perfect timing for you. There's no opportunity here. It's not a situation where it's not the right time. Like this person doesn't necessarily have like good intentions towards you. And when I say good intentions towards you, I mean they have selfish intentions towards themselves. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It is more like temptation, and that temptation's just there to basically have you like pretty much just manifest some negative karma for yourself, okay? And you don't need it, nor do you want it, okay? So it's one of those situations. Yeah, it's one of those situations. Just kind of like let this one. There's no losses here with this one. We kind of just have to let it be what it is. Okay. It's the best thing that you can do for yourself because it's about to get messy anyways. It's about to get messy. I know that you guys haven't like slept together, but you guys have had like inappropriate conversations. And I think some of those things are going to unearth themselves in the next few weeks because it seems like things in her household starts to get a little bit chaotic due to this dynamic or this space that you guys have shared in about 6 to 8 weeks. Okay. And you will do yourself best to just stay out of it. Okay, it's got nothing to do with you, girl. This is a homegrown married folks problems that has nothing to do with you. Okay, but I hope that was useful for you. Oh, On that note, Mia, I was actually saying earlier, I was saying that yeah, I was gonna take a 10-minute break when I get to you actually, just so that I can regroup. Because I need to go and grab something. Um, so you can have a little 10-minute nap. Put your timer on. I also wanted to check and see who's here as well. Oh, I'll end it when she gets. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna get chaotic. That's the real tea, girl. Like this, even after you end it, she must be like, I don't. We're in such a climate where Saturn isn't like holding details of like negative karma that's earned. It's almost like we're manifesting very imminent karma almost for like the negative aspects of stuff just as much as we are for the positive aspects of stuff. So things are going to start like unearthing themselves. And she gonna get caught. So when you do end it with her, tell her to get rid of all the evidence. Okay, girl, all the evidence. Okay. I got to get her to delete my video. Yes, girl. See, now you talking. Now you talking. Now you exactly. We see each other, girl. Just gently back up out of this situation. Okay? Just gently back up out of the situation. Yeah, you don't need all of these problems. Okay? Um, yeah. Just allow time. Because that's what I said to you. It's funny because we literally said it around about the same time. You want to get rid of anything that she does have because it's going to be a whole thing. Okay? A whole thing. Oh, God, I hope that that was useful for you, girl, because like it's about to go down soon enough. And you don't want to be there when it does. Okay? Get your Speedy Gonzalez shoes on and out of there. Oh, on that note, y'all, I'm gonna have a quick little breakdown time. Okay. Mina is repopulating the list because I'm not sure who's here, but there's probably quite a few people. I haven't seen Anisha at any point during the chat. So amazing. I think I did see at one point. In spiritual terror, I haven't seen for a while as well. Obviously, they're at the end. But yeah, that paragraph, you better exit. You are not auditioning for these roles, okay? Oh, dude, that's so funny. But yeah, on that note, I'll be back 2 secs, guys. Mina's gonna get the new list together, and then I'm gonna come in. Yeah, yeah. There's some embarrassment that's about to come. Like, trust me, you don't want no parts of it. She's gonna be in the doghouse for a little bit. And yeah, you don't want to be like, yeah, you just duck that karma type thing. You see what I'm saying? Hell, I'll be waiting for her at the airport as soon as she lands. Yeah. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into this space. Clearly, you needed to sort of like get the guidance because your guides are like, this ain't it, girl. Oh, on that note, I'll be back 2 secs, guys. Yay, ethereal baddie. You're almost there on the list. Where are you? Let me see where you were on this current list because you may be able to get moved up on the list. Haven't seen Anisha for real, for real. So Ash, I haven't seen her in the chat for a minute. Sammy, I did see at one point, but they pop in and out of the chat. So they might be sort of popping back in whenever, really. I did see Kay at some point as well. So Amazing was in here. But it may be a case of you and Mina getting read, ethereal baddie. Oh, Eli. Sorry, my love, the free list is closed, but stick around. We were just discussing the fact that some people may actually miss their opportunity on the free list. So that may be your cue, okay? But yeah, I'll be back, guys. Break time. Right, y'all. Who have we still got in the building? Okay, we've got Mina. Okay, so Amazing still here. Okay, we managed to get the list back together. Hi, I'm back. Do I still have a chance to be added? I see the list got smaller. If not, that's okay. You do have an opportunity to be added. Beautiful. I'm hanging around. Okay, Mina, let's do this to the list. Let's get Spiritual Tarot back on the list after So Amazing. I don't know if So Amazing's still here. I haven't seen them. But I know that they'll probably might pop back in at some point, and if they don't, by the time we get to them, that's fine. We'll just go to Spiritual Tarot. Oh, damn, Ash just came back into the room. Mina, Mayday. We're having a meltdown. Okay. So if we get back Ash in her slot, which was after you, Mina, and then we can do Ethereal Baddie, and K, and then So Amazing. And then we've got Spiritual Tarot. And then we can put K-Cat at the end. So K-Cat can take Anisha's place, but obviously they're not going to get Anisha's position on the list because there's other people that have been waiting for a while. Right, so that's what Ash was on the list before you as well. Okay, so this is let me get this off the current thingy that's there. This is the list, Mina. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. Mina, and then 2 we've got Ash 13, and then 3 we've got Ethereal Baddie, and then 4 we've got K, right? Let's see the original list as well. Yeah, we've got K. If Ash is here, that means that Sammy might pop back in as well. Ethereal Baddie. Okay, Mina, Ash 13, Ethereal Baddie, K. So amazing. Before K-Cat, can we get Spiritual Journey Tarot right after? Yeah, we did just update it. Beautiful. We were like, okay, we did like a check for who was here. Can we put can we put Spiritual Journey Tarot in front of K-Cat, because K-Cat's lost on the list, taking Anisha's place. Okay, good. Thank you so much, beautiful. See? And if you didn't have that nap, you know, your mind might have been so tired and exhausted. It was so funny, Mina, because when I was talking and I was like saying stuff, I was like, yeah, Mina, I'm going to take a break. They were like, she's not here. She's taking a nap. I was like, okay. They were like, yeah, just let her enjoy this moment because, yeah, you know, she deserves it. And it seemed like you were like really good. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good. It seemed like it was a really good nap as well. It was quite a compromising position. It did look funny to me as well. I was like, oh, because they proper showed me like remote viewing. They were like, yeah, she's busy taking a nap. So yeah, that was funny. That was hilarious. But yes, beautiful. And here you are, just in time for your go. Look at God. God's like, wake up, girl. It's your go. Oh God, Sammy's back in the room. Okay, so where Sammy was after K. So can we get Sammy back on the list after K as well? Yeah, I know. I know, Mina. I did say if Ash is here, that means that Sammy's going to be popping back in as well. I don't know how long it was, but it was the highlight of my day. Yeah, listen, it was a really like it wasn't too long. I'd say it was like probably 10 to 12 minutes, and I thought, oh, that was like no, that's not true actually, because I did read for I read Farika, and you know my readings are longer. That's at least a good 20 minutes right there. And then I also was like reading for Thingy by the time you came in. Um, so yeah, that was like a good 20 minutes, but I love a good quick nap. It always, you know. Thank you, beautiful. So this is the official up-to-date list, guys. This is where we are. So we've got Mina, who I'm going to read for now. We've got Ash 13, Ethereal Baddie, Kay, Sammy, So Amazing, Spiritual Journey Tarot, and K Cat. Okay, so that's where we are for tonight, guys. Let's go and dive into it. We're going to take Mina's questions. And then Ash, start getting your question ready soon enough. We're going to pick up the pace. I'm not going to lie, because we're like 3 hours in and we have like, what, 2, 4, 6. Oh, we practically still have like a full list of people, basically. Yeah, we've got like 9 people on the list. So, yeah. What are current thoughts or feelings of Shokat towards me? How honest you think he is with me? I think he's honest to the degree that he has to be. I'll tell you that much for free. Okay, so yes, new list. Okay, let's pop that on. Let's see. What are Shokat's current we'll start with the thoughts first towards Mina. Yeah, I know the feelings vibrate a lot denser, but humor me. Let's start with the thought process first, because a lot of the times the thought process also gives me indication of like what feelings are kind of like circulating, producing these thoughts, right? So hang tight, just work with me. What is Shokat's? Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it seems as though his thought process, interestingly enough, towards you, um, it seems like there hasn't been like, well, for the most part, it feels like there hasn't been much progress. I'm presuming he's looking at that in terms of like the romantic aspect of stuff. Because I have to kind of like put that across. The undertone of this seems to be about like being unrealistic and naive, basically. So I think that he still has like residual romantic feelings towards you from where he was a while ago in this friendship that you guys are kind of like cultivating together. um I'm sure he's probably like still made inappropriate comments, basically, which blurs the lines of your friendship. Um, yeah. Interestingly enough, it's a major arcana for you guys in terms of this relationship dynamic and where you guys are. Um, yeah. Yeah. It seems as though we had an argument, so I decided to give it a break. It's interesting because down here as well, I was actually you guys have gone through a few of these little spats recently, right? Because it seems like you guys are navigating through like sequences of miscommunication by the sounds of it. But it seems like you guys are struggling to be able to move past these moments of miscommunication when they're arising. And it seems to be like reactive measures when it comes to these situations as they show up, which is a little bit of a challenge actually for both of you guys. Yeah. Seems like it's just one of those situations. I think the distance has basically like brought back it's brought back those thought process of like the romantic aspects of things as well. Frequent arguments. I'm the reactive one. At least you honest, girl. At least you honest, okay? Um, yeah, but I think he sometimes like says certain things as well. And I think that like a lot of these things can be like random Uranus moments, right? When you least expect it type thing. And I think that that's why he gets the reactive responses that he gets from you. So I think definitely your thing is learning how to manage your impulse in the heat of situations. And I think again, because we identified last time that he's actually here to help with the I think it was the he's a Sagittarius, and there's I think it was the midheaven that was in Sagittarius, if I'm not mistaken, when we discussed the charting last. So obviously, in order for you to kind of continue to, he jokingly says things that he has no idea I will react so horribly to. Yeah, well, see, that's precisely it. That's precisely it. It's a philosophical shift and updating that needs to be happening with that software. So, um, hmm, let's go into his feelings on the situation. Well, I think I just kind of like put that across. The distance has actually reignited some of the romantic feelings that he had initially, and he's kind of like navigating through the process of that as well to figure out what he's doing from there. Okay. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Right. So my next question is going to be how honest do I think he is? I'm just gonna check in and see how honest he is. Period, girl. You gotta check in and see how honest he is. Period. How honest is Showcat? Okay, thank you. That was pretty quick, y'all. Let's see what you guys were saying. Okay. 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 He kind of says what he needs to when he needs to, basically. So he's honest selectively. He's not always honest, but he's honest majority of the time. I want to say like a good 87% of the times he's honest because of his level of respect for you. So he tries his best to be as honest as possible, but there'll be the one and two things here and there that he might, slip up on for the most part. He actually lies about small things more so than big things, to be fair. Big things he'll be pretty honest about. Small things he might just tell a white lie here and there to spare feelings. Yeah, that's exactly it. He tells a white lie to spare feelings. We've got the temperance card here. You are right. I also sense that. Yeah. It's just one of those things where he's kind of like trying to moderate the temperature in the space, and because he has like a people pleaser tendency, he likes to just make sure that people in the environment when they're experiencing him kind of generally have like a good experience of him. So he tries his best not to aggravate people too much intentionally. He doesn't mean to be like aggravating to anybody. It's just that sometimes he's not aware basically of he doesn't really read the room too well sometimes, so he can overdo it. What about his feelings? Do you think it is as dense as he tries to verbalize? I think that he thinks that it is. I think that he thinks that it is, but I think that as well with the situation. Oh, interestingly enough, yep. My eye, guys. Yeah, Listen, I'll t- sorry, I'm laughing because we have this saying back home in Jamaica, right? Um, and it's funny because like they literally like when I was about to answer your question, I was like, they're like, yeah, but he, my granny said, yeah, but him red eye. Yeah, so what that means, he's red eye. Um, it's basically when people tend to be like, they kind of like see other people's stuff and they want it, basically. You being other people's stuff and him wanting that. So I think that there are feelings there, but I don't think that he understands really where these feelings come from, why these feelings are here, and what to really do with these feelings. That's why, as he continues to talk and talk about the feelings, sometimes it can be a little bit like, okay, what do I do with all of this expression now? You know, I do think that he has feelings towards you. Um, but I'm gonna say this. I think that he himself as well needs to get a little bit more clarity about, you know, those quote unquote feelings and what can be done with them or not, basically, because you guys are having these sort of like conversations. And I think he he has to be able to, sorry, I'm like trying to put it into context. There's so many things going on in there's so many things going on. I was like literally I was sat there in a channel just now, and because I was like listening to music last night, my muscle memory just triggered a channel of like Nicki Minaj super bass. That was so funny just then. I'm sorry guys, that tickled me. I just thought it randomly just trickled into my channel. But yes. He does have some of those, super bass feelings. Okay, he do make his heart go boom, 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 boom. I love it when they talk in muscle memory tracks. Like seriously, I love it when they're talking muscle memory tracks. Like that shit cracks me up all the time. I'm just like, dang. Sometimes they like give me these old school tracks that I don't even know, and I have to go and research and stuff as well to like express themselves, like really express what it is, like the verbiage. But yeah, you do make his heart go. And I think he's kind of like trying to figure out the best way for him to navigate through it, because obviously he's conflicted, right? He's conflicted with the feelings that he has. He's conflicted with the fact that there's competition in this space, because obviously he's fighting for your heart. Um, Fighting for room, to be able to sort of like have his own place in your heart as well. And I think as he's navigating through some of those aspects, sometimes he gets a little bit overwhelmed, because he does have a bit of a people pleasing tendency. So when he does kind of like get these moments of triggers from you, he he gets a little bit disappointed in himself. And I think he treads carefully the next time. But be careful, girl. He might just end up feeling like he has to tread on eggshells constantly to be able to navigate through the space. Okay. Let's see what's the guidance for you. That was too funny. That was hilarious. They are funny. Okay. What is the overall guidance then for our girl Mina? Okay. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Yeah. How do you feel in the situation at the minute? Is there room to forgive and forget and move forward? Let me ask you that question. Yeah, well, it's funny you say that, because I don't know why I asked you that question is because this was the overall advice. It was like forgiveness. It was a very hard boundary, like a very hard no. So I don't know what the dynamics of the situation was. But it feels like there's forgiveness, but there's still like this very firm no. I don't necessarily like feel open entirely to this space and situation, which is why I asked the question basically. But I don't get it what he wants out of this situation. And I get you on that as well, because I don't think he knows. He's blurring the lines, beautiful. He's distorting the whole dynamic. Like I said, you guys are there to do work, but clearly you guys are there to do different work. His work is to basically not distort a a situation with his spirit of lust, firstly. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely like an admiration there for you, but a lot of the stuff that you're getting, oh, this is my feeling, this is, men usually think that they are in love, being led by the spirit of lust a lot of the times. Um, I was very harsh with him because something bruised your ego or his ego. I don't think he knows what he wants out of the situation as well, beautiful, to be honest with you, because I don't know that you can, like, he wants to basically sort of like, if he could have it his way, he'd want to be with you, like, be with you. Um, but unfortunately, it can't be his way. Like, he hides his feelings from me and mostly is very respectful. Subliminal Galaxy. Hey, I is good. How are you? How's life lifing you? That part. Thanks for the sub, beautiful. The free list is closed for tonight. We're going to be back live next Friday. You can either donate to continue to get reading tonight, but I'm pretty sure that everybody's on the list at the minute is pretty much going to be here for their turn because we just did a resumming of everything. Oh, my babe calling. Bear with me, guys. So. Sayal. Speaking of which, he says he wants to be with me, but due to border issues, it isn't possible. And there you go. So those are some of the factors to the situation, right? And he claims he doesn't have resources to work it out, but still he wants to stay in touch. Yeah. How do you feel about that? I had to ask that question because obviously it's kind of like, you know, somewhat being in a relationship and not type thing. So it's like a very blurred lines type dynamic. But I don't get it. Like, I'm happy having him as a friend. Well, this is what I'm trying. This is what I just said to you, beautiful. Like, a lot of the times, the women come into this space knowing the assignment to some degree. That we don't always know the assignment, but to some degree, it's usually like when we're vibrating in a healthy manner, it is usually a case of basically having to get to know you're still here, okay? That's what's up. Um, I'm okay with it, but I feel bad when he has feelings. What's the point of staying in touch? And I get you on that. I get you on that. This is why I was saying, like, I can see that there's forgiveness, there's an opportunity to like forgive, and that's easy, but it's like a pretty firm no as well with this as an opportunity. It's not necessarily an opportunity for anything, it's not necessarily going anywhere. It's not necessarily a situation that's going to be able to develop into anything that he wants. He's really just kind of biding his own time, basically. Ultimately, that's what's occurring. He's biding his time. He's saying things that he feels he needs to be able to say to be able to get the results or responses that he wants, which isn't really anything or anywhere. The advice, like I said, for you, forgive, but it's a strong no. There isn't really much of an opportunity for anything to kind of like move forward with this situation. That's the overall advice. It's not about compromising here. It's a case of listening to your intuition. It's up to you to reconsider this situation and let go and let God. Okay. That's the guidance for you. But I hope that that was useful for you, because I know that that's a tricky one with this individual. Talk about pointless, but I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Right, Ash. We got you on the chopping block next. What's the damage? What's your situation? That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. I'd say you're well within your rights to kind of like keep firm on this one, because I think that he's really just kind of biding his time and wasting yours in the process, because you guys aren't going to get on the same page on this. He's just going to say things that he feels like you need to be able to hear so he can keep you sort of like around whilst he pretends to be a friend. But he doesn't want friendship. He wants more than friendship. He would want friendship to be a part of the relationship, but he doesn't want just friendship. Let me put it like that, actually, in reword. But yes, we're gonna go on to Ash, our girl Ash next. Interesting. Yeah, because Leo, Venus is retrograde in Leo. What important lesson am I supposed to learn during this current Venus retrograde, especially about love? Oh, okay, let's dive into that. That's a good one. Yeah. You don't necessarily need the extra stuff, girl. Life is already lifing enough. Showcat don't need you to kind of like put on a show, like you're good. That part. So let's go and dive into it. Right, guys. So our girl Ash, what lessons, right? That part, Mina. What lessons are this Venus retrograde sort of presenting for our girl Ash during this season? Okay. Tower moments. Okay. Thank you. That was quick and easy. Oh. Okay. 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 Oh, you're dealing with a Leo. Okay, look at that. Right on cue, my love. Right on cue. Okay. So the main theme of what this Venus retrograde is trying to sort of like highlight for you, in all honesty, from what I can see, it is speaking about the stress and hard work of some of these blocked creativity, particularly. So there's a few things, right? It's talking about the dynamics when it comes to children. and the stress and responsibility when it comes to that. So you're basically reevaluating, observing the timeline on that, really thinking about where you are in position relationship wise versus that being a probability at any point in time. You're reconstructing a timeline if it's a possibility, even. Um, and you're kind of like really understanding as well some of the burdens that some of this blocked energy that you're dealing with is kind of having an impact on you, like the hesitancy that you deal with in terms of romantic relationships. Yeah, I know that's the whole point. You're basically evaluating why that's a thing at the minute. You're evaluating why you don't have children at the minute. um you're supposed to, I say supposed to, but this is kind of like what the energies are encouraging for you at the minute. You're also understanding, I'm not gonna lie, a part of the dynamics is that I know that you want kids, but there are certain responsibilities that you don't necessarily want to be stuck with. And I think that that's obviously you want it a certain type of way in terms of the dynamic, right? You don't necessarily, you're not basically going into it hoping to have the single um parent experience, basically. And I think that those are some of the factors as to why that hasn't manifested itself just yet. But you're supposed to be evaluating these things during this Venus retrograde so that you can start prepping yourself and working towards possible resolutions to some of these things. Um, Another aspect of it is really kind of like realizing that when it comes to like relationships for you, it's going to be a lot of hard work. You seem to be manifesting, or it seems as though like obviously we're all flawed, we're all human beings, but they're saying that um, you know, the dynamics of the person that you're with right now, you're realizing yourself even that it's something that you'd actually have to work hard at in terms of the relationship, because there is so many areas of doubt. There is so many areas where one isn't necessarily all the way sure and secure in this relationship just yet, right? So they're kind of like asking to really understand why that doubt is there. What are some of the factors that may be making you feel not as comfortable in the freshness? Because I think from what I can sense with this Leo, it seems as though it's a case of like still figuring them out, and sometimes they can run hot and cold type thing. And I think it's those are some of the like behaviors of hesitancy that you're kind of like navigating through, right? Those are some of the behaviors of what's it called? It's actually causing delays as well, to be fair. But those are some of the delays of hesitancy, some of the behaviors of hesitancy that you've been navigating through. Okay, so what should she be doing in this time of the Mercury retrograde? Or do that? Yeah, he messaged me out of the blue today. Yeah, I think after a period of no contact, yeah, that's kind of like what the. So basically, there's a few things. And I'm gonna basically just give you all these codes because I can see them sort of like stemming across the screen in my mind. Few factors as to what it is that you're navigating through during this what's it called, Venus retrograde. I had to deal with a lot of rejection this week. Okay, so you're bleeding that out, which is good. One after the next. That's nice. That's nice. You need to bleed that out because that's one of those emotions that every emotion's kind of like transferable anyways, but it's one of those emotions, genetically speaking, that can like bleed out for up to like a good 7 to 8 generations. um that's what's up. Love the giveaway. Love that. That means your luck is heightened. And also rejection's always God's protection. So trust and believe whatever you got rejected from, God don't need you to be a part of whatever that was at the time. But yes. Oh, with me and 4 friends, only one agreed to go. That's okay though. You only need one good one, girl. Like you can set a whole scene. I had to beg people to go. Damn. Okay. So that's where you kind of like dealt with the rejections as well. Okay. It's all good though. It's all good. I think in terms of the oh, Angus is coming along. That's nice. Yay. Look at that. That's what's up. Love a good freebie. Um, yeah, it seems like your luck is kind of like up there. I think the main issue that you deal with when it comes to like the Venus retrograde class is hesitancy. Then I got a job out of the blue, girl. This is your season. Look at that. Snaps for you on that one. Look at that. Out of the blue as well, you know. But this is definitely your season. Seems like you've been navigating through a week of luck, and I love that for you. That's a really nice week. Um, this is really oh, to work at a top cosmetic company. Look at that for 4 days. Look at that, beautiful. Four is the number of the angels, the archangels. Girl, you the other day when that demon come to try and attach itself to you and you put up that good fight, listen, God heard your prayers, okay? He kept the demon at bay and he's like, in fact, here, my child. Good for you, girl. Another snaps for you. That part, okay? Luck and rejection. Hell yeah. Rejection's a piece of the luck as well. God is luckily rejecting you from all this stuff that is not necessarily aligned with what you need in your life right now. That's all. Don't get me wrong now. The human that I am in this manifestation, can take the rejection to be like a little bit of a hit to the ego, but for the most part, the consciousness that's occupying this body is like, hell yeah, God saw me through that one. I definitely did not need that. So that part, you got rejected by all of the things and factors that are not needed for where God is about to take you during the time that you're about to have moving forward. Okay. Whoever said no, whatever you were rejected of, trust me, God don't need you bringing any conflict to where you're going. He's like, nah, not my Ash. Not right now. Those things are behind us. They're in the past, you know? But yeah, let's see. What should our girl Ash be doing during the Venus retrograde then? What should she do? Okay, thank you. That part. Love. Yeah, that part, right? Okay, they're saying what you should be doing, interestingly enough, in this time. It's kind of like, navigating through your building of your empire. It is quite overwhelming, and you may find yourself being overly protective of it once you're actually sort of like, on a rhythm, on a roll. Because the place I have to go tomorrow is really nice. Oh, that's nice. I love that. Love that. The way that God's just positioning you for just so many blessings. Look at that. Right? Yeah. This is what you should be doing during this Venus retrograde. Just yes, the empire is going to be overwhelming and it's interesting, right? Because the retrograde is going to be finishing up soon, but the dynamics of it is really going to be one of those things that shifts yourself as well, because obviously Venus retrograde, Venus is definitely all about like creativity, but it's also like the planet that generally sort of like impacts our romantic life deeply. All of the other planets and stuff, they impact our other relationships in other ways. Venus specifically tunes in on that personal creativity as well as the romantic relationship. So seems like you're kind of like laying the foundations of your future, basically, when it comes to the romance side of things. You're navigating through a transition, and you're kind of, the best way that I can put it, you're kind of like preparing yourself, you're positioning yourself for exactly what we spoke about, children. You're positioning yourself for the right partner to be able to allow for you to be comfortable enough to take that next step and move into that next phase of life comfortably. Yeah. So what is the advice then for our girl Ash? Don't worry, ethereal baddie. I got you, girl. You've been out here hanging out for a minute, making sure that you're present. So I appreciate you. Hi, Jennifer. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, Mama. I think donation list is closed as well because I'm actually going to be heading out for soon enough. You can start posting your question, my love. I don't think you'll be a single parent, Ash. I think obviously those are some of the factors that you're trying to navigate through in ensuring that that's not your reality, right? Because you're trying to kind of like lay down the foundations, right? But yeah, I think it's just one of those things when it comes to the dynamics and situations. Yeah, obviously, like right now. So basically, I'll put it to you like this because this is the whole point. Sorry, my crown, there's like lots of downloads coming through. I probably have to take my hair down in a second, yo, because there's like lots of downloads coming through and it's kind of like clogging my crown up here. I can feel it in there as they come through. But yes, so the situation, I'm actually prepping myself for anything, to be honest. And well, see, this is a part. I don't think it's going to be the case for you short term. I think it's going to be determined by how well you guys can communicate within the relationship, because it seems like the main issue that you might have again is communication breakdown. And that tends to be when you present your direct personality when it comes to communication. Sometimes that can be quite dominating in the space, and a lot of men can be triggered to feel emasculated by that direct tone. So those are some of the things that may basically sort of cause hindrance to the process of being able to kind of like navigate. So that's what I'd say with that. I don't think I think it's possible, but it's not necessarily highly probable, depending as well on the type of person that you do choose. If you see the red flags and you're basically sifting through appropriately, and I want to say this, like, we live in a society where we're constantly like canceling people and the cancel culture is real. But not every single situation is like a control or delete. Sometimes it's more of a, let me control or print screen and do some changes. Know what I mean? Like sometimes you kind of have to like do some changes as opposed to throw the whole thing out. So I think the person that you do end up manifesting children with is a case of like doing some changes to be able to kind of decide on how to be able to sort of like have that environment be copacetic to what you want for the children. But it's quite the thing. It's quite the thing. What's the advice for our girl Ash, guys, during this Venus retrograde season? What's the advice? Oh, I feel like I want to take down my hair for real, for real. Okay, communicate clearly. and remain positive. There will be success. This one isn't necessarily about taking action. The opportunities are going to be flowing into you. Okay. Yeah, because I remove myself super fast after I see a red flag. Well, that's the thing. What we've got to think about, right, are our non-negotiables. Our non-negotiables are our complete deal breakers, right? Because even with my 3-year-old nephew, who's now 3, who's a very good negotiator, some things I have to be very clear. This is a non-negotiable, Kari. It's not up for discussion. We're not talking about it. Okay, this is what it is. Auntie's firm and final on that. It's the same thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Your non-negotiables are the things that warrants you leaving. Things that are like, that's like, so for me personally, like, I don't mind people having character flaws because I understand that, it's just a part of the process of being human. I do mind, however, people who are content with their character flaws because I'm a Virgo rising. I see perfection. It's just the way that it is. Like, I'm constantly looking for something to change, tweak, and get better at within my own self. So I wouldn't be a good fit for them because they don't want to work. And I require them to work for the relationship to work. Do you see what I'm saying? So that would be an ultimate deal breaker. Now, if there's somebody who has character flaws, but they're actively working on those things, I got time. Shit, I'm in no rush. Life is lifing. It's all good. Do you see what I'm saying? So you've got to make a clear definition on what are some of your non-negotiables versus some of the things that you're willing to work with someone on, right? Because you're not going to get the perfect partner. They're going to come to you imperfect, and you guys are going to figure out how to kind of blend well. Okay. But yeah, they said just communicate clearly and remain positive is the assignment for you during this Virgo, Hemi Virgo, during this Venus retrograde, because things are already sort of moving in your favor and there are opportunities trickling into you. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. It is raining out there. I'm gonna have to take my hair down. I'm just gonna have to take it down. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, I can feel the downloads coming through, guys. Now it's raining out there as well. It feels like, oh, damn. Sorry. Sorry, y'all, but it was getting like busy up in here with these downloads. Okay, they were just coming through. I don't know if you guys can see like the veins going down. Like it was too much. It was too much. Okay, but yes, thank you, Ash. Thank you, beautiful. It's hurting my head, Mina. It's like, damn, all these downloads coming through, coming through. I'm like, damn. I was trying to like maintain my cute, but hey, it's cool. We'll just continue to finish out the space like this for now, because that's much better on the crown in receiving the incoming. Damn. Thank you again for putting your question out there. Is that part, right? That's exactly it, Release the pressure because it was just there and I was like trying to think, but yeah, it was cool. It is. I tell you guys all the time when I come into this space, right? Like I am, it looks so soothing how you're rubbing the center of your head. That always feels like trust me, beautiful. And especially when you have like clogged downloads, like just in your space, like it's even better. I love doing that after freshly washing my hair or when it's straight and you can touch right on, listen, right in there, girl, right in there. It's the best, absolute best. Yeah, I needed to do that. I literally, as soon as I took it down, I was like, oh, this is going to be really nice for my sleep later. So I know you get it, K-Cat. Okay, you get it. Because it's one of those situations. That was the first thing that came to my mind. I thought, oh, this is gonna be so good when I go to sleep later. Because there's just been like a backlog right up in my crown, and it's been like so intense, like bringing all that through. And then it started to rain as well. And then, like, so the static, because electricity and water, like, it creates static, the static was like making the downloads even more. I'm literally that human, right? That is constantly like narrating what's going on in my body. Oh, and it's raining outside, and because I'm in here and I'm doing some channeling, that is actually intercepting my channels and is creating static. So like I'm literally I was in a room once and someone started to like sing a song, and it was supposed to be a song to basically activate the solar plexus, and I was like, what are you doing? You're removing my solar plexus energy. Stop doing that. I wasn't ready. But that's me. Okay. I'm gonna everything that happens in this avatar, I'm constantly like narrating, so it gets a little bit tricky from time to time. But yeah, they did actually have to stop because I was like, no, it took me a lot of work to like get my solar plexus to where I had it. Can you give it back, please? Because I don't want it to be like moving on your command. I need it to move on my command. Oh, trust me, it's actually hilarious. I'm not clear on what's going on with my third eye because I've had head pressure since 2019. A medium said it's the power lines in the area, and I have one right next to my window connecting to a pole in my backyard, girl. Listen, these things, like, obviously, because like we're natural. Sorry, ethereal baddie. I know you've been out here waiting, girl. I'm not taking the pee. I'm just trying to like engage and stuff. I'm literally just sidebar, just gonna stick a pin in it. Give me 2 secs. Um, because we're like never, whenever I'm awake though. Thanks, Mina. Listen, it can be a lot sometimes because I'm like, huh. I never know what to share. That's why, like, when I come into this space, this is like my most authentic because I don't share as much like in the real world with other people about certain things. Like, because I know that people just don't necessarily process on this level of transparency with themselves. So me doing it, they're probably just going to get triggered. And I'm not trying to trigger anybody's demons, especially ones that they're not necessarily working on, because that nigga just going to come for me. I'm just not trying to go there. So that part. But with the whole with the whole thing that you're like dealing with there, waking up, I do see images floating away and seeing into portals in the collective. Sometimes, see, this is the thing, the human's designed for this, and we're going through like a certain astrological transit basically that is activating the genetics of the human. This is why God's basically like, God asked me about this a few years ago, and he was like, look, I'm going through an updating with the collective. You're one of those humans that seems to be like quite aware of what's going on in your body. Can I basically use you to like go through the updating process, and we can have conscious communication about what's going on with the updating process so that you can relay this and feed this back to the collective basically. So that's what's going on. I'm just on assignment because God needed me to like he's like, you're nosy anyways, everything that moves you want to talk about, you have to say something. So yeah, I was chosen for that assignment, so that's why I'm here with you guys sharing this stuff, because y'all are on the same wave. Sometimes it is really woo woo. Yeah, that part. Okay, that part. But yeah, it seems as though the channel is intercepting your natural electricity within your body. So it's probably intercepting the electrolytes and causing a little bit of static in that area, which is probably why you're kind of like having the tension. So because that's why I had to just take my hair down just now as well, because that was just creating more tension in an area that was already having tension. Like, it was interesting because it basically started to get really quite bad when it started to rain, because the rain was intercepting my ability to be able to like secure the channel. Do you see what I'm saying? with your with you navigating through the headaches as well, it's kind of like you going through a process of channels, and there are certain things that are coming through, but then having that, I have one right by my bedroom window as well, and sometimes I have to sleep in the opposite direction because my flow of thoughts up here is too much, and it's like an overload basically. So yeah, sometimes you kind of just have to. I'll tell you, shungite tends to be really quite great for that. Like shungite crystal is quite good for the grounding when you're dealing with static electricity in the body that is a little bit abstract. It's not just good for alkaline water, it's good for alkaline body, y'all. Like literally. So kind of like helps that alkaline the genetic sequence as well of the blood flow. Um, yeah, I do see static in my vision sometimes. I have to close my eyes and flick my eyeballs side to side when I close them. I'm gonna move out of this house though. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, listen, it's hard. It's hard because we are being activated and we are being like, literally, God is waking us all up. Like he's waking up the human body to the awareness of the consciousness within it, because we once had the information obviously from the umbilical cord, but because they take all of that and they keep all that good stuff, the placenta, all of that information, the placenta is literally like the journal of the information of who we are here to be, who we have been in past lives. Like the placenta is literally a whole book up until now, and that book is basically being downloaded into that human that we're about to become, right, whilst we're in the womb. And then as soon as we get out and we're getting the downloads through the umbilical cord, they cut us off the supply. They cut us off the supply, so then we have to go through life, and then we have to live things out, and then it feels like deja vu to us a lot of the times, and that's how we refer to it, as deja vu. But really, we actually have all of the information. That's why when people are like, oh, I didn't choose this and I didn't do, like, that's not true. You actually, all of this was given to you before you got here. Okay, you had the whole assignment before you got here. We just got here and then we forgot. We got here and then we forgot, right? Because the society isn't set up to kind of like help us to remember and appreciate these things. So because of that, we're navigating through a whole bunch of stuff at the minute. But we move nonetheless. We won't be deterred. Okay. Now that that little stage of everything is over. Oh God, guys, I need some oil. I need some oil up there as well. Like the static in there. Hiya, Sammy. The static in there is actually yeah, I need some oil to basically, because I bless my oils as well. I anoint them and stuff, but I do need some oil to be able to navigate through whatever this is as well. Yeah. And those headaches, be a mother. Sometimes not extremely severe, but if you don't let it, yeah, absolutely. Absolute migraines. Migraines are a challenge. Like it's when the information is like sifting through like the neurology of the mind, it can be literally, I get frequent headaches and migraines mainly when I feel I'm receiving something or thinking way too much. That's exactly it. It's a processing. It's a processing. The body's responding to the processing. Certain things aren't basically moving into their appropriate filing, and sometimes you're probably thinking about things too much or too deeply. You kind of have to like disconnect from it for a little bit and then go back in, disconnect from it for a little bit and then go back in. Like what I tend to do when I find that I'm like connected to a thought process that I really want to see all the way through, I'll take like 30-minute intervals to just do like something that has nothing to do with it and then come back to it and revisit it again. Because otherwise, if you're constantly just like letting all of that flow through, you'll get a headache. Trust, you'll get a headache. But yeah, I say my headache repeatedly that I say in my head repeatedly that my head doesn't hurt. It goes away after like 30 minutes. That part. Good old contrast of using an avatar. That part, I'm telling you, right? That part. Like, trust me. I've thought I'm like in this life, I'm observing what I'd like my next body to be. Because I think the human thing's like it's overrated. I know like people want to come and be humans and stuff like that, but I'm just like, okay, I could and I like the whole butterfly concept, because they don't live for too long after the fact, right? And they give like the earth some beauty and stuff for like the 3 days that they live. But then I got to do the caterpillar thing first. And I'm like, I don't really want to be a caterpillar. I just want to be like the butterfly. So I still haven't found my next body yet. Moral of that story. Now, ethereal baddie. Let's go into a reading. What secret does the universe want ethereal baddie to know? Come on, guys. What do you guys want ethereal baddie to know? Secrets that are out here. Like anywhere. She's like, okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay, so talk to me then. Who's refusing to examine themselves? Thank you. Question to you, ethereal baddie. Right. So, and I'm gonna try and start being a lot quicker. I have no time for anyone because I'm like constantly busy all the time. I haven't even been able to speak to my bae like that. So I'm gonna try and be quick so we can try and wrap up. After ethereal baddie, we have Kay, Sammy, so amazing, and spiritual tarot, and I think we have somebody else on the list as well, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for confirming, beautiful. Don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna come back. Let me start this one because I'm literally not getting anywhere with the list, and I'm like 4 hours in that part. But yeah, so what they want you to know, have you been sort of like lending your support to that individual, lending your support to that person, the friend who's kind of like navigating through points of I want to call it like almost manic depression, to be honest. They seem to be quite intense with their levels of depression. From what I can see, it's a female friend within your friendship circle that is actually, they're just kind of like navigating through their own depression. It seems like a little bit of a manic, depressive state that they're in, mentally speaking. There's a reason why I'm asking you the question, basically. I'm not connected to anyone and I haven't really talked to most people. Okay. Are you the person? So I don't know which friend is depressed. Okay. Because I think the reason why I was sort of like asking along those lines is because that person isn't necessarily sort of doing the work that they need to do, and their contracts are actually sort of bleeding over to the people that are around them trying to help out. So what I mean by that is a lot of the times, like we will see people and we want to help people out, and that's great, you know, that's our hearts and everything. But we also have to understand that outside of just that interaction with that person, they actually have contracts with spirits. So that person's, are you struggling with any? Sorry, I have to ask this question. Sorry, because I was gonna like go around the process in terms of like expressing it. Do you yourself struggle with depression, or are you struggling with any depression at the minute? Because they're speaking to me about this particular situation, basically. Because they're saying that, sorry, I had to wait for you to answer the question. They're like, hold on, wait, girl. Oh, that's so funny. You yourself struggling with depression as well, my love? I have to ask a question. The reason why I'm asking, basically, because I know you're busy typing. Um, I'm doing well. I haven't struggled with that in a long time. Okay. Okay. Good for you. Good for you. Um, the reason why I was asking the situation is because there is a particular friend. You haven't spoken to anyone in a minute, and that's cool. But there's a particular friend that's actually navigating through a serious case of depression. And so depression usually happens. How can I put it? Depression happens as a byproduct of the pressures of actually moving into one's ascension. But this person isn't moving into their ascension. They're basically being played by the demon that's actually like, forcing a lot of the pressure that's on them. Because again, demons are a necessary part of the process of the evolution. They pretty much are emotional parasites that actually sort of like helps for the healing process. um, they're navigating through a situation where they've kind of like had this moment of a fall from grace type thing. They were doing really well in their life at one point. They were quite popular. Things were actually really going in their favor. I feel like in the last 2 to 3 years, things have actually started to become a little bit of a downward spiral. I'm giving you insight into their background so you can see if you can identify. This is precisely it. This is what I was about to say. I'm trying to give you a little bit of a background so that you can be able to identify what's potentially sort of like going on there with that situation. Um, so they are, yeah, they've been navigating through a little bit of a financial decline as well, I want to say, within the last 2 to 3 years. Like things just haven't been where it has been in the past. Um, and they're kind of like going through this reignition of their potential. And I think that if not, I had a loss in my family. But, oh, that's okay, Sam. Post your question. That's fine. I'll put it as the last question. If anything, I'll probably even sort of like do it and send it over to you or something when I get a chance. Yeah, that's fine, beautiful. Don't worry about it. You're good. I might have to go as well to like go. Yeah, have a think. And also it's actually sort of like reintroducing yourself, like because obviously you haven't been necessarily speaking to people in a minute. And obviously at this point it probably is a secret to you, girl, because you don't know. Because you guys haven't necessarily spoken. And I think this person's like navigating through conflict avoidance with people as well. So they're just kind of like keeping to themselves and keeping like their own corner, if you want to have to call it like their own little corner, because it seems as though they're kind of like being quite passive. But they're dealing with some serious demons at the minute. You wanted to know secrets. The secret is that this person isn't doing well mentally, and this person hasn't been doing well mentally for like the last 5 months, and they have been struggling. And I'd say reach out to the people, some of the people that you haven't necessarily spoken to in a minute, where you know that there's been some significant shifts in their lives in the last couple of years. Reach out. I feel like this person is they have been battling depression, but like the suicide demons kind of like, it's a bit of a clout chaser every time you kind of get to certain ascension points. it will show up. So they're battling the suicide demon as well, with everything else that they're navigating through, because they can't seem to see a way out. They don't really seem to be able to kind of like see anything beyond their now situation. They're dealing with a lot of blocked emotions. I think that they started to give up at one point, because of the loss of a relationship that was pretty significant to them. And I feel like that triggered an abandonment wound. I'm not doing too well. My digestion's actually starting to flare back up. I can feel the energy flowing through. But yeah, they lost someone, and I think the loss of that person as well, like they lost the relationship, and the loss of that person, I don't mean like a physical, like they transitioned. I mean that relationship just didn't necessarily work out. That part as well. My condolences to Sammy. Definitely beautiful, 100%. Oh God, I feel like I want to be sick. But yeah, this person is really going through quite a significant mental breakdown at the minute. And it's so interesting because you are the catalyst to their mental breakthrough. You are the catalyst to their mental breakthrough. Generally speaking, this person would seem to have it all put together. They would generally seem like they know what it is that they're doing when it comes to certain things. But that, yeah, you're a catalyst to their breakthrough. You're a catalyst to their breakthrough. That's why we're sort of like, I guess, having this conversation. They feel kind of like restricted. They feel very much like they've been in isolation for a minute. So it's a little bit of a struggle for them. Don't worry, it's gonna come. It's gonna come back to you within 3 to 7 days. 3 to 7 days. The universe is going to orchestrate everything so that this person is going to be able to kind of be revealed to you within 3 to 7 days. And with that situation, everything that you, I guess, were able to sort of learn in your walk, I guess, because you mentioned that this not necessarily something that you've dealt with for years. Everything that you've gone through, oh, God's about to call you to purpose, my love. Everything that you go through, you're going to then utilize those skill set with said person, and almost train them basically how to face that demon, and how to basically navigate through that battlefield, and a new ministry will be birthed. Sorry, I'm like literally like goose pimples everywhere. A new ministry that is going to ignite something inside of you, and a new ministry will be birthed. Oh snap! Please say, Mama be telling you out here. Oh, no, seriously, seriously. I'm glad that Mom's on the wave and she's connected to the downloads from Source. Okay, because like God's about to utilize you to develop a new ministry. It's true. I once went through something a long time ago, and my mom said it wasn't in vain. 100%. 100%. And it's not. It's not. This particular person is going to be revealed to you within the next 3 to 7 days. Once they are revealed, yeah, girl, it was affecting my downloads. I couldn't keep it up anymore. So I had to put it down. But yeah, they're going to go through, the universe is going to present them to you. And then this is going to be your opportunity to then, yeah, you're going to birth a new ministry, my love. And it was so overwhelming because it's almost like the moment that it happened, a lot of the resistances that you had to being who you've been destined to be out of whatever reason, okay, from what I sense, they're saying to me a lot of it is relinquishment of obligation and responsibility. And I hear you on that, girl, because ain't nobody want them responsibilities. But um, it's going to be one of those situations that actually like recourses your whole life. Um, I want to say October of this year is going to be significant in your recourse. That's where you're going to start to really move through a pivot in your life with this situation playing out, right? So, what is the overall advice then for ethereal baddie in navigating through this process? Oh, look at that, beautiful. Look at that. I'm sure you're going to make a lot of like allegiances, you know, like bringing, I guess, the right pieces together, you know, the right archetypes together. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it so much. Okay, okay, okay. Right, that part. They're saying that it's not a case of you having to wait for success within the next few months. You know, it's a case of you being able to get more information on, you know, how to be able to talk this person through facing their demons and navigating through the battlefield, and some of the battles that you've been able to navigate through and the rupturings of the soul that you've been able to kind of like, you know, move through and get to the other side. You'll be called on within the next few months. It's going to be a completely different dynamic for you. Completely different dynamic for you. It's so interesting because they're showing me that there's going to be opportunities that are going to present themselves after the facts, right? Not necessarily over the course of the next few months. So there's a pivot that happens in October at some point. And then after October, you're kind of like going through this process. And then you're on a timeline of about 2 years where there's like this massive breakthrough that actually happens. So you start to build that version of you that's kind of like coming into manifestation, this version of you that's like defining your ministry. And then 2 years from October is where things really start to ground itself in terms of that free spirit that has been on this exploration. Okay. A lot of people tend to think I'm very balanced when they first see me, even though that's not always the case. Yeah. You are changing, my love. You are changing. And your change is going to be the catalyst for so many others' change in the world. Trust me. So when I say ministry, it's like, this is my ministry, okay? Because this is how I'm going to be able to touch the people that I come across. This is me as my most authentic representation of self. Your ministry is going to look like what your ministry looks like, what you do, who you are as an individual, how you can communicate with your congregation, how you can find the people that are assigned to you, the souls that you're assigned to, that you will minister to. That is what I mean when I say your ministry. Like, you'll find the people, like, I can't speak the way that I speak to you guys. I can't speak to just any and everybody in the way that I speak here with you guys. This is how I facilitate space for my ministry. But you're about to really, this change that you're navigating through, that person, once karma unravels itself and you're able to, like, that person's kind of like it's a milestone, right, into like your ascension process. And once you hit that milestone and become their catalyst to their change, and you basically train this person up, that is your initiation. And you move into the realms of developing your own ministry, of how you choose to serve God, and the congregation that will come together as a community to be able to serve God with you in the way that you guys do. Feel me? But it's beautifully done and said. Beautifully done and said. I'm going to come back to do Katie, as we all have those moments ethereal. So, may not say, yeah. that part, guys. I'm gonna be back to sex as well. My thing's kind of like going off crazy. I hope that that was useful for you, though, Ethereal Baddie. I know that you said that you wanted to know like secrets, but again, um, it's so funny because like secrets are usually what's going on behind the scenes. And this is what's going on behind the scenes, beautiful. This is what's brewing for you, and God is waiting. He's just waiting. He's waiting. But yeah, keep us posted, my love. Definitely. I'll be back 2 secs, guys. I don't know if you guys can hear the alarm, but I'm gonna go sort out what's going on back here. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Sorry, I had to go get some oil as well for my hair. Oh, God. There was a lot of static in here, and I was struggling. Oh, the donation list is closed as well, Mina. We're definitely packing up shop for the night. I've got church at 10:30. And it's almost 3 a.m. and we've got like what 4 to Sammy's reading I'm gonna do with her. Like I'm gonna send that over to her. I'm gonna like do the question. What is Sammy's question actually? I'm gonna screenshot that. And let me go back to it. If I can find it in here. There we go. Gonna store it and then I'm gonna send her, not necessarily send it to her, but I'm gonna put it out on the chat. Yes, listen, trust me, I had to. I needed that oil as well because like, whew, when I tell y'all what was going on in the middle of here was like, it was almost like it was on fire. It was weird. It was weird just kind of like feeling it come through. But yeah. All good. Now we can pack it back up. Now we can pack it back up and get back to usual streaming qualities, right? Let's get into it. Okay, so we've got K. This is the list, guys. This is kind of where we are. We've got K. Sammy, I'm going to read for after the facts. We've got So Amazing, Spiritual Journey Tarot, and K-Cat. That's it. Done. Sorted. Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get that there in the bin. Awareness is a blessing because if we didn't have that, we'd be at the hospital flipping out that part, right? Definitely, 100%. We're like, what's going on? But at the minute, it's just like an over, like, oh, that's good. So amazing. I wasn't sure if you were still here. So it's good to know that you are. That's what's up. It's not quite your turn yet. I'm actually going to dive into Kay's stuff and then I'm going to come to you. So hang tight. I'm going to go into Kay's reading and then it's all you, mama. Okay. Where was Kay? Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. Okay. So, Kay wants to know. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That was like a hiccup and something else. That was weird. But yeah, I'd like more insight on betrayal regarding my ancestry. I remember mention of pain amongst the indigenous people, especially. Thanks. Okay. Love the question, Kay. It's such a broad spectrum. Like whenever we start getting into like the ancestry stuff, because there's obviously the lineage is as long as time, basically time itself. I'm not too sure exactly what you want to know. The question is clear to you, I guess, in terms of like what it is that you're trying to get perception on. It's not so clear in terms of my mind automatically pulling up a file. So I'm going to have to ask like a clarifying question to be able to like get a little bit more perspective on that so I can channel the space for you. Okay. So basically, you want to get a little bit more clarity on the betrayal that the indigenous people went through, right? I just want to clarify, just so I know how to basically like go through the files, because I wouldn't want to, again, because there's different timelines when we talk about a lineage, there's different timelines, different generations amongst timelines, all of that kind of stuff, right? So I want to just make sure that I've got the right understanding, firstly, of what it is that you're looking for. I might actually. Are you here, Kay? Because I think I'm being told basically to probably film the content with Sammy's question. That's why I have to ask if you're here, because if they're telling me to do that, that means you might not be in the room presently at the minute, which is sad. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. You mentioned betrayal and pain. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. That's what I'm trying to clarify. So, not sure if others had similar situation. Okay, that's gonna be a long space. That would be a long space. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wouldn't read that in this space at 3 a.m. in the morning. That would take me at least, I want to say, like a good 40 minutes to go through the interconnectivities. I could give a snippet on a particular, because basically what, and this is probably something that I'm gonna have to start getting better at in these spaces with you guys, because I don't have the capacity to keep giving as much of this time, because I literally just had a conversation with the guys. They're like, yeah, you've got this tomorrow, you've got that, you've got this, you've got this, you've got this, you've got to get better at doing this. So basically, I just got my grading of how I'm doing in this space, and I definitely have to work on my time management. But I can say, because I do read, I dive into stuff, right? So that's the whole point. And they also sort of highlighted that I don't, this is supposed to be 1 free question readings, and I don't actually do that as well. So I got some feedback literally as I'm like navigating through the process just then when I was like sorting out my alarm. But yes, there were others who had similar situations. Going into the details of them, there's different, how can I put it? There's different generations. That's the best way that I can put it. There are different generations who went through their own issues with this, because it moved from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next. It was a genetic thing, emotionally speaking, because then I have to go into, okay, guys, give me a second. Let's shut show down. 2 secs. Sorry, because obviously they're utilizing my third eye to be able to communicate. Okay. This is a very loaded question. Sorry, I'm kind of like diving into the space to basically condense it. What sacrifices, because it's going to be like a good 40 to 48 minutes, basically, all the information in that file. So I'm trying to figure out like what information I can extract from it to be able to answer that question for you. There are a few generations who basically went through their own process of betrayal. They actually had some betrayal amongst themselves as well, which is why it gets a little bit tricky as well. Like they start to, like the genetics starts to activate and they start to play up, and then they start to do some of the things that had been done to generations previously. They start to do that amongst themselves. So it's a really loaded question. Better question. What sacrifices were made in order for the family line to continue? Girl. You want all the team. Better question. Okay. Sorry. See? Okay, there we are. Back to the same thing again. The downloads are coming through. Okay. I may have to go back down again, y'all, to kind of continue to get through this space. Gosh, my family is big, so it's a lot to get all their stories. That was, see, this is the thing. I'm having the same issue because your family is big. That's what I just said to you. The like going into that file and like grabbing information to actually like going into the reading is like a good 48 minutes alone. Yeah, there is tea, a whole bunch of tea, girl, a whole bunch of tea. Um, Lots of sacrifices were actually made. They actually sacrificed amongst themselves, firstly. We just spoke about that little dynamic of betrayal. So there has been betrayals within the family dynamic where family has basically, let me ask something simpler. What is deep? It's deep, beautiful. It's actually like fully deep with the dynamic of the situation. I'm like accessing the file. That file's 53 minutes long. So it's a whole lot, and I get you as well because it is a lot. It is a lot. There's a lot of stuff there. Those are really good questions, though. Like I'd love to unpack that in like a personal sort of space where I just sit and channel for you, and like just dive into it. Um, they do, they do, like real deep, real deep. There's so much in there already, like, and trust me, Spirit was quick to start like giving all the information that was in Akasha for them, like in the Akashic records for them. So that's interesting. um those files are long though, and I would literally have to like talk about this. It's actually like a long, um I want to say like 17 generations story. So it's quite a bit. Is pretty intense. I'm trying to figure out what their mission was considering their origin. Okay, so we're still speaking about um the indigenous people on the lineage, right? Because I that okay. Wasn't sure how it connects to me. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what their mission was considering their origin. Sorry, I'm like going back in. The downloads are coming through. Your files are loaded, girl. Like I'm back into that space. I had to go back down to let this stuff in because I couldn't receive it. Like I thought just one line was big. I'm like, oh my God, underestimated the side. Yeah, yeah. That part. That part. Okay. Um, Trying to figure out what their mission was. So during their time, so I'm going to focus, I'm going to zoom in on them. I'm going to zoom in on solely them because basically when we were looking at this question, when I was like, because the way that the story works was that what they reaped was a karma of generations before them. So I think that's why that particular file was so big and loaded. No, the origin before coming to Earth. Okay. I thought just one line was okay. Sorry. Trying to figure out what their mission was considering their origin. Okay. So you're speaking about the intergalactic body the non-Earth body basically is what you're speaking about, I'm assuming. I'm really trying to get onto the same page. Forgive me. With my lack of sleep, my dyslexia has actually been like heightened in these last couple of weeks. I've literally been having to like speak to people. Even you guys would have seen I've gone on a few different tangents quite a few times actually. The dyslexia has been real in the last couple of weeks because I'm so busy. My mind isn't shutting down properly and I'm not sleeping enough because I'm busy doing a lot of stuff. So yeah, prior to coming to Earth, the assignment in coming to Earth uh, was to be able to assist with the ascension process. That's ultimately kind of why we're here. The Earth was vibrating at a much higher frequency of intellect a long time ago. I'm sure we know, and in coming back, we're actually obviously having to come back and take on these human forms or whatever form we need to actually manifest in to really be able to sort of like play our part. The dynamic with the sorry, I'm like seeing it, but I'm like, that's an obvious question. So what my challenge is with the situation, Kay, I feel like there's always something specifically that you're trying to know. And I'm trying to actually go there, but it's actually so generic. It takes me a while to get there. And I feel I've had to sacrifice a lot without realizing. Okay. Okay. Elaborate. What do you mean? You've had to sacrifice a lot. Okay, I think I see where you're going here. You're trying to get an understanding of what were some of the karma that was earned in terms of some of the things that were done sacrificially because you're still paying for the offset of some of those karmas. Is that what you're trying to get an understanding of? I feel like I have family that don't know me or ones who know of certain people but don't reach out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's I'm not gonna say that's most family, but that's most families that I've kind of come across. Okay, this is interesting. What side's worse with it? Paternal side? Sorry, because this is like a thought that basically came in and like hit. Not at the crown, but it actually hit here. Is it the paternal side that's a little bit more disconnected? Answer me that. Let me just get some clarity there. I feel like I'm connected to people, but we don't communicate. Yeah, you've got a lineage hard drive. So in this little dome right here, this big old thing, you've got your individual hard drive, your lineage hard drive, and the collective hard drive. So a lot of the times, you can actually you are actually connected to them, literally, genetically speaking as well. This is how the communication actually works. I told you guys, water is a transmitter of information with like almost 70% water as an adult. Like the descendants of certain people who know about the mission but want a different path. Okay, both sides. Okay. Okay, I had to ask the question because they were like, particularly on dad's side, the disconnection's real, basically. Okay. Okay, okay. Maternal side mainly. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. They were saying that paternal side's actually quite disconnected as well. Okay. Like they're descendants of some people who know about the mission but want a different path. Ancestors reminded me that they had it hard. I'm loved and watched that part. It's like a series on Netflix. Okay. I wonder what it is that because I'm trying to, how can I put it? I'm trying to like give whatever it is that they're kind of asking of you at this stage of like you guys' process together, you know what I mean? And I don't know that I'm actually sort of like giving anything. I don't know that I'm answering anything basically as far as your question. But some are descendants of that guy you mentioned, but the family dynamics aren't the same. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Mina. Donation list is closed as well. I appreciate you though. We're not doing anything extra tonight. We've got about 4 more to get through. Yeah, and we're like almost 5 hours in, so it's going to be a long night. But some are descendants of that guy you mentioned, but the family dynamics aren't the same. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like opening my crown even more so to sort of like get clarity because I'm in all honesty beautiful. Like I can't lie, I'm confused. I feel like again, it feels like there's something in particular that you're seeking to understand, but I don't seem to be on the page. And I don't know, I don't seem to be on the page. I don't seem to be able to get on the page today. Because I don't really know necessarily what to answer, what ultimately the actual question is. I'm like trying to open my crown to be able to sort of like let the stuff flow through. And you like once the initial question, which was a very loaded question, sort of like came to it. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like my lineage is unique, but I can't disclose who I sense they are. Does it matter? I have to ask that question. Sorry. Because I think that's what I mean. Like I'm trying to understand. That's why I asked what had to be sacrificed. Okay. Okay. So okay, continue because I'm trying to get onto the page and I feel like I'm getting a little bit more of clarity because I feel like you have an agenda, but it's almost like there's a lot of talking around said agenda and I'm not getting directly to what the actual thing was. This is kind of like making a little bit more sense, but again, it's still talking around the actual thing and not the thing itself, which is why there's a little bit of a confusion. On my end, which I get what you mean, and I get that you understand what it is that you mean. But again, there's something specific that you're actually looking for, but we seem to be talking around it. We seem to be talking around it, which is why I'm trying to get onto that thing so that I could just unpack that thing, basically, which is why you see me trying to like get a little bit more like clear as to what that particular thing is. I feel like my lineage is unique, but I can't disclose who I sense they are. What does that mean? Elaborate on that. I feel like my lineage is unique, but I can't disclose who I think they are. Like I come from different lineages and I hear others speak of oppression and unfairness. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting excited because I think we're actually almost gonna get there. I think we're gonna get there. in terms of like me being able to get, it feels like we're on two different islands basically at the minute, and I'm trying to get over onto the island that you're on. But I think I'm almost there. Okay, like I come from different lineages and I hear others speak of oppression and unfairness. Okay. I'm assuming you're still typing to kind of like bring it in. Sorry, I'm like, the thoughts keep hitting. So I don't feel like I can relate what makes me feel disconnected from others lately. So I don't feel like I can relate. I think that's supposed to be which makes me feel disconnected from others lately. Um, disconnected how? Sorry, I should probably like throw the thingy out, right? Do you want to come on audio? Let's have this conversation. Because I'm probably gonna have like questions for you, girl. I'm gonna have questions for you. Um, so I don't feel like I can relate fully, like I can fully relate what makes me feel disconnected from others lately. Like I come from different lineages and I hear other people speak of oppression. So I feel like my ancestors support me. So I don't put everyone in the same box. They told my family line will always continue. What do they mean? They told me, I think, they told me my family line will always continue. It means that it's continuous. It means that it's continuous, my love. I'm struggling again. Like this is where I'm like there and not there. I'm literally, the islands are touching, but I still haven't come over onto the island. Like I tire of the same energies and mundaneness. Yeah, that's like a natural part of sort of like being here because we're so used to sort of having lots of like when we're trapped in a body, it's not really necessarily the same thing as being able to be like an actual consciousness. So that can be quite tiring, definitely. Um, what does that mean? Elaborate on that for me. I feel like my ancestors support me, so I don't put everyone in the same box. What does that mean? Just because you're born into a physical ancestry doesn't mean that defines you. I think that's why I'm trying to sort of like grasp an understanding. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the body is just what the body is because that's what tool you need to be able to come and fulfill your assignment when you get here. Do you see what I'm saying? So like a lot of the times the genetics that you have from that lineage is the genetics that you need to basically be able to fulfill whatever it is that you're here to do, pretty much. And although it has significance, it's actually very insignificant in the grand scheme of everything. It's just, okay, you need this quality to be able to do the job that you're here to do. So you get thrown onto that lineage. So that's why I'm trying to kind of like get all the way into what it is that one's trying to put across. They said I'm victorious and I'm more loved than I realize. Why so much love from those I don't know? What do you mean? Like I get that. Okay, so are you okay? I'm trying to understand what I'm learning to see many things as superficial and understanding the bigger picture. so positively beautiful. Okay, I get you. I get you. I get, because I think um as I heard you when you were sort of speaking about, another part of the process, I think the way that I looked at it, it was like how one of the first things that I was freed from was the Black identity, but I still have to play that role because obviously that's how people perceive each other in society. So I think I grasp and understand where you are basically in this process, because obviously you've gone deeper into your initiation process and the interaction with you guys. They're basically shedding. You're going through a shedding phase. Because I think that because all these questions that you're having, it seems like these are conversations that you've had with the guides, for the most part, to be fair. And this is a part of the shedding process. It's good that you're asking questions because that's what's needed to continue to make sure that you're up to date with, again, because we don't have direct access again to said umbilical cord, and we ain't even got up to sensors, which was basically like, this was like the manual, the blueprint, and all that good stuff that we needed. We're having to kind of like get that direct engagement from them to be able to remind us of certain like cues, basically. So I'm assuming those are some of the things that you're speaking about. You're basically relinquishing some of your identification of your human self so that you can become more of your conscientious self, your conscience, so that the conscience can basically take over the avatar. Is that like where we're going with this? Because they told me I'm different from others, like me down here and up there. I needed clarity. And you are. So that's kind of like what I'm. Yeah, sounds like you're giving the physical ancestry too much credit. It sounds harsh, but most relatives aren't the end all be all and have nothing to do with your soul. You won't even be with half of them when you leave Earth. They're dropping small bits at a time. Okay, okay, okay. They're dropping small bits at a time. I didn't know, Kat. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, okay. So, um, okay. I think the reason why you're asking the questions that you're asking, if I'm not mistaken, is because you feel like it has something to do with your mission here, right? Because you feel like whatever it is that they did and didn't do will obviously coincide and impact with what you're here to do. Obviously, you being a part of that lineage and having to basically finish up. It's like a continuum of assignments, right? So I would say, firstly, let me go back to some of the stuff. I'm learning to see the world in a more spiritual way, and I get that. I get that because that's what I was saying. It seems like you're shedding the layers of your physical human identification of self to get to more of the conscience that you are, because that's really who you are. Like there's more than what things seem. 100%, girl. That part. Definitely that part. Um, oh man, don't let any of that stuff guilt you, hon. It tends to happen strongly once you're ascending higher. Exactly that. Exactly that, 100%. That's why I'm trying to sort of like see what it is that you're on a quest to find as you continue to move up, right? As you continue to like transcend your physical body and the attributes of said physical body. It's important for us to know because that's the starting point. But as we go higher and higher into our ascension, like it's actually very insignificant. None of it matters. The body is just the body that you're kind of like it. It's like I messaged my dad a few months ago. I was like, oh, Dad, thank you for your genetics of intelligence, because I see on my mom's side of the family, we struggle a little bit with that component. So I guess obviously God needed you to be a necessary part of this process for this particular avatar to manifest. You see what I'm saying? Those are just some of the aspects of the situation. I mean, it matters and it doesn't matter at the same time. It matters because those were the necessary variables to be able to bring you into manifestation. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just things for you to know so that you understand the game that you're in, basically. But you're not supposed to be consumed by it. It's just so you know. Do you see what I'm saying? Um, Absolutely. The physical body is terrified of change, especially the spiritual unknown, that part. Yes. There is great attributes as well. It makes your game easier. 100%. 100%. 100%. I think that the questions that you're having with the guides, it sounds like you guys are on a good path in terms of the questions that you're asking, because you're basically trying to get an understanding. Back where I'm from, I'm loved, I feel, but on earth, people have overlooked me. Like, if I knew the real me, I would have had things differently. So at this point, wherever general info comes out, okay. So I think I kind of like get where you are with the process of everything, right? I think obviously, and I get that all the time. It's like, oh, if people really understood, um, you know, who you are type thing, like, because I kind of navigate through that myself as well. Um, I'm gonna pull some cards. I'm gonna pull some cards to see what you actually need to know at this stage, because I think I'm not basically getting uh what it is that you want to hear, I guess, in this space, because I don't think that I'm supposed to be the one to give you that information. I think that that's a quest or a path that you're on yourself, to be able to get those insights yourself. If anything, I'm here to kind of like point you in the right direction. You kind of go on that quest yourself type thing. Is probably the best way that I can put it, because that's a part of your process. That's a part of your journey and a part of your mission in being here. The mission thing is kind of like throwing me, because I'm like, there isn't just any one mission. Like, there's so many, like, your mission, there's a different part to the mission every single day. Do you see what I'm saying? So that, I think these are some of the things that's kind of like throwing me a little bit. So I'm trying to understand, because I feel like there's something specific that you want to be able to identify with, and I don't think that I'm going to be able to be specific enough, or get even specific enough to be able to get those things clarified or answered. So I'm at a loss a little bit there. Someone just chimed in. They said, "This is intense, way too much." Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. I don't think that, like, the questions that you have, my love, I think you're on a quest, basically. And as life basically kind of like unfolds, because you're shedding all of these layers of you're basically shedding the layers of your ego. Your consciousness is kind of gaining, how can I put it? Gaining ownership of the avatar. A lot of the times, obviously, the avatar is kind of like doctrined by others on who it's supposed to be, and that formulates identifications that we identify as these egoic states of who we should be, and all of these variables will kind of like manifest themselves over time, right, as a result of that. And the information is loaded. They told me to move on. There's more to life. That part beautiful, because I think that's what I'm trying to sort of like get clarity on. I think you want the answers that you're looking for. You want those answers in the here and now. It doesn't, I'm not going to say it doesn't work like that, but I think that the questions that you have, life has to play those questions out. Like, life gives you the answers to those questions. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like what I said just now about like the genetics thing, where I was like, hey, I thanked my mom the other day for like, because the reading thing is on my mum's lineage, and I was like, oh, I appreciate you for I mean, I know that you let it lay dormant for like your generation, but I appreciate you for like giving me an opportunity because I was busy whilst you were like, I don't want to be all of these things, everything that you didn't want to be. I'm very much open to becoming. So here I am, manifested version of that through you. And I'm grateful for that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, but that wasn't something that I knew 5 years ago. You kind of go on a journey and you get more and more insight, like as things go on, and you'll basically understand, oh, this is a part of my mission. Okay. And this is a reason why I'm here. Okay. And this is what I'm supposed to do with this reasoning and rationale. The thing about it is, as you're shedding all of these layers of your ego and your consciousness is basically getting control, is claiming the avatar that you're in. You'll then be able to sort of like dictate so much things. It's so easy to say move on. You have to come to terms on your own, to be honest. Exactly, it'll hit when it hits. That part, okay, 100%. It's one of those things where you'll get little bits and pieces. It's strange, right? Because I mentioned like the whole black identity thing, but that was one of the first things that my consciousness was woken up from. Like, that was one of the first things that was one of the first spells basically that God removed from my mind. He showed me something black and was like, do you look like that? I was like, no. He was like, there you go, it's a lie. It doesn't exist. He's like, you're actually a eumelanated being, and this is why you're eumelanated. And then I had to go and do my research on genetics, and that's when I dived into epigenetics. Do you see what I'm saying? And even now I sit around waiting for like the penny to drop where we stop doing this whole black and white thing, because it's not really a thing. I mean, it's none of us actually look black or white. I mean, it's not anatomically correct, is it? So, but I have to keep playing the game because collectively we haven't decided on that just yet. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think that those are probably some of the challenges that you're navigating through, to be fair with you. And I'm not going to lie, it's a very difficult place to be when you're going through your transition, when you're ascending, where you lose, as you're shedding these layers of your egoic identity and who you perceived yourself to be at one point in time, basically as your human form, and you become like more aware of your Mina, trust me, these things are very, very difficult for me to speak about because I know it gets so many people so mad because they're attached to so many of these egoic identities. And I spoke about this years ago, even in a podcast, and like all the people that were still attached to their quote unquote black identity like came for me. I didn't care at the time anyways, because when they asked a question, I knew that I had to give an honest answer because that was going to be the catalyst to trigger certain people's realizations, basically. But yeah, and so many of people similar tone to us get so mad. Well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like, it doesn't exist. It's not true. It's not real. This was something that was basically like birthed from a place of ignorance. And I don't need to continue to take on that identification because it's just going to continue to keep me under the contracts of spirits of ignorance. And I just doesn't make any sense. The collective is heavily embedded in that, definitely 100%, 100%. And I see, particularly in the States, it's actually something that they hold with such conviction. And it's like when I try, because I'm quote unquote light skin, when I try to convey it, it's something that gets very, it's a tricky space basically, because then people think that I'm relinquishing my black identity. It's like, no, it just doesn't exist. It's not true. It's a falsity. It doesn't, it's an illusion created by a delusional being. This makes sense as I grow. I don't have patience for certain behaviors. That's precisely it. That's precisely it. That is absolutely it. As you're continuing to grow, basically, what it is that you're coming into your purest form, which is the form of consciousness, basically, which is innocence. Actually, it's birthed from innocence, and with that type of dynamic, like when people are exhibiting obviously certain behaviors, you know that they're in contracts with certain demonic forces, which isn't necessarily of the consciousness, not necessarily of the realms of consciousness. It's actually something that happens within the 3D. It's you know, external forces, basically the shadow of God, as the Bible puts it. And these spirits start to move through people. And as you grow, it is going to irk your spirit. I'm not going to lie. It's actually very, where I am, history books don't mention these types of lineages. So when I first heard things, I wasn't ready to hear it. Okay. Okay. Okay, beautiful. And I understand that because America is one of the places where like the genocide was real, firstly. And secondly, the whitewashing was super real because I mean they did all the genociding and then they hid all the facts of said genociding, and now when anybody brings up said facts, they're like, let's get them. So I do completely get it. And this is why I'm so grateful that, like, again, coming into this space, we have these spaces to be able to engage and interact and have these types of conversations, because it's not a thing. And that was very intentional, you know, to be able to continue to perpetuate a lot of the ideologies that has been projected onto us that we have basically now taken on shape and form as doctrine, right? But yeah, I think some of the things that you're seeking to find answers to, my love, will reveal themselves to you. I want to say this one right here, the understanding more about the betrayal. You're going to find out more about internal betrayal within the family. And your guides will be able to tell you where that stemmed from and why that actually showed up. Sorry, Crown's Nest. Lists are closed. Both free lists and donation lists is closed. I've been on for about 5 hours and I've still got a few people. Oh, wow, you actually donated already. Oh, my love, my love, my love, my love. Yeah, I can see your donation. I can see your donation. Okay. I'm actually trying to get out of the space, to be honest with you, my love. I could do a refund. That's cool. I could do a refund. If you want, you can drop your question and I'll do a private reading when I've got a chance and send you over a link, a private YouTube link, so you can watch it. So let me know which one you prefer as well. I can do the refund. That's perfectly fine. I think PayPal's processed the refund because you did it by PayPal. So I should be able to refund. It's up to you. It's just I literally have a few. Yeah, I have a few what's it called? I have a few people on the list at the minute. Sammy's not here. I've got So Amazing, who's been waiting. I've got 2 other people as well on the list that are also waiting, and I'm kind of signing out from there. At this rate, I'm going to be getting off to bed for 5 o'clock, and I've got church at like 10:30. So sorry, my love, but let me know, and we'll kind of yeah, if I could get a refund, that would be great. That's all good, beautiful. I get that done for you. Once I finish up here, I'll get that sorted. Okay, thank you though. Sorry about that. I did sort of like, you know, mention that the donations list is closed and we're kind of like wrapping stuff up. All good, beautiful. It's all good. Sorry about that. It's just been a long night. My bad. But thank you. Tune in another time. Love to be able to sort of like share space. Okay, you got your answer. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good because I think a lot of these things, and this was another thing as well, like during my growing process, there were certain things that I didn't seek, and I couldn't, firstly, but I didn't seek clarity externally because the information that was going to be able to come in was going to be a condensed version of my file. You've got access to these files. Basically, what's happening at the minute is that you're growing more awareness in the subconscious layer of the mind, but the unconscious layer of the mind is literally where everything is. Conscious, unconscious, and conscious and subconscious, as well as the unconscious stuff. So anything that's unconscious, it's like the things that you're not aware of, but you can sense them, right? You're not all the way clear on them, but you can sense them. So what's happening at the minute is that the unconscious mind is activating and it's vibrating to ascend to a greater vibration, pretty much. So it's raising its vibration. And as it's doing that, you're getting a lot more clarity. You're in the semi-conscious layer of the mind, the subconscious layer of the mind, where you're now able to sort of be connected to both aspects of self, the conscious aspect of the mind and the unconscious aspect of the mind. And within the subconscious aspect of the mind, that's really where you get access to like spirits, your own sort of dynamics of past lives and everything like that. Basically, I need to live life where while I'm here, continue to grow, and in time, answers will be revealed 100%. 100%. Like this right here, sorry, this question right here, this for me to go and access the file is about a 48 minutes, like I said, 47, 48 minutes file. For me, reading it externally. For you, actually tapping into the file yourself, it's far deeper than that. And I want to put this across to you as well. It's not just something that you have in your mind as far as the file. The file is also stored in your body. It's stored in your genetic sequence because DNA is actually holographic. So it's actually a storybook, and each like cell holds a different page of the storybook or a different leaf. Do you understand? So all of this stuff, the 48 minutes that I could provide, you actually have access to about 158 minutes, hours of watch time. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the situation. But I hope that this space was useful for you, beautiful, because yeah, I don't know if we actually answered your questions, but we gave some insight into family around me aren't open to certain topics, so I don't have the same mentorship and learning. And I hear you on that. I hear you on that, girl. Listen, I got trained about spirit, in spirit, by spirits. Okay. When I say that my great grandmother trained me on all of these things, she was already transitioned, girl. She wasn't in a physical body. I didn't have like a physical person to actually like teach me all these things. But don't worry, they can actually, yes, beautiful. We're actually on K. They can still teach you all of these things in spirit. Don't worry about it. And I know, like, I remember feeling so lost myself as when I felt like everything was so unfair, that I didn't have like a physical person to kind of like lead and teach and guide me. But what I learned with that is that much like how, you know, they say about like false shepherds, humans, and this includes myself, we are only able to perceive. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas spirit is honest all the time, because the laws of spirit dictates that honesty must be the reality, right? Because it's the realm of truth, basically. So you'll be fine. I did feel I'm here to right wrongs and get things shaking again. 100%, 100%. I'll tell you what. One of the things, I'll say this to you, one of the things that you are actually here to do 100% is wrongs. You're here to help right wrongs. A part of your assignment basically is to do with children as well. Righting certain wrongs to do with children, right? So people that mistreat children, people that do something, that's one of your assignments here, to be able to help to recourse some of those souls as well. So you've got souls that are basically assigned to you. As soon as you ascend, those souls start to sort of like tweak in and align with you. It's like I'm away from my origin to Others who are similar aren't always wanting to connect. Hanging with similar people is another ball game. 100%, 100%. It definitely takes things to another level. To bring this construct back into balance, starting with the lineage you're born into physically cause you to have to start somewhere, exactly that, but it's beyond your life story set up. 100%. I see myself as a living human, as living a human experience. Not exactly that. That's exactly it. You literally are just like occupying this body for like a short little period of time to do some of the things that you were like, oh, I feel like doing this. I need to get that done. Let me just jump into that body and get that done. Took you 9 months to bake, but you're here now. Because you can do it yourself. Okay, that's why 100%. 100%. 100%. What Kay said. It's so funny because my name's actually Kay as well. And like I've got a very sick sense of humor, but look at K and K and K doing some positive shit right now. Those that letter being used in some positive context, okay? I did want to help youth with educational goals recently. Yeah, it's a part of your assignment. Beautiful. It's a part of your assignment. And eventually you'll get there. It's a whole journey ahead. Don't worry about it. Take your time. There's no rush. Let me get away from this energy tower so my stuff can burst open. Listen, that part, okay? That part. It's been messing with my channel for too long. Trust me, girl. Intercepting the whole electrics and throwing the vibrations off on another level. Sorry, I'm going back to So Amazing's question because So Amazing put their question out there. But I hope, honestly, beautiful, I hope that this was useful for you, right? Because obviously we did dive into some stuff. I know that you're like seeking and finding your way, and you're kind of, getting comfortable basically, with shedding your identity of who you thought that you were and becoming who you naturally have been all along, basically, and learning that version of yourself and really like grasping what their intention was in coming here. People are talking about stuff that I find one dimensional. That part. See, this is what happens a lot of the time with the ascension. And I say this to people all the time because I'm navigating through this with other friends who are basically shifting out of their friendship groups because they're ascending. So maybe start preparing some of your friends as well, because you're going to lose some of those friendships, girl. I ain't going to lie. Your tolerance for people vibrating at certain frequencies is going to get like almost non-existent, like as you go deeper and deeper into this, until you get out onto the other side, and then you can almost get a little bit of you can almost redevelop your tolerance again. I'm like trying to help them see things differently, but same song and dance. That part, trust me, it takes a while, especially once you wake up. It takes a while for like the people around you, like once you continue to do like consistent. It took me like maybe 2.5 years for my mom to be like, wow, who are you? I was like, girl, that's what I've been telling you for like the last 18 months. Like so it takes a while for people to really actually like see who you become. Basically, they continue to engage with your human as who they thought they knew you to be, but you're obviously waking up to your, that soul that's basically occupying the human instead. Because I'm here just talking and don't sound like a would-be great, what, like a would-be getting a read. Other than technical difficulties, I'm looking for a non-bias. That part. Would it be an experience if you remember everything? Okay, exactly. That part. That part. I wouldn't want to remember everything. God, listen. I'm glad that the human's designed to be able to suppress certain things naturally. Okay, it's called trauma, and then your body archives that information, your mind archives that information until you really need it, and you access those files again via a trigger. Okay, that part. So definitely. It's more fun when you come here as if you forgot you signed up to play. That part, right? For real. One keeps talking about people knowing I've family from there, but says, "Oh, I'm not referring to you." That part. Okay, listen, it's too funny. It's too funny. But I'm gonna go on to what's it called? So amazing, because like time's sort of like getting on. That was so interesting though. That was diving in really deep. And I hear you in terms of where you are, but trust me, your guides, listen, nothing was more useful to me. No human alive was more useful to me. There was one human, my friend Charlotte, who was like someone who came close to being as useful to me as my guides were, or as like spirit has been. But no human's going to be as useful to you as spirit is. I'm just being honest. The human mind can only perceive but so much of reality, whereas spirit knows. Yeah, but you continue along your path of growth, and we're out here because those things they'll reveal themselves. Don't worry about it. What are Sorry, BTW, so amazing. Hopefully you're still here as well. See, the itching stopped, like in terms of here, because I was like proper mad, like I was getting the downloads through, but it's like it wasn't, so that's funny. But yeah. What are Sakshi's feelings for Jamshir? Jamshir is my friend. Asking this question on his behalf. It's a relationship he's in right now. He wants to know what she feels for him. Thank you, love. Okay. Okay. Sakshi's feelings for Jamshir. What are Sakshi's feelings for Jamshir? Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh. That part, definitely. Many are lost, 100%. And this is why, even when I see people like reveling in their demons, and don't get me wrong, like I get triggered by other people's demons as well, because I'm just like, oh, you know, but it's just a sickness, lost and going in the wrong direction. That part. If it's meant for them, they'll be okay. Exactly, 100%. Like I feel like these little demons that are out here, they know who to touch, where, when, why, and how. So don't worry. I think for the most part, the people that are lost, actually, some of them, it's not that they don't want to be found, but they are so lost to themselves and they're waiting for somebody else to find them, but they don't know who they are. So nobody else can do that work. It's up to them. But yeah. So as far as the feelings, diving into it, so amazing. The feelings that Sakshi has for Jamshir. Okay, interesting. We have a couple of major arcana. So we've got the moon in reverse, out, to speak on the context of the situation, but we've got the hanged man at the bottom of the deck, right? And this whole story that is going on, because there's other cards here as well. This whole story, interestingly enough, let me see. I'm going to say, firstly, Sakshi is navigating through some confusion at the minute. There's a little bit of, I guess, restrictions that they're navigating through. And I think Sakshi is thinking with these restrictions, it's kind of like triggering doubts. Not going to lie, you guys know I'm just going to keep it true. It was triggering doubts, and I can't say was. Was, because she's not necessarily there at the minute in terms of all of those doubts, but they're still in the subconscious, right? So for the most part, talk to me. Sorry, I'm going to elaborate on what some of those doubts are, basically, so that I can get some clarity. Okay. Okay, thank you. Interesting. Ah, okay. So the main doubt, uh, interesting. Yeah, yeah. Just a little bit, just a little bit. And I'll tell you why. The doubts seems to be stemming from not being able to sort of move on, right? So they're, how can I put it? They're carrying some feelings about some past issues basically that hasn't necessarily been resolved. So you guys have had conversations, I say you guys but not you, but they've had conversations basically about this situation or these situations, because I'm seeing it's like about five, maybe six or seven different things. And they just keep replaying these things even though they've decided to kind of like move forward. Sakshi is still thinking about those things, technically, is still thinking about those things, and they have doubts because of that. One of those doubts is how is Jamshir with money management? I have to ask you this question because obviously I'm not necessarily reading directly for Jamshir in the space, but how are they with their money management? Because I want to like basically put across some of the aspects of things that they are putting across. Okay, okay. Well, I'll put it to you like this. There was a particular purchase that was made, wasn't necessarily discussed, and it's something that is still, there's still some resentment basically for that purchase. Um, on Sakshi's side. So there's a few things basically that has been flaring up to cause doubts. That was one of them, which is why I asked about that situation in particular, because it's almost like having, you know, they're having a lot of scattered thoughts about the situation when it comes to Jamshir. Again, just little resistances, restrictions, you know, things that they're kind of like learning or like boundaries for them in places. Um, and they're like learning how to be a little bit more content with those things. They're learning how to basically move past it. They're learning how to actually like appreciate it and be a little bit more involved in a team process, because I think what it was with that particular situation that I just gave you, they didn't discuss the situation as a team. And I think that Sakshi felt like that should have been a discussion that they had if that was going to be a purchase. I figured that that's what you wanted to grasp an understanding of. Um, I'm gonna go and because I'm going to go and sort of unpack that word. I'm not going to use the word love because the human perception of reality when it comes to love is more like a fairy tale, and love really isn't like that. It's actually very discombobulated and very abstract. And this is kind of like why it hurts, right? Because that's really what love is. It's kind of pain moving into greater transcendence of reality. But I'm going to ask, how does she feel about him in terms of where they're heading with the relationship, right? Because I hate having that conversation of like that love talk and stuff, because I don't think the human mind fully grasps an understanding of what love actually is. So once I start to speak on it, I might just seem like a Debbie Downer, and that's not really the case. But that's actually how love is. It's actually pain being transmuted into love and light. Really, that's essentially how that process works. But let's dive into a little bit more of an understanding of what are her true feelings and intentions towards Jamshir. What are Sakshi's true feelings and intentions towards Jamshir? Thank you, guys. Oh, chemistry. Chemistry is good. And she hopes that their relationship can really sort of move to a new level. She's hoping that this relationship can actually manifest itself into like a safe, secure, long-term relationship. She's not always expressive, I guess. But it seems as though they're still sort of, getting to know a little bit more about each other. I think she's the one with the control issues. Am I right in assuming that? Because they're kind of like finding the right balance when it comes to that as well. Okay. What does her love for him look like in terms of her journey at the minute? Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Why? Why root chakra? Okay, I love for him looks controlling and dominating. Okay. She's got strong. Okay. It's strong masculine energy. That's okay. Okay, due to some lack of closure in closing out previous relationship situation. Okay, so I don't know how to answer the does she love him question. I don't know how to answer that, and I'll explain to you why. That isn't necessarily a direct question, because even people who quote unquote don't love a person, they love something that person's supposed to sort of be able to provide. So that question's not, how can I put it? I'd only be able to give you riddles with that question, basically, because that's how they would answer that question. Because the truth is, and the ultimate truth is, that has to be a yes, because firstly, they're in the relationship together, but also secondly, everybody's love is different, and it looks different, and it appears different, and it reads different, and it interprets different depending on the person who's sort of giving and receiving the love. So yeah, that one, I couldn't go into anything on it. It's too surface, for lack of a better way of putting it. So they would literally just give me riddles. Does she love him? Yes. I don't know why that's a concern for him, but she's navigating through doubts. She's navigating through doubts whether or not she's going to be able to navigate through the situation, whether she can actually tolerate certain behaviors, whether she can, because she's a little bit of a control freak. So she's navigating through some of these aspects where she's very opinionated, and she's pondering whether or not that would make her a good fit for Jamshir, to be fair. But Jamshir wants to know if she ever loved him. That's what I'm saying to you, my love. Because my perception on the love word isn't potentially what your perception on the love word is, I don't think that I would be the best person to read on that for you. Do you see what I'm saying? because everything is love. That's just my perception. That's my reality, in terms of how I see things. So I don't think that I could answer that question, which is why I'm answering the question around, if that makes sense. So yes, there's love there, but these are some of the challenges that she's navigating through as to why they may be going through a little bit of a combative energy at the minute, because she's navigating through doubts. She loves him, but she has doubts. I mean, that's a natural human thing, right? She's learning how to navigate through those doubts. She's learning how to basically become more of a team player as she learns to navigate these doubts. She's also like figuring out how to be able to kind of navigate through um the chemistry, I guess, that they have. Whatever patch they're navigating through right now, listen, tell them Venus is in retrograde. Okay. So they need to work out whatever is coming up, her doubts. She's going to have to be able to navigate through that. He's going to have to work on his communication issues, because that's basically fueling her doubt. He also has to be willing to be able to kind of like find the right balance to kind of let her lead as well, because that's a requirement for her, because she has heavy masculine energy. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to kind of navigate like the whole dynamic of the situation with you. Yes, there was lots of hurdles. Jamshir also. Okay, well that in itself makes perfect sense, with even more so why the doubts exist. Do you see what I'm saying? So these things are basically causing the little hurdles and separation. Um, Tell Jamshir to stop projecting, firstly, because this um notion of, oh, him now questioning did she ever love him, that's basically deflecting from the behavior. Do you understand? She had morals, she had standards, and she had firm boundaries. That's what that was. Like, her choosing to leave and cut him off was as a direct response to his actions, which has consequences. So dead the projecting, like this pity party almost. I'm not being rude, I'm just saying, because this is what happens a lot of the times when we feel guilty for our self-sabotage behavior. We project responsibility onto the other person so that we can relinquish the responsibility, so that we can all of a sudden be a victim of said person, right? Because then we're no longer the actual culprit or villain. So it's just one of those things. Do you see what I'm saying? This is really just exactly what Kat said. This is basically giving a manifestation of an insecure spirit. That's really what he needs to focus on, because that spirit's going to follow him into another relationship, especially if he is perpetually telling this story that she may not have loved him in the first place, when he tested her love, and her love didn't survive said test because that was a firm boundary for her. So that's just kind of really what that was. Do you see what I'm saying? Um, yeah, it's deeper than does she love him? Did she ever love him? It's does he love himself? Can he practice healthy love with himself? Can he not self-sabotage when he finds himself in a situation that he feels is, you know, his ideal? Because that's essentially what that is. Because now that she's gone, I'm sure he feels like she was a perfect person for him, right? He hid his marriage from her. It broke her. Yeah. And that's something, look, he's got a whole wife. Like, she can't really get away from a situation where, like, the person's got a whole wife. Do you understand? Like, that person has more of a obligation to him than she does, basically. And also, it's like he's not going anywhere. Not like that. Obviously, she could sit and stick around and wait it out and kind of like hope that things change. But the truth is, that was the best thing for her to do, to leave. And tell Jamshir, for the most part, um, clearly his life's too busy anyways. So uh, God did him a favor by letting her do herself a favor to remove herself from the space. And now he can decide if he wants to work actively at his marriage. And if it's not working, get out of it. Don't just cause hurt to other people because it's comfortable, right? If the marriage isn't working, just get out of it so you don't find yourself with another Sakshi again, basically being collateral damage to your marriage that isn't working. Do you see what I'm saying? Or you're not prepared to do the work to make the marriage work, basically. Because really, I don't necessarily believe that relationships don't work. I believe that there's certain degrees of work that has to be done on every relationship, and people just aren't willing to do that work. Basically, it's not that the relationship isn't working, it's that the people in it isn't prepared to do the work that it takes to actually make the relationship productive. So yeah. Yeah. What I'd say with the situation for him, I would say that because he doesn't want to like continue to cause any more negative karma for himself, because that is what it is. Negative karma being just decisions that come with negative consequences. I mean, the Bible calls it sin, but ultimately that's kind of what sin is. It's negative consequences, negative karmic consequences based on decisions that are made from a negative spirit, low vibrating spirits. So he needs to basically, yeah, like lots of restrictions. She's not really with the restrictions. She don't want to share. That's her prerogative. I'm sure his wife probably, she got married probably because she don't want to share. But hey, I mean, it's happening now, or happened. So I think his focus, he needs to leave Sakshi alone. He's not able to provide her with what she needs. He's continuing to be perpetually selfish, to be honest with you. And if he continues down this path, when it ends, he shall be so lonely because of how he's manifesting and maneuvering these spaces very selfishly. I'm just going to be honest with you, my love. He is being selfish. Even for him to still be in his situation with his marriage and still be sort of like yearning for and kind of like, desiring Sakshi, again, it's all selfish tendencies. And do you know what happens when you're selfish? You end up alone. And if karma basically like waits you out and you've got a long timeline before karma pays you for it, I can't imagine the levels of lonely. You probably have no friends, no family, no pets, like not even a leaf would want to fall on your head. Like that part. Do you see what I'm saying? So just tell him to be mindful of how he's navigating. He's not the only person in the world. He just so happens to be the only person in his world experiencing his reality. And he needs to be mindful of the fact that there's other people having their own experiences as well. And if he continues down this road, I'm being so serious. The kind of climate that we're in with this Saturn retrograde, like Saturn is taking notes to like kick ass, like seriously kick ass. So I wouldn't advise anybody to make any like super drastic decisions during this climate, because whatever negative you feel like is just, oh, it's just a small little thing. Listen, that is going to haunt you significantly for at least the next 3 to 4 years, deeply, because that's how badly Saturn wants to teach lessons during this climate of retrograde. Yeah. So tell him the decisions that he's making, he needs to get. This is why he's moving selfishly. Okay. He's using his little head to make a lot of his decisions. And that's not going to like, it's not going to help anything. It's not going to make it. I mean, naturally, his little head is a part of his human body, so he has to take it into consideration when making decisions, but he can't let the little head make decisions for him. It doesn't work like that. Like, you're going to get some of those consequences paid to you. So he lost her as a consequence of his selfishness. That's just the way that it is. He has to accept that and just do better. Don't be selfish towards your wife, because you might lose her too, basically. And you don't want to put yourself in a position of even tempting fate in this type of climate with the type of Saturn retrograde that we have at the minute. Okay. But yeah, tell him to let her go. And if he's not happy in his marriage, let her go too. Okay. Because it may just reap greater benefit, destruction for them all, like further down the line. Okay, it's not helping anybody. It might be comfortable right now because it's like a cloak. It's like, okay, I'm presenting this version of myself to the world, but it's not really like who you are or where you're at. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, thank you, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you guys, because I think, yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay. There we are. There we are. There we are. Put that one there. And who else do we have on the list now? I hope Mina's been able to go off as well, because the list is closed now. So Mina's good. I haven't seen her in the chat for a minute. So hopefully she's gone off. That was like half an hour ago, because she needs to get some sleep as well. The lack of sleep, or the sleep deprivation, is actually like causing my dyslexia to play up, because my mind isn't getting enough shutdown time and rebooting. So who have I got next on the list? So this is the list, y'all. This is where we're at. So we had So Amazing. We've got Spiritual Journey Tarot. Finally, you, mama. Oh, damn, Mina, you still here, girl? You're okay, beautiful. You can go to bed. You can actually go to bed. You're good. Like, I don't want you to be out here, like, just, Sorry. Oh, Miss Danny. Okay. Okay. I just donated through PayPal. I know, I know. Oh, I'm gathering. There's so many layers. A simple question wouldn't answer it. Or listen, trust me. There's like, and especially like because I get the insights come in as well, and then I basically have to condense the layers. I have to basically like extract information from the files. It's a lot, girl. Sometimes my mind. That's why sometimes I don't know if you guys see, but sometimes I would maybe like close off my third eye, like close off the light, basically connecting to my third eye just so I can sort through the files, or I close my eyes just so that I don't have like access to these files of like this reality, and I'm just like focusing on the files that are like, showing up in my third eye, because it's a lot. I can't lie. But yes, Spiritual Journey Tarot, put your question out there, my love. It is too much, too much, so much talking. Your head feels exhausted. 100%. That's why sometimes when I'm channeling and I've like gone through the channel and I've like really gone into certain things, and then like I stop, is because I'm then trying to gather and extract the next piece of actual information that is going to like tie all the stuff together. But yeah, oh, kids are up. Oh gosh. Oh, Mina. Oh, okay, Mina. Oh God, I hope your little nap was enough to keep you going. Okay. That part as well. That part as well. That part as well. And you have to remember, right? The devil uses people, and a lot of the times, because some people aren't like optimized to their conscious mind just yet, the devil would use a lot of their unconscious, shadows against them, basically, because that's really what the unconscious is, the shadows, the stuff that we're not like aware of. So yeah, it's a whole thing, mama. It's deep out here, but I'm so chuffed for you. Trust me, the path that you're on, the quest that you're going down, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. Now you're getting the info, girl. Listen, I love it. Do you know what? So what happens when we're sort of like doing the earringing thing? It's a part of like the essentials, kind of when we're moving into like different vibrations or different degrees of perspective. It's kind of like when you're on the plane and the flight's about to come down. If you recall, so we're up here, we're in a completely different state, which vibrates at a completely different frequency. So when we start to land, it's like, and then the ears thing goes, because we're obviously shifting through dimensions, basically, or layers, I guess, of vibration. They remind me that there are others that will want to knock me off my path, and not everyone will find the same joy in hearing about the family. 100%, 100%, 100%. And also, basically, because if you do certain things, it requires certain growth from them, and certain demons that they're in contracts with don't want to basically lose their opportunity to keep feeding off the flesh of that person. So they will start to like uproar through them. I can't tell you how many times, like I've watched demonic situations show up in my romantic relationship where I'm like, hey, such and such. I know what demons want as well. So when they show up, sometimes I'm like, hey, such and such, and I'll be like, you here now? But it's frustrating being in those types of dynamics because you're the only person that is aware. And then it does make you look like the crazy person. So the demons do a lot of gaslighting. Like they love that ish. They love it because they're out to convince you that you're crazy so that you can basically doubt yourself, so that you can deactivate all over again. That's the whole point of them being that way, right? So yeah. Yeah, the word demon has even been so demonized. That part, girl. Like it's literally to the point where if I say demons, it's like, oh my God. I'm like, damn. All it means is a lesser version of yourself. Okay? It's just a word. It's just a word. Um, definitely, definitely. It all serves a purpose, 100%. It's so funny. It is so funny because when they do show up, I'm like, oh, fancy meeting you here again. You back for more? But 100%, Kay. Like you do have to be very selective because the devil knows who to move through. And like even with your relationships, when your relationships are going really well, sometimes, for the sake of the tests that needs to be orchestrated and carried out, you may, the relationship may just go through a test. Like for instance, right now, Saturn's in retrograde, perfect testing season, because only relationships that are significantly strong will be able to survive in this sort of retrograde for Saturn and what that climate may mean. So yeah, it's one of those things. It's just one of those things. I think, where are you? Did you put your question out there? Soul Journey Tarot. You didn't, did you? Did you put your question out there? You can put your question out there. Yep. Okay. Majority are false and out for money and fame. That part. That part. Exactly. I realize others in the spiritual streets are still ego and got game like everyone else. That part. That part. Trust me. Even some of these people from other places, their personality, 100%, trust me. Like I literally had a person like reach out to me. I'm trying to do a reading. I was like, no, I'm good. And because my guides were like, you don't need to get a reading from her. Like, no offense, but she's not even, and this isn't even me being rude, but she's not even at my level of training, basically, to really be able to deliver on like the depth of what I would like to understand about my reality. And I basically went back to her and I said no. And then she came and was like, oh, but the universe has a special message for you. I was like, girl, chill. Why are you using the spirit of manipulation to actually like come at me? I said that I don't need it. Like, she was like, oh, don't be rude. I was like, I wasn't being rude. I was being honest. You were basically projecting your spirit of manipulation, trying to get me into contracts. I don't do that shit. Like, I don't like it. Like, readers do that all the time. Even in this space, that was one of the things that I had to navigate through with God, not feeding people to their demons, um, not feeding people to like this desperate, like, because a lot of people that does go for readings, like they're so addicted to the point of desperation. And God said to me, I can't go into spaces reading for people like that, because then they will basically make me like, they'll put me on a bit of a pedestal basically, and that will take their power away from them. And I'm not here to take anybody's power. I don't even want that. Like, I'm still figuring out how to navigate my own power. I don't need nobody else's. Oh, I don't know if spiritual journey tarot is probably sleeping now. Like, we've been here 6 hours. This is like a full shift. Okay. They will try and sound so convincing even after you call them out, master manipulators and tricksters. And this is the thing. I don't think that she knew consciously. She knew intentionally. I'll say this, because her intention was obviously to manipulate me, but people lie to themselves, and it's more so about the lies that they tell themselves. That is the issue, because I'm like, girl, you weren't lying to me. You were lying to you. That had nothing to do with me. I hope you and you figure that one out. Okay, because I just told you what it was. I told you what spirit you was using to manifest the space. I told you I don't engage in that type of spirit. And I told you no for exactly these reasons, because most of the times I can sense where a person's vibrating. And if it's a no, it's a no, because I know that technically you have contracts with demons that I myself am basically trying to relinquish. So we just can't be friends. That part. Do you know what? K-Cat, do you want to put your question out there as well, actually? Because Spiritual Journey Tarot seems to be away. But at least maybe if they come back into this space, at least your question would have been read and then their question's still there. Yeah. But yeah, Kay said, or brag about their family being super strong and long term. I've realized many have been aware longer, but not as they claim. Exactly that, my love. Exactly that. Many have been alive. Many have been awake, right? And aware longer, but their focus has been in places where they have retained theoretical knowledge, but they don't necessarily know how to apply it. It's kind of like the whole thing about like false shepherds as well. It's like people that, will read the Bible, but really don't really grasp an understanding of like what one's talking about. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to come and shame somebody like myself if they really understood, that part. But it's always very, very interesting. Okay. Let's see where we are, because I'm trying to see. Okay, Kat, many are tricky. I haven't met many like this channel. Yeah. Well, I've had to consciously learn, my love, because like when I went into my initiation, my great grandmother said to me in spirit, obviously, because that's when I went through how I went through my initiation with her. She said to me, they're gonna come after you. I said, who? She said, the demons. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. She was like, look, don't worry about it. I'm going to train you. That's the whole point of the training. I'm going to train you on how to navigate through these demons so you can see them a mile off, even when they try to come at you through people. Right. So that's the whole thing. In order for me to go through that process of training, I had to purify my vessel. I had to relinquish my own like contracts with certain demons myself, and I'm still relinquishing certain contracts as I continue to go, because some of these contracts are my lineage contracts, and my soul's basically been sold before I got here because the lineage had made certain decisions, but I'm still working through those, and I make it a conscious effort to not because I want to basically, I want to be an example of what this is supposed to look like, basically. So I try my best to do that. All right, so let's go to K-Cat's question. Yeah, they do feed BS 100%. They feed people to their own. Oh, spiritual journey tarot. Okay, go on, girl. You can pose. You can pose because you was actually before K-Cat. You can post it because you were before K-Cat. And I know you were waiting. I'm gonna start your question, K-Cat. You won't have to put it back out there, but I'm gonna unpack it. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting, K-Cat. I'm looking forward to unpacking that with you because she has contracts with a few different spirits, and I think you were basically releasing some of your contracts. And we're going to talk about it because there's a lot going on with her genetic activations at the minute. That was a good question, girl. I can already sense it and feel it already. We're going to talk about it. Yeah, K-Cat, I learned a real good reader is rare these days. Many claim they can do energy work, and it's not so. I've been on a journey since 2018 to find out why I was on a roller coaster. That was when I went through my initiation as well. See, this is it. You guys are my 2018 posse. Like a lot of the people that I came across went through their initiation around about the same time, 2017, 2018. I'd been navigating through my work for quite some time, but when I gave my full-on body basically to the soul that's occupying, when I surrendered to the soul was in 2018. It's definitely was a pivotal time for collective, like definitely pivotal time for the ascension process. That's good. It definitely feels a lot more free, a lot more free. I remember when you left tarot readings for a considerable amount of time, I missed you so much because there was no reader as honest as you. And I stayed subscribed with hope that you would return. Oh, Mina, thank you so much. Well, this is the thing. I was basically navigating through because of, and this is what I was saying at the time, because of my levels of honesty, right? I had to release my demon that was a people pleaser. There was a spirit basically that was a people pleaser. I'm getting emotional because that was like a very big spirit for me to navigate through, because as much as I was honest with you guys, I did at the time. I try my best not to anymore. I did at the time try to condense information so that the human mind could really be able to kind of like perceive certain things that I was saying then. But then as I kind of like got more comfortable in understanding that the information just kind of has to be given as it is, I stopped condensing and I came back, and you saw I came back even rawer than before. And then I just apologized for my honesty because I'm going to be honest anyways. I had to learn that too. I chose to come here to see what it's like to be guided by others and find my way back to my own guidance. That part. I got tricked a few times, but realized I didn't want to see the truth. That part, that part. Oh, you guys, listen, we are going to church tonight. You guys are like pulling up all the deep talks, deep talks. Okay, K-Cat. And if some readers know that you're not aware, they take advantage, very scheming. That part, that's what I don't like. I think that's what I didn't appreciate, and I never wanted to be that type of person. That's why I work. That's what happens for people who do those things, just so you know, okay, is because their circumstances, they're in primitive mode. So they're basically just trying to get like cash. That's why I work for my money. And when I come into this space, this is my space to just give. So there's no expectations, there's no strings attached to it. What I give to you guys is what I give to you guys for my love of what it is that I do, and my love to be able to like help souls that are navigating through their own inner torment, you know. I've been tricked. I knew nothing. That part, trust me. I've seen people try to trick me too, and I'm like, get out of here, you little demon. Even with my stored abilities, I can see they're lying. And I'm not even seeing visions burst out in front of me. in this lifetime. It was needed though, so I can trust myself without needing all of that. Amen. Amen. Trust me. I did like mushrooms with a friend back in 2018 because she wanted to do it. My same friend, Charlotte. And literally, it just locked me out of like, I had to find myself back to myself neurologically. And that was my punishment, basically. I was like following the crowd. And I was like, wow, it's quiet in my mind. I can't hear any spirits. I had to go back to the room that I live in, neurologically speaking, to actually get access to those channels. It was hard. I can't lie. I was literally like finding myself for weeks and weeks. No, just want general. Okay, you want a general reading for 4. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to do that, girl. We're going to do that. How do we know which demon to navigate? I think I have Basilion, oh God, of demons to navigate my way through. I'll tell you, for me, I knew because obviously I told you I know everything that goes on with my avatar. So as soon as like a demon even activates in my genetics, I'd be like to my mom, your demon was eating me up last night. This is what you did then, and this is why the demon feels like it can come to me now. I need you to do this because I need that demon to go away, because I'm not really trying to feed it, but that demon's already kind of like basically, it's not my contract, it's your contract, but you sold my soul because of the way that you basically navigate the situation. So how do you know what demons you have and how to navigate through the process of them? So demons are basically lesser versions of ourselves, right? It's what we call the shadows. And you would usually know when you are triggered. That's how you would know. You would get triggered. They would speak. They generally vibrate quite low, so their thought process is low. So when you find yourself thinking on low vibrating frequencies of thoughts, more than likely a demon's basically pouring in downloads into your crown. And what I'd say, when you kind of like find yourself being triggered, because again, this is where the demons lie in our neurology, they basically activate when we get triggered. So when you get triggered, see what was the situation that you got triggered by. So for instance, like if you were basically under a lot of stress from dealing with a bunch of different situations all at once, we call that pressure, right? Technically, that was like a little quaking of depression, because depression is basically deep pressure on you, right? That's really depression. But yeah, like because your body basically knows when you are out of balance, your body will basically like let you know. So when the thoughts are vibrating at a low frequency, when you are triggered, understand what it is that triggered you. So for instance, rejection, for instance, is what sort of like triggered you. More than likely you're dealing with a spirit who basically feeds off abandonment wounds, because rejection is a side effect of being abandoned, basically, or feeling abandoned. So really, there's a demon that is feeding off your abandonment wound, and you kind of like, in order to be able to get to a place, you kind of have to, oh, night, Kay, night. Cat, not everyone is vibrating a high, even if they are gifted. That part too. That part. Not everybody is vibrating high, even if they're gifted. I get triggered when people create mess. It's a control demon, that one. I used to have that one. I used to be OCD. And then I lived with my partner for like a couple of years. And then I decided that I couldn't live in my head whilst that demon was basically feeding off me, because I was mad about everything all the time. Put this back. Why is this out of place? It was too much. But the truth is, you learned that from somewhere. You learned that. Mine was, I learned it from my mum. And it became a coping mechanism to basically live in her environment. So I picked up the trait because it was the only way that I could survive her being in her environment. I had to basically like become her, and think the way that she would think, which is basically be ahead of her at all times. Um, yeah, I got that from I want to do a podcast. So if I was to do a podcast, guys, would you guys want to? Because I want to do a podcast solely just speaking about different demons. I'm not gonna lie. I've had that assignment for a minute. Definitely want to just like sit and speak about certain demons, how to know when they're showing up, what to do when they're around, how to get out of the contracts with them, what to do when you've got second degree contracts, which is when you're basically sold on through somebody else, how to basically like go listen. Okay. We're gonna have discussions amongst ourselves. I'm gonna figure out a good day that I can commit to, and actually do this like consistently, because I think this is the one thing that is needed, and we don't talk about it enough. Like seriously. And some of these demons out here are like they're trying to taunt me before I get to the place of outing them. So sometimes when you guys see me like not on here for long periods of time, it's because I'm under serious demonic attack and I have to come out of this space because they're basically trying to deter me from purpose. Because they know that once I come in here, I'm basically just going to lay all their shit bare and I'm just going to give away like all their codes. Everything I learned in training, all that's getting laid out. That was the whole point of training. So yeah, definitely going to keep you guys posted. Right, guys, spiritual journey tarot. We're into the space now. We want a general read for them for this fall. What do we see sort of playing out in their lives during this autumn season, the season of shedding? Oh, wow. Okay. This is interesting. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, oh, interesting, my love. We've got a major arcana, a couple of major arcanas. We've got the world card in reverse and we've got the Fool card upright, which definitely means obviously there's a journey that you're going to be going on, as far as like this new pastures is how I'm getting it. You're going to be having like a mental breakthrough moment that's going to take you along a different path. And you're actually going to find yourself being quite demanding in terms of, how can I put it? You're being very demanding in terms of anything that isn't necessarily aligned with your own core values. Like you're giving it straight Eight of Swords vibes. It's interesting. I was about to say Eight of Pentacles. Okay, because she's learned. Okay. Okay, they're saying you've learned basically how to not necessarily put yourself in situations that could be contentious to you. You can kind of like see those situations a mile off. And in the past, you have been able to see those situations, but for some reason, you still allow for yourself to move into those situations, even though you know that it serves you no good. So as of this fall, right, as of autumn season, moving into everything, you're actually going to be going on a completely different journey with that, where anything that isn't necessarily of alignment with you is literally like there's these very open and vocal conversations. There's no more blocked emotions, because sometimes you would kind of like suppress your own feelings to be able to kind of like magnify somebody else's so that they can navigate through whatever it is that they're navigating through. But there's none of that during this autumn season. It's more a case of holding space for people to be able to unpack some of those feelings, but you don't necessarily have to suppress any of who you are as an individual to be able to, bring their situation forward for them to be able to like sit in it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like thinking about love situation because they're like, okay, okay, nothing new on love, girl. Nothing new on love, nothing new on love. So just to be like clear to you there. And this is probably to do with, again, with you being able to sort of like set a lot of these boundaries in place. Um, yeah, with you being able to set a lot of these boundaries in place about the things that aren't necessarily sort of like aligned with you. And you're kind of also navigating through previous situations. Um, Question to you: any children? Let me ask you that question. Let me ask you that question, Spiritual Journey Tarot. Firstly, I didn't even like proper check if you were still in the space as well when I started reading, because, okay, you've got kids. That I had to ask that question as well. Okay. What's the relationship like with their dad? I had to ask that question. You'll see where I'm heading to with this as well, because this may be one of the significant areas where you'll be practicing it. This assertiveness of yours, this like, demanding aspect of your character that's going to be sort of like showing up, and don't really have one with them. Yeah. Okay. Is there any sort of like interaction for the kids with their side of the family? Let me ask you that question. I don't really have one with them. Kind of with cousin. Okay. I see that you're continuing to sort of like put your time. I'm just kind of going through it. So around family right now. Okay, good for you. Good for you. The reason why I asked the question in the first place is because there's even that situation basically is going to be a little bit of a challenge for you during the autumn season, like the interaction, basically maintaining the interaction with your children's dad's side of the family. For you, however, with the situation, sorry, I'm going to clarify something here. Clarify to me, where is the Fool heading to? Where is the Fool heading to? Make it clear. Oh, guys, this is the whole deck. I didn't mean make it clear like this. Okay. 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 Interesting. They like give me the whole deck. Look at that. Like that part, right? And it's so funny because like when I ask, sometimes I'll be like, oh, give me more or put this into context or whatever. They were like, here you go, girl. This is all the information you need. Oh God, I'm trying to get some room so I can do this right here. They're funny. Okay, let me put this over here. And then let me try and bring all of these down because there's a whole bunch of cards, y'all. It's not even like 9-10 cards. It's literally quite a bit of cards. Okay. Let me put those. Sorry, I'm like making room and space. Oh, there's a gun. That's fine. Okay, this is a whole situation. Sorry, I'm gonna like clarify this new journey that you're about to go on, this new beginning, and what that looks like for you, because I really want to be able to put that into context for you. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you as it's sort of like coming through, right? So what they're saying to me is that this journey that you're going on is kind of like a manifestation. Um, it's like a manifestation of your prosperity, right? Releasing the previous relationships that are no longer serving you, and basically just putting an end to those. Like those died, okay, like death. They died, those relationships. And the dynamics of those types of relationships are no longer sort of something that you are permitting moving forward. And they're kind of like showing me that you're at that place where you're kind of moving through some mental challenges, to kind of like get to your mental breakthrough, but you're navigating through the mental challenges initially first. You're definitely kind of it's interesting because there's a wish fulfillment of sudden change that you're kind of like hoping and praying for in a particular relationship, right? In a particular relationship that you have. Is there someone right now that you're not necessarily sort of like, oh, sorry, let me see. Okay, because I'm looking for a job and an apartment. Is there someone that you're not speaking to right now within your family dynamic? And I have to ask you that because basically, yeah, is there someone in your family in particular that you're not speaking to? I feel like it's a female. Yeah, female. Is it a female? A lovely little Scorpio. Dang. And it's interesting too as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um, the reason why I asked you that, right? The reason why I asked you that is because you are basically, and she's close to you as well, so I understand why this energy is kind of like being a little bit of a blocker. I'm not going to say, oh, go and speak to your sister tomorrow or whatever, but I do want you to kind of like take the time to clear the energy from your energy grid because it's impacting your root chakra and it's having a personal impact onto your solar plexus and heart chakra as a result. I don't know why it is that you guys aren't speaking, but I get the sense that there's a level of disappointment that you're navigating through when it comes to her. And it's quite a shame. Hey, Tamana, hope you're good. I hope you're good, my love. Unfortunately, the free list and donation list is closed, my love. It's all closed up. Sorry. Tune in next week. We'll be live again next week. But yes, right. So sorry, they were just speaking to me about the podcast situation that we just spoke about. Yeah. So what's going on with your sister? Like, I get the sense I wouldn't recommend speaking to. That sounds bad for me to say. Like, I wouldn't recommend speaking to her, but I think she does have contracts with a particular spirit. No, that's okay, Tamana. Obviously, I'm out here, so you would naturally assume, wouldn't you? It's all good. Thank you for asking, though, and not necessarily being too presumptuous because I've been here for like 6.5 hours, so it's all good. Tune in next week. All good. But yeah, Spiritual Journey Tarot. There's Oh, thank you. There's a spirit that's attached to her. I want to say it's a spirit of jealousy and competition, actually, to be honest. And it's actually sort of it's feeding off your energy, for lack of a better way of putting it. I'm not gonna lie. I can't put it in any other sort of like construct to you, but yeah. Have you guys, what's the dynamic between you guys? Like, who's the older sibling? Because I'm trying to understand this spirit of competition. The reason why I am asking about it is because obviously you mentioned about moving out, getting a job, and all of these things. There are certain spirits that basically prohibit certain things. Our root chakras, basically, where we're able to kind of like attract money, basically, because I can't even say manifest, but we attract money when the root chakra is vibrating on a certain frequency and it's kind of like, at a certain place. But the more blockages we have within that space, the worse it becomes. Answer me the question, though, Spiritual Journey Tarot. Firstly, I asked a couple of questions, I think. I asked about the competition and jealousy. I asked, like, about whether or not that's a dynamic between you guys, because I could see that that's a spirit from her. It seems like, anyways, and she seems to be very good at playing it off like she's not really jealous, type thing, but she actually is quite jealous. And it's things that you don't even like realize as well, things that you don't, I don't want to say appreciate, but it's almost like parts of yourself and situation that you take for granted, like your character, your natural nature, the fact that people are naturally gravitated towards you, the fact that people actually like being around you. Like, these are some of the things basically that causes a little bit of jealousy and envy. And as a result, it seems like, yeah, said spirit is kind of working. This goes deep, though. Does your mom have a good relationship with her siblings? Oh God, I've asked like a million questions by now. Sorry, my bad. It's probably hard to think. Oh yeah, and she said that her thing is it delayed as well? I don't know if it's delayed. Hmm. Spiritual journey. Might have to tap the live button. Oh, I wanted to get that insight, but basically, what I would say, hey, Hashita. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but basically, okay, okay. I thought so. I thought it might be lagging. Yeah, you need to clear your root chakra, my love. If you want to be manifesting the job situation and the home situation, you need to clear your root chakra. There's a spirit of competition and jealousy that's attached to your root chakra, that's stemming from your dynamic with your sister. And the things that the jealousy is about is your natural nature, your natural character. So that spirit is basically drawing from your light in these aspects of yourself, right? Your ability to basically make people feel good, your ability to basically like network and have people want to be around you, like all of these things. It's harnessing your energy for your sister, basically. And yeah, you're going to be going through a recourse of that throughout this autumn season, which is great because obviously, I guess astrologically, the universe kind of like supports a reshift and a pivot for you, which is nice. And I love that for you. There's untruths that are going to sort of like come up and be clarified during this season as well. There's a few things that haven't necessarily been clear, and they're going to be unfolding over the course of the next 7 to 8 weeks as well. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting process for you during this fall. What I'm seeing as well, it's almost like as you move forward with everything. What about the job situation, guys? Do you see that manifesting this autumn? The job situation, yes or no? Make it very clear. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so just towards the end, I want to say maybe end of October to mid-November. I know that that's not necessarily like, the best. But I think once you actually do go and start clear. So when I say go and clear the energy, I mean, what your sister really is actually like in terms of the dynamic between you guys and everything. I would say it's a case of really sort of focusing on that, tuning into your root chakra, which is obviously at the base of the spine, and really just removing any energy from that space as well, right? That may be associated with her to any degree or perspective. And there's a part of yourself as well that would be used to feeding her. So it's something for you to kind of like be mindful of, because that's going to basically help you with what you're manifesting with the home. The home situation is going to be a while, but the job situation is going to come too. I'm sensing sort of like end of October, mid to end of November, really, for that situation to manifest itself, because it's almost like you start a process at the end of October, which kind of like takes a while to come all the way into like form, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the dynamic for you. The house situation, that's going to be a little bit longer. I'm not going to lie. We're looking at probably around about next summertime, because I'm seeing from around about May, potentially June of next year. So you take some time to actually get into a place where you do actually do the move. So yeah, I think this fall is going to be good for you to be able to kind of like get the ball rolling on the work situation. But I think that spirit that's basically feeding off your root chakra is ultimately why you're still sort of like in that space. Yeah. And half the time, sometimes it's not really like intentional for some people, but they feel more comfortable seeing us in a certain position. So unfortunately, that's what manifests itself, because we're also like willing participants. And that's what I was speaking to you about, like the people pleasing thing, like that's basically being cut off. And as you kind of like move into the process during this like fall, you'll actually learn a lot more about like the right balance with the people pleasing thing. Yeah. I don't know if you're actually still here, if you caught any of that, if you found any of that quite useful, but we've got timeline of end of October to end of November practically for the work situation, and we're looking at May, June next year for the move situation. So we've got a couple of timelines to work with. Okay. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, my love, because it seems like there's going to be a lot of things playing out over a significant period of time. I'm not sure if you were able to catch all of that as well, because I don't know if your video was lagging, if you're still here, what the situation is, but I do hope that was useful for you nonetheless. Okay. Thank you. It's a good job I did take a nap today, right? Took a nap after I finished work for like 2 hours because I was so exhausted. and I knew I was going to be coming into the space with you guys. So that's why I had to like finish up my work report after the facts because I was busy taking a nap after work to make sure that I was good and ready for this space. You know those. I was supposed to take like a 1 hour nap, but then after the hour was up, I was like, oh, I like that. Let's do that again. So it technically turned into a little sleep. But you know what it is? I literally have been running on like 4 hours a day at the minute. So my sleep is very much deprived, and I'm just having to catch sleep wherever I can and make the most of it. Because at the minute, my schedule is intense. Tomorrow, I've got church, I've got work. After I finish work, I literally am heading out to go and meet a friend. Yeah, it's all a lot. I love those nap midday tonight and sometimes stay up until next morning, but be energized. That part, love it. Yeah, I'm good. Hi, how are you? May I all a was? Hi. Okay. You're quick at the autocorrect for the most part. Unfortunately, I'm actually finishing up for the night, my love. I am going to do a reading for my girl, Sammy. I know everybody did ask me politely, but I could always throw it in. I'm going to get back into the rhythm of maybe doing that. That part, right? Your phone feels like you need to think. No, you don't need to repost, Cat. I've actually got you here. You're good. I think I've started from before, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. There's your question. No, thank you, beautiful. All good. Yeah, all good. Maybe tune in next week. Yeah, we'll be live again. Oh, cat. Okay, let me grab that other card. Sorry, that's what I was doing earlier. Because they fell when I was making all that room. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Tune in next week. We're always out here in these YouTube streets on Friday night, Saturday night, whenever I can get some time. It'll be lovely to have you join us, man. Yeah, that part. That part. I love that. Okay, so K-Cat, what should I know about considering cutting my relative Janelle off? So many different perspectives I'm seeing about it, so I'm asking without my own bias. Yeah. Girl, okay, I get why you want to because this one runs deep. I came at 3 hour mark and got squeezed in. Look how beautiful the conversation turned out to be. That part, right? That part. So the situation with that person is riddled with demons, my love, riddled with demons. So I do complete narcissist. Slightly on the spectrum with sociopath as well, like a lot of sociopathic tendencies. I'm not gonna lie, but it's a slight on the spectrum. It's definitely drastically narcissistic. I think that perhaps stems from the relationship with dad, or maybe lack thereof. When it comes to that part with Janelle. In terms of like her interaction with dad, because I feel like this development of like this, she's very self-centered, isn't she? She's quite it's like you could be talking about like yourself or something, or talking about something that's getting, and it's there's always a way for her to kind of like bring things back to herself. Yeah, I'm aware. I always feel icky when she hugs me, and I never want to hug her, and I've told her this. Yeah, I can imagine. That's because she has yeah, she has quite a few spirits that are basically feeding off her. I feel like her mum nurtured a lot of her demons that she actually has at the minute, unfortunately. She is our dad got killed before she was born. Okay. Our mom found out she was pregnant after he was already dead. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. It's kind of like it's kind of breeded this primitive version. And I'm going to say this, the cutting off is more like a disconnect because it doesn't have to be like a cut off forever, but it is a case of, like how sometimes people have to go to jail. It's one of those things. Crimes, emotional crimes have consequences as well, just as much as physical crimes have consequences, right? And it's the same thing. I do think that there's a significant down period where there's no interaction, there's no communication, and for good reason, because like this stuff is pretty normal for them as well. I think that did you guys recently have like a heated dispute? Sorry, because I'm seeing like a little bit of an argument and you guys going back and forth. Did you guys recently have a heated dispute? No, whenever I'm honest, she likes to be right all the time and bicker, but she argues with our mom the most. Oh, that's funny. Okay, 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 that's interesting. Hmm, that's interesting. Um, Hard boundaries, right? Hard boundaries with this one. Is she the youngest between the two of you? Is she the younger counterpart between the two of you? Because it's interesting. I think she struggles with actually being able to like see anybody else. Like she's very self, basically. Yeah, she's very self. So she struggles to really even be able to see anything beyond herself, outside of herself. It's almost like she needs to be incentivized and like, mm, definitely a nos. Definitely not. Okay. And that's not, do you know what that, so when I say that she's a narc, obviously the spirit of narcissism, a lot of the times, when we have abandonment wounds, it can set us off into narc mode. Did mom overcompensate because dad wasn't necessarily present as well? Because again, those types of climates can like literally just breed room for narcissism, which is interesting. Um, I'm gonna ask a question of how long do you think that K-Cat should disconnect from Janelle for? Okay. Yeah, I know that the situation will improve. That's kind of why I'm thinking, okay, it's not necessarily a forgiveness thing, and I get that. Give me a timeline. It's important. We need to know like how long is her time while she's out there in the heart hospital ward, just kind of working on herself, making sure that her mental's good, her emotional state is okay, and she's doing that outside of the space from Janelle. How long will she need to be in the heart hospital ward? Sorry, I'm like trying to get some clarity for you. Okay. Not necessarily. Okay. So how long then? Okay. Okay, so just to sort of like put it across to you, it's not even what should I know about considering cutting my relative Janelle off? Yeah, so with the situation, it seems as though you guys are going to like just figure out how to be cordial with each other. I think the cutting off is going to be, oh, she's riddled with a lot of demons. There's like 5 main demons at the minute that you battle with constantly. And these demons have more access to her than any of the other ones. The narcissist is there, yes, but she's also like technically it's the narcissist that's running everything else, to be fair, but she also has it's interesting. How is she with food as well? I see she's in contracts with a spirit of gluttony. I have to ask that question because that's interesting. There's lots of sort of contracts that are being placed, I guess, in this dynamic. Sorry, I was kind of like waiting for a response on that one, the food one. She doesn't eat a lot at home. She works outside of the house, so I don't know her eating habits. Mm, mm. She's got a spirit of gluttony outside of the space there. This is all to do with a lot of unprocessed grief. I'm just gonna like be honest with you. She loves to snack and has gained more weight. That's because she's in contracts with the spirit of gluttony, my love. She's in contracts with the spirit of gluttony, who's basically feeding off her solar plexus. And that's why she's kind of like developing this illness of obesity, basically, because that's where she'll go if she doesn't end her contract with this spirit. That's ultimately it. And once she goes into obesity, here comes diabetes. Do you understand? And that's how these demons work. Like when you have your contracts for too long with them, they manifest as physical illnesses. So obviously, yes, you're looking to kind of like cut ties with that situation because she's not necessarily, I'd say cut ties and continue to pray for her because the ties are necessary to be cut at the minute, right? Because obviously you're managing your relationship with certain demons. You're not really trying to engage in certain demons yourself. You're trying to break your own contracts with certain demons internally yourself as well. And, you know, it's one of those things where because of that, that is the requirement why you basically have to sort of like go through this process of cutting things off with her. But as you go through the process with her, I'll tell you what demons she has. She has the narcissism demons. She has hey Nadira, she has the narcissism demon. She has the spirit of gluttony. She's got contracts with the spirit of pride, which is one of, listen, that one right there leads you straight into the pits of hell to Satan. Okay. The spirit of pride. I'll tell you that for free. Takes you nowhere quickly. Okay. And then she also has contracts with the spirit of sorrow and hopelessness, which sometimes puts her into depressive states from time to time as well. But she doesn't know how to process her depression. So she doesn't even realize that she's depressed because her depression is usually around about 6 or 7, right? Yeah, it's stubborn. That part, that's one of her biggest ones. She's quite stubborn as well. Oh, and that tends to be the narcissism thing, having to like deflect and stuff like that. So that's interesting. But She doesn't show it. She acts like nothing be happening. She hides it well. Hides it well. Okay. She doesn't hide it well because she's putting on weight. Okay. I mean, it's not to say, oh, putting on weight is like a indication that there's something wrong. No. I'm saying that to you because I realize that she's putting on weight because she has a spirit of gluttony attached to her. Usually when we start to build weight, it's a padding. It's a padding that we use to basically like protect ourselves from the outer world because we have internalized a lot of things that we haven't necessarily processed, and we're kind of like keeping people out. And now she's actually like physically keeping people out by the way that she's engaging and interacting with you guys. It is her, yes, but these are demons that she's in contracts with. So as you break away from that relationship, pray for this individual because their soul is basically being like mutated, and it's kind of like this. Oh, this is so bad. It is being mutated. Like literally, there's like five main like spirits just kind of like feeding off this flesh. And I personally have felt what it's like when a demon's feeding off your flesh. It's not a very nice feeling, depending on like where you hold that trauma, that muscle memory of that trauma. It's when it activates genetically speaking, it can cause a lot of discontent, right? I think you have to set your firm boundaries, which is why you're being called basically to this type of dynamic at the minute so that she can learn. But I also do think that it's a case of, yeah, loving her from a distance, I guess. That's the best way for you to navigate through it. Did you make notes of those spirits that I said? There's a narcissism spirit, there's a spirit of gluttony, the spirit of pride is there. We also have, okay, the other two, they're saying the other two stems off the pride and the narcissism. So the other two are, I guess, cousin demons of the narcissism and the pride. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to pray for her as well with this dynamic that she's kind of like navigating through because she doesn't seem to be aware. Her cognition seems to be a little bit off with it. Yeah, good, good, good. Because the thing about it is with the demons, right? They rob us of relationships, right? It's unfortunate. And I have to say that they rob us of relationships. Technically, the people that they're attached to robs us of those relationships because they don't necessarily do the work to kind of like prohibit these entities from attaching themselves to them. Because if you're not in a environment within that is conducive to these types of spirits, they can't survive in you. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's the whole point that I'm trying to sort of like make there. So continue to pray for her or start praying for her because she might need some serious prayers, but I'm definitely going to put some prayers over her. And I'm also going to, now that I obviously know that dad is in spirit as well, you can also do that as well. Ask your dad, ask the guides that are working with her to be able to kind of like help her and assist her in certain behaviors that you see that she's got and stuff. Because I'm navigating through my own stuff with family as well during this Saturn retrograde, just kind of like highlighting what needs to give in these dynamics. So yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna get a final. Okay, sorry. Let me go to this card. My bad. All right, I'm gonna close out the space by seeing what's the overall guidance for you in navigating through the situation. What is the overall guidance? Damn. Okay. Ay. It all came like tumbling down, girl. Okay, that's what they done said. It's just very straightforward. No. Sorry, I'm gonna like unpack the cards so I can see overall what the actual feedback is on what to do in these instances. Okay. Okay. Okay, so they're saying that this situation's just it's a firm no. Just kind of wait and put a pause on the situation. Share your voice. So that's also about you being able to kind of like don't internalize anything when it comes to this situation. The internalizing is basically just going to become a part of your genetic sequence anyway. So to avoid that, have the necessary conversations, just kind of like to put it out there that this is going to be the new norm. This is kind of where you're hoping to be able to sort of like interact because you can't maintain the same capacity of the dynamics that you guys were navigating previously. It's just no longer serving you. So this is the new capacity that you have for the dynamics of the relationship, and you're proposing that this is what you can give moving forward, which is I don't really have much space to you. Yeah, initially I saw to just keep distance, and when she DMs me while I'm away, I'll talk to her then if I want to. Exactly. Exactly. You don't necessarily have to engage per se. And I get that it's a situation where she's not aware of her bad habits, basically, is the best way that I can put it. But as you kind of like navigate through this process, obviously you're being quarter led as well. I don't bite my tongue to her. However, I understand everything doesn't need a response 100%. 100%. And I hear you on that 100%. Um, yeah. I was going to say something about where we what we do with the energy when we're not sort of like giving a response is important as well. What I am seeing as well with the situation is like be mindful not to let this particular situation kind of like harden you. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I feel like she tests your patience a bit, and she tries your nerve a little bit too. Um, and I think that sometimes that may sort of like bring you to a place where you're not sitting in your heart center, where you're not in your heart portal. And I wouldn't want, because of the dynamics that you're navigating through with her and the demons that she's not necessarily actually actively battling, affect your ability to basically keep your heart center open, because that's like your main source and tool for your manifesting, right? But I can see that, you know, it is going to be one of those situations where there's going to be some firm boundaries moving forward so that you can fill up your own well. And this isn't about gathering anything. Yeah, I've had those moments of completely shut out, but being source, I come back to awareness to give grace and understand it's just programming. Love that. Love that 100%. I love that. This is going to be a downtime for you guys for a little bit. It's not going to be a forever downtime, but it is going to be a pretty firm downtime for a good little period of time. Man, the center of my forehead is tight and my face is getting hot. Girl, okay. Listen, some of that heat and feeling coming up, coming up. But no, you're good. You're good. I think you guys are going to be basically on the outs for a little bit. But it all does sort of come together. I think you get to kind of like lead the pack, but it's almost like the pack will start to get to a place where the pack wants to be led. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's very challenging to lead somebody that isn't trying to be led. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. You're good to go. The universe supports the decision. Yeah. How is mom with the both of you guys? Because it's so interesting. Because like mom was both of you guys when she was younger. She's very outspoken, still is quite outspoken, but she's a little bit more sort of timid nowadays. She's not as vocally expressive as she used to be, but she tries to be for the most part. So that's interesting. It's needed. She's seen me my whole life. She'll be all right. That part, okay? She'll be fine. She'll be fine. But thank you guys. Listen, it's been quite the shift today. When woo, she's a whole other story. She has gotten very timid, and I just like that for her. She has gotten timid, and I can tell that she's gotten timid. I think it's just, like as you've kind of like, what we've been speaking about growing and evolving and everything in the space. And I guess that was her evolution of self. But I think it was a case of like finding the right sort of balance with self. I think as well, it's so interesting because like, she may have become the type of person that she was when she was younger as a result of like a lot of her unprocessed trauma from childhood. Um, and I think that that's, you know, as she's gotten older and practically like her protector, she hasn't dealt with her trauma at all. That part. And I think that basically, like the version of her that you're seeing today is her regressed version. This is the little girl that she was conditioned to be. This timid version of her that doesn't really speak up, doesn't really necessarily have a voice. The person that she taught you guys to be, yes, she is in reverse. She is. She's regressing. She's gotten older, and like basically her younger version of herself was who she became as a coping mechanism to be able to withstand the environment that had conditioned her. But the version that she is today is actually who she was as a girl who was very timid, and that was actually her natural nature. She just became the other version because she had to. And now she doesn't have to anymore because she's got you guys, really. And it's kind of you guys' opportunity to kind of like pick up the baton, if you will, and kind of like continue to run that marathon on her behalf. But she'll find the right balance. I think it's just a case she hates how outspoken I am. She looks at me as a problem, but it's all her. Well, neither of you guys are the problem. The problems just are the problems. You see what I'm saying? I think she's still gotta have herself too, because she won't be here forever. Because I won't be here forever. She's a source, so she can hold her. Oh no, definitely. It's like the Russian doll, however. You know, like how the Russian dolls, you've got like the big doll, and inside the big doll you've got the small doll, and inside the smaller doll you've got, it's that kind of dynamic. She is doing that, genetically speaking, through you, and as you kind of continue to update. So what's happening as well, as you're updating, so is she updating. Do you see what I'm saying? And she's kind of like finding the right balance, because again, we share a collective hard drive as far as like the lineage hard drive as well. So when you're updating, it's updating her lineage hard drive as well. So she's becoming a person much like the qualities that you want to practice. That's all that is, really. But for the most part, those opportunities will show up at moments where she is triggered to regress to her old version of self, as far as like the child within her. But she's gonna get there. She's gonna get there. I think it's just one of those things. Um, she's still trying to find like that right balance. I think she has relinquished a lot of, I guess, who she had been in order to kind of like grow into who she's becoming. But she needs to find the right balance. Yeah, even if it looks like she's in reverse, it's because she needs to allow the upgrade to happen, exactly. And the trauma is coming up for more healing, 100%. 100%. So once she's finished with her updating process, then, she'll be fully integrated. And that version of her, plus this new version of her, can find like the right medium where, everybody's happy, you know? both versions of her are happy, and she can like bring out that version whenever she needs it, the version that's basically outspoken, that doesn't take no for an answer when certain things are against her, you know. But yes, thank you guys for like a good 7 hours. Oh my god. I'm sure that what's it called? The StreamYard's basically gonna start billing me. I told you guys I'm gonna actually start, if I'm gonna be doing the podcast and stuff, I'm gonna be utilizing the donation money as well, bits and pieces of it, to be able to cover this stuff as well. Because I'm not really coming out of pocket for anything on this stuff, but yeah. Thanks for the reading and conversation. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Do you know what? You were dope tonight as well. It was nice to sort of have you in this space. Mina, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your precious time and energy, sending lots of love and praise your way. Thank you, guys. I'm definitely going to put a nice prayer out there for you guys when I do get up in all of like 4 hours. Oh gosh, such is life, right? I appreciate you guys so much. But tune in next Friday. We'll do this all again next Friday. Probably I'm going to be working on my time management because I'm trying to get better at these things. They said that I'm not doing I got a D in the class. I mean, I'm doing good as far as like other aspects, but in terms of time management, I'm getting a D in the class. So I've got to work on that. But I'm getting a D in time management all round. So on that note, I'm going to drop the mic and catch you guys next week. Let's do the usual sign out, guys. Let's get it going.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you, beautiful people. I will catch you guys next Friday. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless. Okay? Enjoy. And try not to have too many demonic attacks during this season.